Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hammer by Chelsea Camaron and Jessie Lane, narrated by Joe Arden and Lucy Rivers. Prologue. Hammer. The clouds float above as the sun shines brightly on an already awesome day. Today I made the cut. At 14 years old, I'm the only freshman to make the varsity football team. Tossing the ball in the backyard with my dad as the light shines down on us both only adds to the euphoria of the day. It is a good day, and I'm glad my dad is here to share it with me since he is gone so often. "Ethan, son, there may come a time when I won't be here." He begins the same speech we have had multiple times over the years. It takes everything I have to stop myself from rolling my eyes. I try to take him seriously, but come on, he's my dad. He isn't going anywhere. When I was little, I told him that he was stronger than a superhero when he wears his camouflage uniform. In a way, I still think he's indestructible. He would not have come this far in his military career if he didn't know what he was doing. He continues on, unaware of the fact that I started to tune him out. The same sentence I have heard time and time again plays on from him. "If something happens to me, you'll have to be the man of the house. Always be there for your mom and take care of your brother." These are so not the things I want to think about. Wanting my dad's approval, though, I immediately give him my word. "You can count on me, sir." My reply is full of pride and laced with the naivete of a teen boy without a single care in the world. For a second, though, I pause before throwing the football back to him. The look on his face is worried in the way parents get when they think you aren't doing chores or homework. "Just remember, son, actions speak louder than words." Man, my dad is a freaking worrywart. I know his concern comes from a place of love. He's just trying to make sure my mom, brother, and I will be all right if something ever happens to him. Spreading an easy grin across my face, I launch the ball back at my father. "No worries, old man. I've learned from the best." Half his mouth tilts up in a grin, and I know he got my message. He's the one who has taught me everything there is to being a man, and as far as I'm concerned, my dad is the best man I will ever know. Of course, nothing will actually happen to my dad until he is old and gray, so this conversation isn't really necessary. Regardless, if it makes him feel better for me to agree to step in, fine. I will go along with it. Of course, I know the only thing I really need to worry about happening is if my dad will be able to help me find a comfortable jockstrap. No guy wants to feel like his nuts are being strangled when he is in the middle of a game. 3 years later. Senioritis is a real condition. Just ask me. I certainly suffer from it. After barely passing last semester, I'm counting down the 4 months left until graduation. I spend half of my school day staring out the windows, thinking about what I'm going to do when I am finally free of the school. To be honest, I spend the other half of the day watching the cheerleaders in their short little skirts. The intercom crackles in biology class, disrupting the discussion of herbivores, carnivores, and omnivores. Thank God for the distraction. Like any of us really care what animals eat. The only things I want to think about eating right now are lunch and Kelly, the head cheerleader. "Mrs. Foster, please send Ethan McCoy to the office." Surprised at hearing my name, I gather my things as my mind goes over why I would be called to the office. The guys and I have not pulled a prank since we got caught plastic wrapping the toilets in the teacher's lounge. Having detention for a month would make anyone wary of pulling any more hijinks at school. When I make my way through the office door, Miss Sam, the school secretary, greets me with a somber tone and a sad face. That chick is always happy. As a result, I wonder what is wrong with her today. She nods her head for me to walk into the principal's office, and a slow sense of dread starts to build in my stomach. I have never felt like this before, so I don't know what to make of it. This feeling is worse than the time I walked through that cemetery at night. Even worse than the time I watched my little brother crash into the curb with his bike, flip over the front of his handlebars, and give himself a concussion and a broken arm. Something tells me whatever is happening on the other side of the closed door is really bad. Realizing that scares the shit out of me. I take a deep breath before pushing the door open and entering Principal Dubois' office, where 2 men in Army Class A uniforms wait. I haven't done anything wrong, and the recruiter came a while back, but I declined the opportunities once I signed my football scholarship acceptance. What's going on? I ask, stepping all the way into the room. We're here to escort you home. Officer 1 simply replies, no emotion, no explanation. Escort me home? I question as panic starts to build inside me. My first thought is of my 12-year-old brother who is in 7th grade at the middle school. I wonder if he's getting the same call out of class. I have been taught, since he was born, to look out for my obnoxious little brother, so I can only hope he will be okay if he gets pulled out of school too. Slightly panicked, I blurt out, "Is everything okay? Are we going to get my brother? Does he need to go home too?" They still show no emotion as the other guy answers in an almost robotic tone, "We can't answer your questions, son. Just come along with us quickly and quietly, and we will take you to your mother." Holy shit, what have I done? This dude sounds serious as hell. However, as I think back over the last few months, I swear I don't remember getting caught doing anything that would warrant this kind of trouble. Hiking my book bag up on my shoulder before it has a chance to slip off, I give the soldiers a silent nod. My legs are shaking so badly they feel like spaghetti noodles. All I can think about is, if I get in trouble on the base, my dad is going to get in trouble too. Then he will ground me for the rest of my life. The next 15 minutes, walking out of the school, getting in their car, and driving away, are a blur. My mind incapable of processing what could be happening. My thoughts race with a bunch of questions, but I fail to come up with any answers. As we pull up to my house, I realize I need to wipe my palms off of my jeans because my hands are too sweaty to open the car door. I try to take a deep breath to calm down, but there doesn't seem to be enough air. My chest feels like there is an elephant sitting on top of it. Why the hell can't I breathe? When I finally get out of the car, I still at the sound of my mother wailing from inside our home. Uniformed army men. Mom crying. Dad is away. The revelation hits me harder than a tidal wave crashing onto a beach and eroding the shore. The world freezes around me. The sky, although blue, seemingly fades to gray. Unable to hold my head up anymore, it drifts down until the brown grass beneath my feet comes into view. It is dead. It also is the only barrier between me and the realities I do not want to face just inside my front door. My dad's last command replays in my head. Remember, start mowing in March. I don't want housing to leave a chit for your mom while I'm gone. I'll be home before you walk the stage, Ethan. His last deployment, we received the piece of paper and reprimand, their chit, informing us of our responsibilities of lawn care and the exact specifications required of us. Dad got one at his location too. We do not want that to happen again. The day after that conversation, my dad was gone before I left for school. Training. He's gone for the TDY. Temporary duty. Not a deployment, not a mission. Training. We spoke to him last night. Now my mom is hysterical just inside our house while I stand in the yard with 2 soldiers. That can only mean one thing. The brown grass isn't the only thing that died. Chapter 1. Hammer. Show some titties! Some drunken shithead yells from the crowd. I can't tell who said it in the dim, crowded atmosphere. Honestly, I don't really care to know. As long as the customers behave, there is no reason for me to get up close and personal with my fists. Looking around after midnight, I see the club is packed. Drinks are being served, clothes are coming off, and tips are being dropped. Business is good. When business is good, the club's payouts are good. Fuck the phrase happy wife, happy life. It's all about wallet happy, dick happy, then hammers happy. Taking in the girls working the floor, flirting with the customers to entice them into lap dances, I notice one of the vibrant purple neon lights over a corner table is out. I turn at the waist, catching Big Jim's attention from where he stands back at the bar, and point to the problem. Seeing what the issue is, he immediately heads off to get a new bulb. The man understands the importance of fixing shit right away. We can't have any dark corners where a customer could take advantage of one of our girls. And since the club is designed and decorated to ooze sex appeal, it means the aesthetics are not always practical for safety measures, which is okay as long as the brothers who work as security stay vigilant. The strip club's walls are a soft gray, the flooring a sinful black, and the only bright lighting in the whole place is on the main stage with a few smaller ones above the bar. The rest of the lighting throughout the club are blue and purple neon lights, which allows us to adequately watch for problems. Although the Regulators MC has done a damn good job of letting everyone know we won't put up with any bullshit from our patrons, there is always some jackass who tries to test our boundaries. It is best to nip those little problems in the bud before they become big problems. Not to mention, replacing a neon light is a hell of a lot easier than getting rid of bloody clothes or burying a jackass who harasses one of the strippers. Make no mistake, I will end anybody who tries to hurt one of our girls. Women come to work here because they want the protection we provide that seedier clubs do not. They all know that one of the reasons After Midnight is considered a premier gentleman's club in this state, hell, even the East Coast, is due to the security. Money and manpower aside, that doesn't mean a few angry, entitled idiots with mommy issues don't slip in every once in a while, trying to get more from our hard-working girls. Hence the need to burn bloody clothes once in a blue moon. A voice rings out above the noise of the crowd, asking the woman on stage if her carpet matches her curtains. I don't bother to stop the laugh that escapes when she yells back that it would if she didn't have hardwood floors before giving the big spender a wink. I shake my head as the inebriated catcalls continue. Hey man, shake your head all you want. It's better than the marriage proposals I get while doing my routine at Alibi. My younger brother Evan says as he walks toward me. Glancing at him out of the corner of my eye, I'm reminded that life is not exactly how I expected it to be. Then again, the dreams of adolescence rarely do turn into the realities of our future. You know you don't have to strip, man. You gave me a place to stay. You gave me another chance. You didn't need me behind the bar as much as I don't need to be back there. What you did need was another headliner, and I needed to replace one high with another. He replies honestly. Evan, it's been 3 years. You're solid. You've got your own place and you're clean. Anytime you want to quit, you can. My baby brother, the headlining stripper at a women's entertainment club. Oh, Dad would be so proud, wouldn't he? I think sarcastically. Then again, it's better than being the addict he was. The whole situation is still fucked to this day. If I hadn't left, Evan wouldn't have gotten into his mess in the first place. Then again, if I hadn't joined the army, Mom would have lost everything. My dad died in a training accident when his parachute failed during his jump master requalification. It was supposed to be cut and dry. Show up, qualify, train, jump, and go home. Only he didn't make it home. College became another loss. I had a football scholarship waiting. However, after watching my mother struggle, I couldn't follow through with it. I gave my dad my word, and my father had instilled into my brother and me that our word was our bond. People in this world did not respect you for making promises, but for keeping them. My word was solid. At the time of Dad's death, we lived on base. However, when you are no longer the dependents of an active-duty soldier, you have to relocate. We had time, but Mom wasn't comfortable with the everyday reminders of what we had. Her soldier was never coming home again. Sure, there was life insurance money from the government, but that only went so far after relocation and paying off old debts. With Dad's job, Mom easily financed 2 car loans, a boat payment, and furniture on credit. Then she was left with all of that, rent, and 2 teen boys with no family to help her and no job. Eventually, she sold some of the items we didn't need, like the boat, but it was hard to let go. For us, she wanted to hold on to everything that was a tangible reminder of the memories made with my dad. Only as the bills piled up and with the survivor's benefits only going so far, some things had to go, and the boat and an extra car were the first of many. My graduation day came at a new school off the military base. I walked, got my diploma, and then went home to stew in thoughts of my dad not seeing me walk across the stage and how my mom was struggling. Our family wasn't prepared to lose the sole provider. I thought maybe I could move out, crash on a friend's couch, and get a job to be less of a financial burden to my mom, but that still left her with my brother. At the time, I had no idea how my mother was going to take care of Evan, even if I left. I remember seeing her bank account and the bills. Facts were facts. Mom needed help. Just remember, son, actions speak louder than words. My father's advice played over and over again that night until I knew what I had to do. I only knew of one place that could give me a guaranteed paycheck and a roof over my head. The following morning, I went to the recruiters. I didn't think, I reacted. The facts for me then seemed so simple. Mom needed money, and I felt a need to serve, to be close to my father in the only way I saw possible. Since my dad had supported us all by joining the Army, I would too. Simple enough. Only it wasn't so simple when selection came, and the opportunity to be one of the elite presented itself. I had been forced to let go of my dreams of college and a football scholarship, so there was no way I was going to give up any new opportunities that came my way. I made the wash. I earned my Green Beret. I joined my Special Forces team. I also left my mother to deal with my brother on her own. I hang my head in shame now, thinking of how that led to Evan's addiction. I forgot about Evan. He lost his dad too, and then his brother left for the Army. In a lot of ways, his mother left too. She went from a stay-at-home mom to a sole provider overnight. My brother was getting into trouble, yet it wasn't anything Mom couldn't handle. Well, that was what I told myself. As long as I kept sending the checks home, they would be okay. Right? Stop it, Ethan, Evan says. Don't go there. You're not responsible for my actions. He can say that all day and night, but I can't help wondering how different things would be if I hadn't left them behind. How disappointed my father would be if he knew I failed our family when they needed me the most.
Desiree. Push through it! I yell out at the badass tattooed biker in front of me as he grunts and continues to pull himself up on the bar. I continue my own chin-ups as the sweat rolls down his face. Drive over it. His workout is almost done. Cool down is just around the corner. 3 more reps and I will ease up. Until then, charge on. They call you Tank. Show me. Boom, boom, boom. He pumps out his final reps, then drops from the bar as he lets out a war cry of success. Damn, Des. I thought physical therapy was torture enough. Frank Tank Oleander states as he wipes his face with a hand towel. I smile over at him as he begins his stretches for cool down. PT was for healing. Exercise now is for well-being. My being is well, babe. No need to bust my ass. Nah, I don't want to bust your ass. I do remember you calling me Drill Sergeant Bust Your Balls, so I want to bust your balls, buddy. We both laugh at the memory as his old lady comes in carrying Red, their son. Don't bust the jewels too much, Des. I might want to play with them later, girlie. She winks at her man, and the beast of a biker immediately smiles at her. I met Tank when he was a patient at the rehabilitation facility I used to work at. After getting shot 6 times and pulling out of a coma, his road to recovery was a long process. When he was released to come home, the Hellions Motorcycle Club hired me full-time as his personal physical therapist. Now that he is back to 100%, I work as a personal trainer for all the boys who want it. Life is good for me here with the Haywood's Landing charter of the Hellions. I never imagined becoming a personal physical therapist turned trainer for a group of broody bikers. However, life has this way of throwing curveballs at you when you least expect it. Not to mention the perk that I was now paid more with the Hellions as my only clients than at my last few jobs. As Roundman, the Hellions president, bluntly informed me in a meeting, "You have to deal with a bunch of knuckleheads, and I'm afraid you'll quit if the pay isn't good enough." Snorting at the memory, I can't help thinking that knuckleheads isn't exactly how I would refer to the rowdy men who work hard and play harder. After Tank's session, I have a quick workout with 2 other club members before going home for the day. With plans to go out, I head straight to the shower to wash off the ick of gym life. "Let's go, hooker," my sister Susie calls out as soon as I shut the shower off. "Hold your horses, woman." Damn impatient little thing. Then again, she always has been. My baby sister is visiting for a week. We don't see each other often, so having her here means the world to me. I wish she would have told me she was coming, though. Oh well. Count my blessings and don't question. She showed up late last night. After sleeping in this morning while I trained with the boys, she is now rip-roaring ready to go out on the town. I, on the other hand, am more than willing to snuggle in my bed with a good book. Baby girl gets what baby girl wants, though, so we are going out. The joke's on her. Coastal North Carolina doesn't have much for a nightlife. Definitely not what she's used to in Chicago. We grew up in the Sandhill region of central North Carolina. I went off to East Carolina University in Greenville, where I managed to earn a degree in physical therapy. After passing my state boards and getting licensed, I locked in a job at a rehabilitation facility where I met Tank and the Hellions MC. This all worked to land me where I am today. Susie has done well for herself. She got a full scholarship to Duke University. After years of studying and dedication, she achieved her PhD. Then, leaving the small-town life of Carolina in the rear view, she took a job with a pharmaceutical company in Chicago. I couldn't be prouder of her. Given our parental figures aren't shining examples or upstanding citizens, we both have overcome tremendous obstacles to be where we are today. Of course, my sister and I could have worked at a grocery store for the rest of our lives and still been better than them. Mom worked at the local diner that paid jack shit because she thought it was groovy. And our father was a long-haul trucker because he couldn't get any other decent-paying job due to his record. And both of them couldn't have cared less about the kids they left home alone. My sister pops her head around my bedroom door, her dirty blonde hair hanging like a waterfall. "Aren't you ready yet? I'm itching to go." Rolling my eyes at her impatience, I keep one hand on the towel wrapped around my body and use my other hand to grab one of the pillows on my bed to throw at her. She dodges the fluffy missile, continuing to walk into my room with her hands on her hips. With a big smile, she jokes, "You're getting ornery in your old age." Giving her the stink eye, I look over her outfit. Tonight she's wearing a shimmery black spaghetti-strap tank top, tight red pants, and 4-inch shiny black snakeskin heels. Total class and sass. If we weren't only a year apart in age, I would seriously wonder if she wasn't joking. Susie lives her life at a 100-mile-per-hour pace. One could easily figure that out about my sister after being in her presence for a few minutes. She's so full of energy that she practically bounces on her toes. Her brown eyes are super expressive, and she usually has a bright, easygoing smile on her face. Her wardrobe often matches her no-holds-barred attitude. I huff and shoo her out of my room so I can dry off and get dressed. I wouldn't say I'm the opposite of Susie, but I would say I like to live in the slow lane. I also don't stand out as much as my brightly shining younger sister. It's okay, though, because I'm good with who I am, inside and out. Physically, Susie and I only have two things in common: lush, curvy bodies and our warm, espresso-colored eyes. She is tall to my somewhat short 5'4" height, and her curves are more hourglass to my pear. The years of running make my bottom half stronger than my top, but daily activities keep me toned throughout. Unlike my sister, I keep my rich brown curly hair short in a messy bob. It is easy to style, yet still sexy. I also dress a bit more low-key with my own kind of flair. Tonight I have pulled out my favorite black dress pants and paired them with a white short-sleeved blouse that has a black lace overlay. Slipping my feet into a pair of black leather peep-toe booties, my outfit is done, and I'm headed back to the bathroom to do my makeup and hair. Quickly, I glam up, and then we head out for the night. First stop, Sparky's. It is a small hole-in-the-wall joint with dollar drafts and karaoke. 2 beers in, I smile as my sister dances on her bar stool. She has been glancing around since we got inside, making me wonder if she's expecting someone. Curiosity fills me. What brought on the surprise visit? She seems caught off guard by my question and almost stumbles off her stool. Gingerly sitting back down because of her heels, she starts peeling the label off her beer. I missed ya. Plus, I wanted a change in scenery. Raising an eyebrow at her, I smile. Long-term change? I can't hide the hope in my voice. She gives the same carefree laugh she always has. Coastal life isn't for me, Desiree. You're here now. That should say something. Yeah, it says occasionally I need to clear my lungs and breathe fresh air to funnel some of the smog out of my system. The music changes and the mood around us shifts as the 80s beat blares through the speakers. My sister and I both hop off our bar stools and hit the dance floor like 2 girls who just want to have fun. Childhood memories flash in my mind of hairbrush microphones, big hair, and high-top sneakers. Then we had our high school days and those 90s alternative years of vintage t-shirts and our grunge look, before going to college where we both found ourselves. I'm still more of a vintage rock t-shirt and jeans kind of girl, while Susie is more flair and frills. Even dancing, she seems distracted or on edge. Something most definitely is off. We have never had a relationship where we held back from each other, and I'm not about to let us start now. Are you scared of your shadow tonight or something? She jumps at my question, confirming my suspicions that there is some sort of problem, or that she's waiting for someone. Either way, sweet Susie is hiding something. She doesn't answer me. Instead, she grabs my hand and we head back to the bar for another drink. Avoidance doesn't work with me, baby girl. But I will let her have this play. For now.
Chapter 2. Hammer. Leaving the office at Alibi, I am wound tight. I blow out a breath and run my hand through my short, dirty blonde hair. Anger, frustration, and pure hatred course through me. I want to break something, kill someone, or fuck a broad senseless. My body craves release, my mind seeks escape, and my soul is so blackened nothing can save me from the hell waiting me in the afterlife. Eye for an eye, motherfucker. Some sick fuck is kidnapping, drugging, and torturing young women, specifically strippers and drug addicts here in South Beach. I want to find this son of a bitch and make him choke on his own damn dick. The regulators were already keeping an eye on the situation, trying to figure out who was behind the missing women because of the girls who work in our club. But he has gone too far now. A teen is missing. Brooke's best friend, to be exact. And Brooke is Ice's, our club prez's teenage daughter. Low blow, shithead. We were coming for you already, but now we are all over this like our next meal depends on it. This motherfucker landed himself on the wrong radar. The regulators are more than a band of brothers on bikes. We are a top-secret black ops team. It might be unusual to have bikers as government soldiers for hire, but it works. We each have prior military service and different areas of expertise. From intelligence to recon to making a motherfucker disappear, our team has every skill set covered. That's why we are one of the most efficient units ever formed. We will find him and make him pay. And as sergeant-in-arms for the club, I will personally have a part in taking him down. A group of the club barflies are hanging around in a corner. My eyes find the luscious ass of none other than Jane, and my dick gets hard instantly. Whistling over to their group, I get her attention. Hey Jane, I'm jonesing for some J-Action Jackson riding my cock tonight. You game, woman? Without hesitation, she walks away from her friends, licking her lips as she saunters toward me. There's no need to strut, chick. I don't need to be impressed. She has sucked my dick enough in the past. I'm already a fan of that mouth, that cunt, and that ass. Tonight I will pay tribute to her all-star status. As Jane continues her saunter over to where I stand next to the bar, I turn and order the prospect behind the bar to give me a bottle of beer. Nodding, he pops the top off and slides the bottle into my waiting hand just as Jane makes it to me. The beer is ice cold and feels damn good going down my throat. Licking her plump bottom lip, she zeroes her eyes in on my hard cock bulging behind my jeans. "Where have you been, stranger? I've been hoping to see you all night." If any other broad said that to me, I would be nervous that she might be getting attached. I know I don't have to worry about that with Jane, though. She's been hanging around the clubhouse long enough to know I don't want an old lady. All I'm looking for is a place to get off. It might make me sound like an asshole, but at least she knows, with me, she will get off too. I reach my free hand over and grab the waistband of her jeans to pull her body flush with mine as I tip my head back and drain half my beer. Slamming the bottle back on the bar top, I get right to the point. "Get naked," I command, knowing she loves to give a show. She gets off on it. Who am I to deny her? "Here?" A smile builds on her cheeks. "Right here, right now, woman. If you want my cock and everything you know I'll give you, then get naked." There is no doubt she's getting wet from knowing there are 5 brothers and 2 prospects hanging around right now, along with her group of friends. I know that's enough to make any woman skittish, but I'm betting she's more excited than put off. She bites her bottom lip, then slides her hands down the front of her shirt and grabs the hem. Jane hesitates for a split second, then pulls her shirt over her head. She loves this cat-and-mouse game, waiting for more instruction. Her small pause is only building anticipation for us both. She reaches for the button on her pants, but I shake my head. "Nope. Now the bra. I want to see your titties jiggle when you take off your jeans, darling." A couple of the men sitting around the bar laugh at what I said, and it makes Jane blush. Her hands change directions and reach behind her back to unhook her bra. Once it is loose, she slowly slides the straps down until her bra is hanging off her arms and then lets it drop to the floor. Her tanned, creamy skin glows in the low lights. I watch with hungry eyes as her 2 little rosy nipples pebble up from the cool air. Jane doesn't wait for my next command. She immediately unbuttons and unzips her jeans. I watch as she slides them down her toned legs until they pool at her feet before she steps out of them. Now she is in front of me in nothing but her thong, which I can see is already soaked with her juices. I can't wait to bury my dick into her tight walls and fuck the world away. She closes the distance between us and softly rakes her nails down my chest through my shirt. "What now, Hammer? Are we really going to do this here? Or are you ready to go somewhere else?" A lot of the guys would take her back to a room or a dark corner. I'm not a lot of the guys. Reaching up, I smooth the wild blonde hair back from her face until I'm fisting it at the back of her head. Holding her captive in front of me, I make sure we are on the same page. "If you want me, then you're gonna take me the way I want to give it to you. Tonight that means right here, right now, where everyone can see just how good you give it back to me. Nobody will touch you except me, but they're gonna see every dirty, delicious thing I do to your body. That bother you? Because if it does, let me know now and I'll end this." I know her answer before she gives it to me. I can see Jane's pulse point pounding wildly in her neck and the heat in her eyes. She wants whatever I want to give her because she knows it will be the best she has ever had. Jane nods her head. As I slide my left hand down the front of her body until I'm cupping her satin-covered pussy, I growl. "That little head nod isn't good enough for me right now, darling. Give me the words or I walk away." After moaning my name, she says, "Fuck me, Hammer. I'll take it however you want to give it to me." Now that's what I wanted to fucking hear. Slamming my lips down on hers, I kiss her breathless. I taste her mouth good because in a few seconds, she's going to taste a whole lot more of me. Letting her go, I step back a little and pick my bottle of beer back up. "Thongs, sweet woman, but lose it." She shimmies her panties down her legs, and I use my foot to pull one of the leather-padded bar stools away from the bar. Jane looks at the bar stool, then back at me. Bend over it. I'm ready to play. She wastes no time bending over the bar stool, bracing her hands on one of the rungs to get comfortable. She probably thinks I'm about to fuck her silly from behind. I'm not. Walking to stand in front of her, I undo my jeans and push them down with my boxers until my cock is out and right in front of her face. Jane's eyes get big again, and she squirms a little on the bar stool in excitement. When she looks up to my face, I can't help the way the side of my lips kick up in a half smile at her enthusiasm. Make it good, woman. She uses one of her hands to guide me into her mouth as I use one of my hands to pick my beer back up. The feeling of her hot, eager mouth sliding up and down my cock as I drink my beer feels like heaven. It doesn't take long before my beer is empty and my hips are pistoning to fuck her face. The prospect watching avidly behind the bar goes to grab my empty beer bottle, but I stop him. I promised Jane I would make it good, and I'm damn well about to start doing just that without losing her mouth. Looking down at her face, I give her all the warning I'm willing to give. You're hot, Jane. I'm gonna cool you down. Taking the still cold beer bottle in my left hand, I brace my weight on the bar top with my right hand, then bend over enough to slowly slide the neck of the bottle into Jane's sopping wet pussy. She moans around my cock, and that's all I need to know she enjoys the cool glass inside of her warm cunt. I fuck her shallowly with both the bottle and my cock for a few more minutes to tease her. Either way, I know I'm not giving her enough in her mouth or her pussy. She will never get off this way, but watching her body tremble in anticipation lets me know she is so excited it won't take much more. I pull the bottle out of her first, bringing it to my face where she can see me lick her wetness. You taste good, Jane. The moan she lets out is so good it damn near makes me come prematurely, but I manage to pull myself out and stop it from happening. My brothers catcall and whistle at the show we are giving them, but Jane is so amped up I'm not sure she even notices. I'm done with the preliminaries. Now it is time to get in and get us both off. Pulling Jane up off the bar stool, I spin her around and sit her back down, facing me. Pushing her gently backward until her back hits the rounded edge of the bar, I let her settle in. I pull a condom out of my back pocket, glove up, brace a hand on the stool next to Jane's ass, and slam myself home inside of her saturated pussy. She throws her head back and screams excitedly at the fast intrusion, which only makes me harder somehow. My thrusts are fast and merciless, the hard pounding causing her breasts to bounce wildly. The walls of her pussy squeeze me, letting me know she's close to coming all over my cock. I use my thumb to rub over her clit as I fuck her. It doesn't take long until she is coming so hard I worry she may break my dick off with the power of her grip. I feel the tingling at the base of my spine, so I pull out of her body again. Her pussy is one of the tightest I have ever had. I know from past experience her ass is even tighter, and that is where I plan on finishing. Jane is swaying on her feet, panting and glassy-eyed with pleasure, as I hold her up with one hand and move the bar stool out of my way with the other. Turning her around, I place her hands on the bar, then gently kick her legs apart so she is exactly where I want her. She has one of the finest asses in South Beach, lush, round, and totally spankable. Palming each of her cheeks, I spread them wide to reveal all of her to me. Then, dipping my fingers inside her pussy, I push them in and out until they are soaking wet with the cream from her orgasm. I then slowly push one of my fingers against her rosette until it gives, and my finger surges in. She jumps up to her tiptoes at the invasion, but moans wantonly. I pump inside of her darkest depths until she feels loose enough for more, and then I add another finger. Continuing this process, I work her over until I have 3 fingers pumping in and out of her ass. This is as ready as she is going to get for me. Pressing against her back, I drive my dick into her pussy again to get it as wet as I can, then lean over and put my lips to the shell of her ear. You gonna let me take that ass, darling? She nods her head wildly, but that isn't enough for me. Once again, I want the words. I use my teeth to nip her earlobe, then growl, "Tell me what you're gonna give me, Jane." "My ass," she wails desperately as I sink myself repeatedly into her cunt. "What do you want me to do with your sweet ass?" I murmur back. "Fuck it. Please fuck my ass, Hammer." Damn straight, woman. I pull myself out of her pussy, then place the tip of my cock at her rosette as I pull my fingers out. I don't wait for her to close up again before I push myself in carefully. I would never hurt a woman who trusted me enough to be this intimate with her. However, I will do my best to turn her inside out until the edge of pain mixes with pleasure. I keep pushing slowly until I am seated completely inside of her, then give her body time to adjust. Looking up, I have no doubt that every brother's eyes are glued to the sexy blonde. It feels good to cut loose and get lost in a woman who is open to being wild. As Jane's body relaxes around me again, I feel the tightening and throbbing in my balls. It won't be long now before I am done, and I want Jane to get off one more time before I do. My eyes land on my empty beer bottle in front of her, and I know it is exactly what I need. Grabbing it, I guide Jane's hand around it and then move it down until it is poised at the apex of her legs. She begins rocking her body against me and murmuring all sorts of incoherent things as I use her own hand to guide the bottle back into her body as I did before. "Please, Hammer. Oh, God, please." Putting my lips at her ear, I demand, "Tell me what you want again, Jane." As I quicken the strokes of the bottle inside of her while still inside her ass, she screams, "Fuck my ass, please." Hell yeah. I pull out to almost my tip and plunge back inside her, riding her while making sure she keeps the bottle moving inside her pussy so I can feel it rubbing up against me through her thin walls. My balls drop tight to my body, and I fight the need to come so I can push Jane over the edge before I explode inside her. My strokes start coming a little harder in my desperation, but I know I'm not hurting her, because she is moaning about it being the best of her life. Just when I start to wonder if I'm going to be able to get her off again, Jane goes rigid in my arms and screams out in ecstasy. My dick can't take the vice of her muscles around me. It pushes me over into my own orgasm that is so hard a buzz sounds in my ears, and I think I might go blind from the pleasure. Yet somehow I manage to hold myself. We are both breathing raggedly, and Jane's entire body still trembles from her back-to-back releases. Once I catch my breath, I push myself up and off her, making sure not to move away in case she's unable to hold herself up. Pulling the condom off my cock with one hand, I tuck my cock back into my jeans with the other hand, and then back up. But when Jane sways, I reach out so she doesn't fall to the floor. I can't help myself. I laugh that I have basically fucked her stupid. Holding her steady, I turn at the waist and throw the condom in the open trash can behind me before turning back around and pulling her up until she rests against my chest. "You okay, woman?" Through her shallow little gasps for air, I hear her mumble somewhat incoherently, "I think I saw Jesus." Confused, but definitely more than amused, I turn her around to face me. "You think you saw Jesus?" Her head bobs up and down almost drunkenly. "Well, at least I hope I did, since I'm pretty sure I just died and went to heaven. You'd want to see Jesus then too, right?" I throw my head back and laugh. The woman is a little nutty, but a damn good time. She pulls away from me and wobbles on her feet for a second before finding her footing. Bending down, she scoops her clothes up in her hands to hold them against her chest like a shield, and then turns back to me. Giving me a saucy smile, she says, "You're one hell of a man, Hammer. Let me know if you ever change your mind about having an old lady, because whoever makes it there with you is one hell of a lucky lady." Not giving me a chance to respond, Jane turns around and sachets her ass to the restroom, ignoring all the rowdy bikers throwing catcalls her way. Somehow, even though she just fucked me in a room full of bikers, the woman still manages to hold up her head with a sort of class I'm not sure any other broad could pull off. Jane might think I'm one hell of a catch, but the thought goes both ways. Whoever lands Jane Jackson one day will be one lucky motherfucker. In another time, another place, maybe we could have been more. but she's not it for the long run with me. Hell, I'm starting to wonder if there is a woman out there who has what it takes to be in it for the long run with me. Not that I want an old lady, but as the saying goes, never say never.
Desiree. In the 2 days Susie has been here, her behavior has gone from strange to downright paranoia. When I got home last night, she had the deadbolt secured, the chain in place, and she had even set my alarm while she was inside. I mean, sure, I have the at-home feature where the alarm is on, but I can move around the house freely without tripping it. If someone were to set off the window settings or I pushed my panic button, the alarm is ready to go off to emergency services. But who actually uses it? Not me, ever. My sister knows how in-depth my security system is. So what is going through her head that she feels she needs that kind of protection? Typically, when we visit, we stay up late into the night talking. But not this trip. Also, we have been sleeping in, which is unusual for my sister. It is her vacation, though, so I try hard not to overthink it. She has kept to herself except the first night we went out. She's got me worried, and I'm going to try to stick as close to her as I can while she's here with me, in an attempt to figure her out. My inner Nancy Drew wants to come out and play investigator. When I hear her come out of the guest room and move into the kitchen, I make my way out to join her. At my movement, she jumps. Grabbing her chest, she looks at me in sheer panic. "What the hell are you doing? You should be at work." "I didn't mean to startle you. I took the day off so we could go out." The club is good to me, so calling off my sessions today was no big deal. Immediately, her face pales. "I'm not feeling well. Go to work, I'll stay in and rest." "Then I'll stay in and make you soup." She crosses her arms over her chest as if she is annoyed with me, but I can see her hands trembling. "Damn it, Des, I said go to work. I'm not going anywhere and you don't have to babysit me. I'm not a kid anymore. I can take care of myself." I take a step back as her words assault me. I am right. Something is definitely wrong. This is not my sister in front of me. This is a pale, scared imitation of her. "What's going on, Susie?" She huffs angrily. "I came here for a break. Is that not allowed?" As sisters, we have fought before, but I can't help the feeling that it is not me she's trying to fight here. I throw my hand up in the air in disbelief. "Slow down, sister. What is really happening here?" I watch her eyes glass over in unshed tears before she takes a deep breath, pushing it all back, her features closing down as she masks every emotion. "Drop it, Des. I'm here for a few more days. Let me relax while I can. The less you know, the better." Frustration builds inside me and hurt consumes me. How can she shut me out? Me, her flesh and blood. I feel like there is a gulf between us that is slowly getting wider and wider with every panicked breath she breathes and every denial she gives me. However, we have never had secrets between us, and I'm not about to start now. "Susie Sunshine." I try using her childhood pet name to reconnect. Don't you!" she cries out, making her way to the guest room. "Drop it, Des. For your safety and mine, please drop it." Before I can follow her, she shuts the door, and I hear the click of the lock. I'm left at yet another loss with her. What do I do now? My mind races with unanswered questions. Is she in danger? She mentioned safety. Did someone follow her here? Does she understand that the Hellions would help her, protect her if I ask? What has baby girl gotten herself into? I dress quickly after sending a quick text message to Tank, asking to meet with him. Then, double-checking the alarm, I leave my house with unease. Pulling into the Hellions compound, I don't hesitate to get inside the clubhouse and to the table Tank is occupying. "Beer?" he asks as I sit beside him. My eyes are as big as saucers at his question. "It's not even 10 yet. Don't you think it's a little early to drink?" "Well, I'm not the one texting in such a panic I misspell words. I've seen a lot of shit over the years, Des. In all this time, you've never once asked to see me out of our scheduled training time. I figured you might need a drink. That's all." I laugh, but it is not genuine. "I think my sister's in trouble, Tank." He leans back in his chair as if he doesn't have a care in the world. With his arms crossed over his chest, his tattoos seem to jump out at me. Trepidation fills me. What if he won't help me find out what is wrong with Susie? "Trouble, huh?" I nod at him and bite my lip, silently praying he will step in for me. "What information do you have?" Hell, how do I answer this? I have a hunch, a feeling. He throws back his head, laughing. "You called me out here over women's intuition?" He leans forward, putting his elbows on the table and staring at me intently now. "Well, you make it sound kind of stupid, but yes, it's mostly a feeling I have." With a glare that would make some men cower, he says, "Tell me every detail. Leave nothing out, including your hunch, and all those feelings you women have about everything." He is serious. He is going to help me. Ooh. Relief washes over me. He looks at me intently. "Des, don't ever doubt me, or the Hellions. We've got your back. Always." With a sigh, I begin. "I don't have much, Tank. Susie came here unannounced. She's been on edge. Then this morning, when I said I was spending the day with her, she freaked out. When I questioned her, she told me to drop it for my safety and hers. I think my baby sister is in some kind of trouble. I don't have the first clue what kind, though." He raises his pierced eyebrow at me. "She got a reason to run from something. From someone. Bastard ex, motherfucker at work." I shake my head. "Not that I know of." "But your gut says she's running." I nod as tears fill my eyes. "My woman. She learned the hard way that you women gotta trust your gut. Listen to that intuition y'all got. Don't ever hesitate about anything involving your family. Des, you help me heal. Your family. Let me handle this, yeah?" "Thank you, Tank," I whisper, as my heart beats loudly in my ears. "I need her full name, social security number if you have it, and her address in Chi-Town. Keep her close and keep a low profile. I'll get some boys on it." Pulling out my phone, I forward her contact information with her address to him. I don't have her social. "Send me yours. We might be able to use your parents' old tax docs to get hers. Give me a few days to see what we come up with." With a nod, he gets up. We hug and say goodbye, and then I head back home with the hope that, whatever is going on with my sister, Tank and the Hellions will fix it before it gets worse.
Chapter 3. Hammer. After months of work, recon, and putting our entire team on the job, we were set to infiltrate the office of Lazaro Sandoval, the man discovered to be behind the kidnapping of Brooke's friend and the other missing women from the area. It wasn't easy information to discover, and it took the combined cooperation of both the Regulators and another Black Ops group, the X-Ops, to find the man responsible. 2 good men from the X-Ops team lost their lives while trying to close this case, but now the Regulators are set up to shut down one of the biggest sex slave traffickers in North America. Using the reputation we have gained as a motorcycle club who likes to cross the legal lines, we worked our way into buying drugs from Sandoval. Then, after a few transactions, we inquired about buying the other hot commodity on the black market: girls. It was risky with a man like Sandoval, but it was what we had to do if we were going to find Madison before it was too late. Today we are ready to shut down Sandoval's operation, and we're hoping like hell the best friend of our Prez's daughter is still alive for us to rescue. We have men in prime locations to cover our entrance and extraction from the building, but we chose a smaller team to deal with what we find inside. Setting our operation for broad daylight is a gamble, but it gives us the advantage of not being expected. Sandoval lessens his guards during the day. That's mistake number 2, motherfucker. Number 1 was taking the girls in the first damn place. From the camera feeds we hacked into, the building looks like a warehouse or a storage space. However, what we find is actually an old hotel owned by a local plastic surgeon who also owns the private hangar Sandoval used for all our previous transactions. Part of the facility is set up like a deluxe spa for the doctor's patients to recover after procedures. The other half of the building holds some downright dark business, and the bastards who partake in it. Apparently, Sandoval spreads his money out to cover all of his operations under the guise of truly legitimate commerce. Smart man. This is one of the reasons he has lasted as long as he has in such a brutal and uncompromising business. The main reason he survives and thrives is because he is one sick and twisted fuck who is feared by many. Thoughts of why Sandoval is so feared and how many innocents have suffered at his hands make my trigger finger itch to squeeze and unload a few rounds of justice into his sadistic ass. The women he has tortured, raped, and killed, the countless other civilian lives he has snuffed out on his selfish path to his dirty fortune, it all makes me want to leave the man looking like a human piece of Swiss cheese. There is something I learned years ago that keeps me from losing my cool, though. After I went into the Army, I heard one of the recruits ask a drill instructor why he was such an asshole. It took a lot of balls for the man to say that, because he could have received worse than just the 100 push-ups. Our drill instructor gave him this answer: "It is better to be feared than loved if you cannot be both." I stood there and watched the frustrated recruit force out those push-ups after we had trained all day with our weapons and 60-pound rucksacks on our backs. I knew he had to be exhausted. There were a few times his arms shook from the overexertion. Still, that recruit's body steadily rose and fell as he performed his punishment. That wasn't the thing that stuck with me, though. Nor was it what the instructor had said to the man. No. The bit of memory that helps me through is how that recruit pushed himself back to his feet after finishing his push-ups and asked the instructor for permission to speak freely. Curious, the drill instructor granted it. The recruit looked him dead in the eye and said, "Sir, perhaps one should prefer to be feared if they cannot be loved, but Machiavelli also stated, if an injury has to be done to a man, it should be so severe that his vengeance need not be feared." That recruit later became one of the best snipers the military has ever produced. There were many nights I wondered if that drill sergeant shit himself when things went bump in the night, worried he pissed the wrong man off. Lord knows I would look over my shoulder if I were that instructor. It also taught me that if I had to unleash my rage on someone who deserved it due to their actions, then they sure as fuck didn't deserve to breathe by the time I was done. Knowing Sandoval has his end coming today keeps my mind on the mission and our need to rescue the teenage girl he took. The location of the feeds has narrowed our recovery efforts to a janitor's closet. It happens to have an underground parking garage next to it for our vans. We can see the cameras as we enter, but our resident computer guru, Screech, has scrambled their feed. The lack of guards on the garage is the mistake we plan to exploit the most. They didn't want to put suspicion on the building having guards visible in the parking or outdoor areas. That is a fatal flaw in protection, and they are about to find out just how fatal. Exiting the 4 vans, we each prepare our teams for their tasks. Ice and his team ready themselves to enter the service room. Cole and his team move in to make the ascent through the stairwells to find Sandoval himself. My team is on standby outside the garage's exits to assist either team inside should the need arise. Our job is to move the vans we brought to carry the women out once it is secure to do so. We also serve as additional coverage to make sure not one bastard makes it out of this building alive. Securing the vans and our support location, we wait. Impatiently. Every man on my crew wants nothing more than to be inside, kicking these motherfuckers' asses. We all burn with the desire to right the wrongs they created. We will do what is best for the mission, though, and set aside our needs to shed blood in the name of justice. My training kicks in, and I slow my breathing, calming my craving to fuck something up. Through my earpiece, I can hear commotion from both Ice and Cole. My boys and I do our best not to get antsy, but sometimes it is harder to sit and wait than being in the thick of the fight. Just when I'm starting to worry, the garage door opens and Big Jim and Skid carry crates filled with women out, one by one. Some of the girls cry out in panic, begging to be set free, while others are so drugged they lie there unmoving, drool sliding down their chins. A few of the girls are so thin they look emaciated. My guess is they are the ones who have been held hostage the longest. And all of them have bruising or some kind of injury. I even see a few women with blood caked down their legs, and I have this sick feeling in my stomach it's not from their monthly period. One girl's arm is bent down at an unnatural angle, lying limply next to her body. Thank God she is one of the unresponsive ones. We don't need her screaming from pain as her cage is jostled around. I'm enraged at the sight of the broken women, but I don't have time to dwell on it. If we are going to get them all to safety, I have to keep my men moving. It will be faster to transport the women out of here if we leave them in their cages. Well, that's what I console my guilt with as they plead to be let out. The truth is, in the planning of this mission, we had to make the hard decision to leave the women in the cages because we couldn't risk them freaking out on us as we try to rescue them. If they so much as bit us or scratched us and broke skin, we might be susceptible to a disease that could be transferred through blood or saliva. It might sound cold, but the facts are that these women were forced to serve men and were stuck with needles. I might not like it, but I understood the logic. Taking the cages one by one, we fill the vans. Then the drivers get the girls safely out of the area as fast as possible, while I exit the garage to grab the last van. Backing the van up to the garage door, I find Cole standing with a gun pointed to Sandoval's head. I come to a screeching stop, and Cole opens the vehicle's back door, then shoves Sandoval in as he follows. Big Jim climbs in behind them and immediately restrains our captive with zip ties. Other than a few Spanish mutterings, Sandoval is far too settled for my liking. He is a cocky bastard, but he is way too comfortable for a man who is sure to die in a matter of hours. It makes my gut churn, which is not a good sign. Unfortunately, I won't be part of his death. I climb out and round the van, letting Skid take over driving. I'm ready to clean up with my team, meaning we are going to set the building to blow. I hope Sandoval will still be alive when I catch up with Ice. I even grabbed one of the extra tasers we keep in the office for our strippers if they need it. I want the satisfaction of putting it to his nuts and frying them before Cole finishes him off. Going to the last vehicle left, I grab my explosives. The bombs will have the building crumble with as little damage to the surrounding buildings as possible. There will still be casualties to some businesses in the area, but that is what they make insurance for. At least, that is how I see it. My guys are heading out in front of me, everyone making their way back inside the hotel through a janitor's service room, when we hear a car pull up. I press into our communication link, wondering if I missed a warning. Was the path not clear for Skid to drive out? My men and I are ready to set the detonators and close this mission down. Keep moving, I command to my guys as I turn to look behind us. About 8 feet away from me is the door that leads to the hotel's employee entrance that Jinx is the last to go through. At a cursory glance, I don't see anything, just the small, empty hotel parking lot and the concrete wall surrounding it, which gives nowhere to hide. My comm link crackles. I hear Ice call my name in warning as tires squeal, and a black sedan comes barreling around the corner from the entrance toward me. Logically, I know from experience this is all happening fast, yet to me, it is as if the entire thing is in slow motion. Out of my peripheral vision, I see Jinx running toward me in an attempt to help, but I know it's too late for me. I reach out and push him back toward the garage door, to safety, as the car slams into me. My body twists with the impact, and my back slams into the unforgiving concrete wall. My entire body lights up in pain from head to my toe. I hear a loud whoosh, whoosh, whoosh ringing in my ears, and it takes me a second to realize it's my frantic heartbeat. Somewhere in the foggy recess of my mind, it's trying to tell me that I'm in shock and trouble. Opening my eyes, I realize I'm lying on top of the car's hood, and I can't feel my legs. Not good. Not fucking good at all. My lungs start to burn like hell, and it takes me a second or two to figure out it is because I haven't taken a breath. Opening my mouth to breathe in, I feel like someone has poured kerosene inside my chest, then thrown a match on me. Everything burns so badly until I fear trying to take another breath. Little gray dots encroach on the edges of my vision as all of that first aid training from the army kicks in. I'm about to lose consciousness. I have to let Ice know there is trouble before that happens, though. Using every last ounce of strength I have, I force myself to spit out the words that need to be said. I'm down. Then everything goes black.
Desiree. Arriving home, dread fills me when I find my sister isn't there. Instinctively, I call her phone. Ring, 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 ring. Hey, you've reached me, but I'm not available at the moment. Leave a message at the beep and I'll call you later. Tears fill my eyes as my stomach twists and dread fills me. It's me, Desiree, I say when her voicemail beeps for me to leave a message. Call me so I know you're okay. I pace my home, wash the coffee mugs in the sink, and continue to worry. Suddenly it hits me. Since college, I have had Susie on my cell phone plan. Our parents, one being an ex-con and the other being a complete hippie, don't believe in the need to spend money on communication devices to keep up with their children. Honestly, I don't think they wanted to know anything we did or if we were safe anyway. Their belief that the government would somehow control individuals through the tiny devices was a perfect excuse to keep them off the hook. Going to my laptop, I fire it up and log into my phone account. Smartphone tracking. Thank you, whichever genius came up with this app. I follow the screen to where I should hopefully find my sister. The map shows her out in the Croatan National Forest. What the hell? My sister isn't one for trails and hiking. She doesn't even like the idea of the country because it has bugs. Due to that, the idea she suddenly wants to take a walk among the pine trees inhabited by black bears and saltwater estuaries that alligators live in is utterly ridiculous. Half an hour later, I park my car, then follow the screen as I make my way to the Cedar Point Tideland Trail. We are in the off-season, so there aren't many cars in the parking area. The van with blacked-out windows causes me to pause. Every other vehicle is a truck with a stainless steel dog cage in the back for their hunting dogs or pulling a trailer with ATVs. With only 3 trucks and the van, I can't help the dread that washes over me that she possibly came here in that very van. Something inside me stops me from yelling out her name. Call it instinct, women's intuition, or the bond I have with my sister. But somehow I keep myself focused on finding her and not simply yelling out, giving the world my location. I just quietly make my way along the trail. Listening intently, I can hear shuffling up ahead. Slowly, I creep up, and the scene before me guts me. My mind stops as I try to take in what is in front of me. My baby sister is naked and tied to a tree. She has blood running down her legs, and her breasts are cut so severely they are hanging at awkward angles and look like they are barely attached to her body anymore. Her face is swollen and beaten so badly she is unrecognizable. If it weren't for the ornate, swirling, watercolored seashell tattoo on her foot, I wouldn't have known it was her. I lunge forward, wanting to save her, but my instincts stop me. Despite the shock of seeing her like that, something in me reminds me that I'm outnumbered and have no weapons. Standing in front of her are 2 men. The shorter one looks to be about my height, and he is dressed in an ill-fitting navy suit and white dress shirt. In his hand is a wicked-looking knife, the likes I have only seen hunters use, and perhaps a few of the Hellions MC brothers wear strapped to their thighs from time to time. The angry man's brown hair is perfectly sculpted, and seems at odds with his dress clothes covered in dark red spots. It horrifies me. The second man is much taller, with darker hair and a bodybuilder frame. His thick muscles are only covered by a black t-shirt and black cargo pants. If the first guy is supposed to be the brains of the duo, then this guy is probably the brawn. It doesn't escape me that he has a gun strapped to his waist, and there is no telling what other weapons they may have on them. The two of them could have easily come out of some poorly made mob movie. "You should have done what we asked, Susie," the man growls at her. "Now, because you didn't, I'm standing here covered in your blood, when I have better things to do. Not to mention I'm gonna have to trash this suit. You have any idea what it cost me, bitch?" I gasp as he runs his knife across her stomach. Susie looks toward me, her eyes meeting mine at the same time her tormentors spot me. "Run!" Susie chokes out in a yell, before the man in front of her brings his knife up and slits her throat. Her eyes never leave mine. As the blood runs out of her and the life leaves her body, I finally react. Not thinking, I drop my phone in my haste as I turn and take off into the woods, my survival instinct kicking in. I run like my life depends on it because it does. Susie, my Susie Sunshine, my best friend, my confidant, my baby sister is dead. Her life was snuffed out in a manner too horrific to imagine, let alone witness. Nothing will ever be able to erase the sight of my sister's blood, running so freely that it poured like a waterfall from her open throat and soaked into the ground beneath her feet. My mind races, and my body kicks into overdrive as I continue deeper into the woods. The branches cut into my skin, but I don't stop, don't slow. I just run. Before I know it, I am deep into the national park and nowhere near the trail. My ankles and knees jar harshly as I run on the uneven terrain. I even trip a few times, yet somehow manage to keep myself from falling. The branches of the trees around me tear at my hair and clothes, scratching me raw. Not that I'm going to complain about those scratches. Ever. A little scratch is nothing compared to the horror my sister just died from. I don't know how long I run. I just go, sending a silent thank you to above for all the training and conditioning I do in my job. When my muscles start to burn from overuse and my lungs feel like they are going to explode, I stop as cautiously as I can. Listening, I don't hear footsteps behind me. Therefore, I decide to rest and gather my bearings. Leaning against the large tree beside me, I slow my breathing as my body comes down from the endorphins and adrenaline rush. As fatigue fills me, I drop to the ground, rest my back against the trunk of the tree, and hang my head. Tears fall freely as I think of what I witnessed. What was my sister involved in? Why did they have to kill her? Thinking of the pain she endured, I want to cry out, but fear silences me. I fist the leaves around me, letting her dying eyes haunt my mind. The agony, the pleading, and the apologies she was silently sending me all wash over me. Time has passed in a blur. Night has now fallen, and the woods are far too dark for me to safely traverse. Exhaustion consumes me, and I find myself drifting to sleep against my will.
Chapter 4. Hammer. Fire. I feel a fire inside me. Pain. This is a pain like nothing I have ever felt before. The beeping noise beside me is giving me a headache. What the fuck did I drink last night? I have never had a hangover this bad. Last night. My mind is blank. Yesterday. My mind is blank. I try to move my head. I can't move. Panic fills me. I can't move. I struggle to open my eyes, to shift my legs, to move my hands, or to turn my head. I can't fucking move. I want to yell, throw something, fuck somebody up, but I can't do anything. Will someone please shut that fucking beeping noise off? Slowly, I think, am I in the hospital? Hospital. Why would I be in any medical facility? I blink, finally. My eyes slowly focus on a tiled ceiling above me. A few of the tiles are stained from age and perhaps an old leak. The lighting is dim, and I'm conscious enough to be grateful for that. Shifting my gaze, I see a TV is on but muted, and an oversized dry erase board is directly underneath it with the words, "My Care Board." I am in a hospital, and according to the neat blue handwriting on the board, my nurse's name is Dorothy. I try to look down, but I'm held immobile. I groan in frustration. "Hammer, chill. Let me get the nurse." A voice calls out to me, a familiar voice. Who is he? When a man comes to stand over me, his eyes call to me. As if in rewind, everything flashes in my head. Mission. Regulators MC. Our team. We are undercover as outlaw bikers, but we aren't outlaws. We take down the criminals. By any means necessary. I took an oath. Brett Ice Grady, my club prez, he took it too. We are in this together. The girls. Did we get the girls? I twist my face in discomfort as so many questions for why I'm in this bed race through my mind. My brother Evan comes over and grips my hand. "The nurse is coming. She'll get the neck brace off and untie your hands. You've sustained a serious injury and had surgery. They didn't want you to wake up in a panic. They need to know you're calm in order to take all this stuff off." I give him a small nod. My mouth is dry. My tongue feels like sandpaper. I need water. This is worse than any mission we faced in the desert when we had to ration our water. I smack my lips loudly, then hear one of the guys laugh. Evan holds an ice cube over my lips and runs it across the seam. Ice chips. Seriously, I'm an injured man and these fuckers tease me with one fucking piece of ice? My face must show my annoyance because Evan smiles. "Hang in there. Once they clear you, they will give you more options. Go slowly this time, brother." A nurse comes in and removes my neck brace as she rambles off my bland diet and the step-by-step process of building me to solids. She puts some medication in my IV without a second thought, as if this is all second nature to her. Well, it may be for her, but for me, being helpless like this is a torture worse than any terrorist could ever give me. After she releases my wrists, I happily move my arms and twist my head to the obnoxious machine keeping up with my heartbeat, blood pressure, and oxygen rate. "Mr. McCoy, the doctor will be in shortly to go over your injuries with you. Until then, I imagine your mouth is dry. As I stated previously, at this time, you can only have ice chips to give you some moisture." I nod my understanding as I take a mental assessment of my body. My legs. The pain is from my lower half. I'm starting to move the blanket when Evan's firm hand comes down to stop me. He shakes his head and I lay my head back against the pillow in frustration. A few moments later, a silver-haired doctor enters my room and begins his assessment. "Mr. McCoy," he begins in his obnoxiously high-pitched voice that only grates on my nerves further. "You suffered superficial lacerations and quite a bit of bruising. After x-rays, we found you had an intertrochanteric fracture, which in simple terms means you have a severe hip fracture between the neck of your femur and the lower jutting bone we call the lesser trochanter. The lesser trochanter is important because it serves as an attachment point for a vital muscle in your hip. This sort of fracture can cause life-threatening complications. You underwent an extensive surgery to repair the damage to your hips and the torn muscle. We had to insert a compression hip screw to secure your hip bones back into proper placement. It is my understanding you were hit by a car that pinned you to a concrete wall. From the way you came in and the damage inside, honestly, Mr. McCoy, you're lucky to be alive, and that we were able to repair your hip at all. If, after physical therapy, you are still unable to walk, we might have to go back in and give you a complete hip replacement. You have a long road ahead of you, but you are young, fit, and healthy, so it looks promising for you to walk again." Promising? Did he just say it looks promising for me to walk again?
Desiree. Waking up to the morning dew resting over my now aching body, I sigh. My night was spent restlessly waking to every noise in the woods. However, I couldn't bring myself to move. Fear, sadness, anger, desperation. All of these emotions held me still. I have no way out. They know I saw them. I saw what they did to her, to my sister, my precious baby sister. They know I can identify them. I can testify. I'm a liability. What the hell am I going to do? Slowly, I stand and stretch, feeling helpless. Then I take in my surroundings and find my direction. By now, they have found my car. Knowing I can't go back to it, I set my mind to the local direction and head out, knowing the forest comes out along 2 different highways. I can come out on Highway 24 and get to a gas station to call Tank, or come out on Highway 58 and make my way to Haywood's Landing without issue. The walk is long, and my body aches, but I push through my discomfort and make my way to a boat ramp, rather than the highways I was hoping for. Apparently, I shouldn't be on a survival challenge. I would most definitely fail. Dawn is just breaking as 2 old men drop their boats in the river. I see their gaze hit mine, and I blink. After taking what feels like one long look at me, they rush over. I can't imagine the thoughts in their heads as they see the scraped-up mess of a woman I am right now. My hair is wild around my face, my body is weak, and my eyes are swollen from crying. I'm sure I have tear streaks and dirt running down my cheeks, as well as the scratches covering every piece of exposed skin. "What's your name? We need to call you an ambulance," one of them says immediately. Fear grips me. No, I just need to call my friend for a ride. My mind isn't thinking rationally. My single thought is of the Hellions. I don't feel safe, and I know they will protect me. I don't know anything about the 2 men who killed my Susie. What if they have someone at the police station who works for them? What if they are waiting for me to end up at the hospital? My sister. I gasp. I need to call the police so they can get her body. But then I have to answer questions. I need help. I need to calm down and think this all through. In order to do that, though, I need to feel safe. The other man reaches in his overall pocket and hands me his cell phone. "Call your people, girl. Then we'll get you to the hospital." He spits his chewing tobacco out on the ground next to me as I take his phone with shaking hands. I call the one person I know I can trust in this situation. "Tank." He barks into the phone. "It's Des. Come and get me," I whisper. "Where you at? What the fuck happened?" "I'm in Croatan. I'll explain when you get here." I rattle off the name of the boat ramp, fighting to keep my emotions at bay, knowing I won't be alone soon. "Don't move. I'm on my way." I fold the old flip phone closed and hand it back to the kind stranger. What takes less than 15 minutes on a regular day seems to take an eternity. I can't help looking around me, waiting for the bad guys to jump out and get me, while the 2 fishermen watch me intently before the first one goes to his truck and comes back with a sweatshirt. "Put this on." He tosses it to me. "You're shaking something fierce." The rumble of the Harley hits my ears and tears fill my eyes. Tank pulls up, and the 2 old guys actually move to stand in front of me as a sign of protection. I almost laugh. Almost. "He's here for me. Thank you." They both move back, and Tank looks at me cautiously as he cuts off his bike and drops the kickstand. I'm over to him before he can dismount. He holds me in a one-arm hug as I sob on his shoulder. "Shh," he comforts. "You gotta calm down. Where's your sister?" I shake my head and cry harder. He pulls away. "You've gotta tell me, Desiree. Where is your sister?" Looking over my shoulder, I see the 2 older men have gone back to their boats, but they are keeping their eyes on me and Tank. I'm sure seeing the big tattooed and pierced biker has a multitude of questions running through their minds. "Susie," I choke out. She's... I stutter, unable to control myself. "She's dead, Tank. They killed her in front of me. They know who I am. They're gonna get me next." He reaches up and grips the back of my neck tightly, forcing me to look at him.
Ain't nothing gonna get to you. I know this shit is hard, but you gotta tell me everything. If your sister's dead, where's the body? Why are you in the woods? Where are these guys? Why did they kill Susie?
With as much control as I can muster, I replay the events of yesterday and my night in the woods. He doesn't move, only listens intently as if his own life depends on it. After a few phone calls, Tank looks at me sadly.
Sid, Roundman is calling the cops for us. He's getting us some guys we can trust. You've got to tell him what's going on. Then I've got to get you to the clubhouse to put you on lockdown. Do you need to go to the hospital?
He pauses, raising an eyebrow at me.
And, get checked?
I'm okay. Just scrapes. They didn't catch me. My sister, though. I start to sob again. It doesn't take long before there are a number of different law enforcement vehicles parked around me. I'm a little staggered to see the Cape Carteret Police Department, the Carteret County Sheriff's Department, and the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation all there, not to mention an ambulance and a fire truck. I know the fire department is there because they are first responders and have joined the search for Susie's body. What upsets me the most, though, is that the ambulance is there to check up on me. I would give anything for them to be there to take care of my sister because she was still alive. An agent with the state starts questioning me with his partner. Typically, I would have to go to the station for this, but given my state of unease and the Hellion's pull, we go over as much as we can from the car. The detective Tank knows personally is crouched in front of the back of the patrol car's open door, where I sit on the back seat. They are all patient and kind, as I am carefully questioned about the men I saw and the events that took place. Something about this tenderness only makes me want to fall apart that much more. A half hour after they all arrive, while I am again telling the detectives what happened, loud shouts sound from the woods. Radios suddenly crackle and bark with activity. It takes the sad look on one of the detectives' faces to figure out what has happened. They found Susie's body. I have told them 3 times now exactly what happened. How I used the tracking app to find my sister in the woods and how she died tied to the tree naked and tortured. I know they have to ask me so many times because they need to make sure I'm telling the truth. But if we don't stop talking about this soon, I'm going to fall apart in a way no one will ever be able to piece me back together again. All conversation stops as the medical examiners leave their truck, carrying a long black body bag toward the woods. I didn't think it was possible, but my heart shatters all over again at the implications of that bag. Apparently, in all my running around, some of it was in circles. With where I ended up, so close to my sister's body, I'm thankful I wasn't found. They are going to get my little sister's body, and I will never be able to tell her I love her again.
The hospital will most likely do an autopsy and toxicology. After they complete those procedures, they will want to know which funeral home to release the body to.
The detective says softly. My head spins with everything. Funeral home, toxicology, autopsy. The words bounce around in my mind like a ping-pong ball. I never in a million years thought I would have to associate any of those words with my sister. She is gone, and there is no getting her back. I don't get to say goodbye. I don't get to hug her just one more time. I don't get to hear her laugh, her voice. And more than anything, I don't even know why. Tank looks at me once all questioning is done and I am free to go.
This ain't what you're gonna want to hear, Des. You've got to let your parents take your sister back to Rayford. Let them handle it. These guys will be waiting for you to make the arrangements. We gotta keep you safe.
I nod my head, yet don't speak. I understand what he is telling me, but it doesn't make it any easier to hear. I'm still processing the fact that my sister is dead, much less trying to even consider arrangements. He's right, but it doesn't make anything about this situation easier to handle.
I sent some boys to get you some things from your place.
He shakes his head at me.
Only it was trashed, babe. Sass has gone out to buy you some girl shit. She'll meet us at the clubhouse. You okay to ride? Or you want me to call for a car?
I can ride, I whisper. Numbly, I take the extra helmet from him and climb onto the bike. Once I'm situated behind him, he starts the engine, and the bike comes to life under us. Placing my hands softly on each side of his hips, I relax as he rolls us forward before taking off. One thing I have learned in my time with the Hellions is there is nothing more soothing than the freedom of the open road. The wind hits my face, and I breathe it in. Do you feel free from whatever you got yourself into, Susie?
Chapter 5. Hammer. Healing. What a crock of epic shit. I survived. I lived. I'm one lucky son of a bitch. They all remind me how fortunate I am. Fortunate? What kind of life could I possibly live in this chair? Confinement, entrapment, imprisonment. 4 months have passed since the mission that went foobar. I'm tired of looking at this cold, sterile hospital room and smelling antiseptic solution. At least I was asleep for the first 2 weeks. My body was too worn out to do anything more than eat, sleep, and poop. Kind of like a baby. Well, that's what I fucking felt like. The last 3.5 months, I have spent my waking hours listening to these gossipy-ass nurses talk about their daytime TV shows, which doctors are banging which nurses in the supply rooms, and how they are tired of cleaning up other people's shit. Literally. I have no freedoms. Hell, when people look at you and make wiping your own ass a milestone, your life is seriously fucked up. Yes, I can now wipe my own ass. Check that one off the list. Along with transferring myself from my bed to my chair. My chair. Those 2 words are a bitter pill to swallow. What some might consider freedom in the form of a rolling seat attached to 2 wheels, I consider a prison. And the irony is that, for the first time in my life, I'm stuck on 2 wheels that aren't my motorcycle. Yet all these chipper fucking nurses keep reminding me of the amazing quality of life I can have as I continue to heal. They don't get it. They focus on all the little things I can do while my mind swims in what I can't do. What I can't do is work. What I can't do is walk. What I can't do is run. What I can't do is drive. What I can't do is chase down a motherfucker. What I can't do is shit. I can't even fuck. Sure, my dick gets hard. Science and all that bullshit. The minute I move my hands to the wheels on my chair to move, though, nothing is hard anymore. The reminder of my immobility is more than a buzzkill. It is a life kill. Everything about my life has changed, and not for the better. Sure, I may walk again in time. The doctors are hopeful, prognosis is good. Oh, how everyone loves to tell me that one. Running, working, those are still questionable. Traveling, that is one cruel joke now. A metal screw holds me together. Yeah, those airport security people will love me. Wheelchair or no wheelchair, if I see one airport security guy pull on a latex glove while looking at me, I'm going to jail for a whole lot of different reasons than setting off some damn alarms. The therapist spouts off about the healing process emotionally. Seriously, if my dick would stay hard, I would tell the fucker to suck it and shove all these emotions up his ass. However, my dick won't work right, and since I'm apparently growing a pussy, I will tell him my emotions. Hatred, anger, disgust. There you go, Doc. Choke on those. Part of me is glad I'm stuck here at this rehabilitation center and not at home. I don't want my brothers to see me like this. They still come to visit me, but they aren't here long enough to see me struggle just to go to the bathroom or when I need help to bathe myself. Even if I do get my legs back, I will never want another woman in the shower with me again. Being helpless enough to have broads help wash me has cured me of that particular sexual enjoyment. What I wouldn't do for a beer in my recliner right now. Instead, I'm living in this sterile room for the time being without the comforts of home. The one time Ice tried to sneak in a couple of beers, the nurse sniffed that shit out as soon as I popped the tab on the can. Jesus, I worked with military canines who couldn't sniff out bombs or drugs as fast as that bitch caught my beer. I'm usually not one to believe in any sort of abnormal or paranormal things, but I keep an eye on that particular nurse now. I swear she has superpowers or some shit. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Nurse Nosy now because I don't trust that bitch and her super sniffer. The sound of a knock on my door pulls me out of my thoughts. I look over to see the superpowers nurse walk into my room. I watch her with narrowed, suspicious eyes as she saunters in, writes something up on the board, and then walks over to make my bed. The sight of her doing the simple task only irritates me. When I bother to make my bed back home, it took me all of 30 seconds. Now, if I bother to try, it takes 10 minutes. I want to put my hands around Nurse Nosey's neck and wring it. Not wanting her in my space, I snap, "Leave my bed the fuck alone." I may not be happy about being here, and this might just be a pseudo-hospital room, but it is my fucking room. I don't like her coming in and messing with shit that is supposed to be my space. My gruff command doesn't faze her. She simply steps away from the bed, gives me the evil eye, and puts her fists on her hips in irritation. "Somebody's grouchy again today, Mr. McCoy," she says in a feigned, sweet voice. "A man might be less grouchy if you didn't take his beer away." "Too bad for you," she responds. Walking back over to my board, she points at the schedule the doctor and nurses have written down for me. "Your physical therapist says you can handle a longer workout now, so he's moving your session to 2 o'clock. That gives you an extra 30 minutes. Make sure you meet him in the gym on time." Crossing my arms over my chest, I growl. "Don't worry about me getting there on time, woman. I'm going to my appointment so that I'm one step closer to walking out of this place as fast as fucking possible." Nurse Nosey gives me a genuine smile. "I'm glad to hear that, Mr. McCoy." She turns to walk out of the room, but before she clears the door, I make sure I have the last word. "I'll be glad to have you choke on your words and my dick."
Desiree. "How you holding up, Des?" Sass asks gently, bringing me a bottled water to the couch. Suffocating. I sigh. I know this is to keep me safe, but the walls feel like they're closing in. Tank set me up in one of the Hellions' duplexes in the back. The duplexes are behind the clubhouse and within the gates of the compound, so I'm as safe as I could ever get. He put me in what Sass calls his cave of coming. Someone was apparently always coming to this duplex both to visit and because he used to be a man whore. Thankfully, I was assured I am sleeping on a new bed. Learning this about Tank only reminds me that I don't know much about him before he got shot and ended up in a coma. The man I know now is completely devoted to the red-headed vixen sitting next to me. I am completely miserable. You gotta know, Desiree, the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Bikers have a code they live by. You're family and we'll keep you safe. It's not always easy, but it's necessary. I know that, really I do. Tears fill my eyes and Sass reaches over to squeeze my hand. I wish I knew what kind of trouble Susie was in. I wish I knew who the people... I sob, letting the tears fall yet again. The boys are gonna find out who did this, Des. I know Sass is trying to make me feel better, but it only makes it worse. My mind is running on a constant loop of watching my sister being murdered. I'm starting to wonder if I will ever be able to close my eyes without seeing her bloody and pleading with me to run away. I can't sleep, I don't want to eat, and every little noise I hear sends me into a panic, afraid my sister's killers have somehow found me. What is worse, I didn't get a chance to lay my sister to rest. Leaving the task to my parents makes me feel like I have abandoned Susie. They barely took care of us in life. So why should they be the ones who get to say goodbye to her while I run for my life? It should be me who gets to say that goodbye, not them. Because of this, I am filled with a renewed bitterness toward my mother and father. I'm not sure I will ever be able to forgive them for finally stepping up to take care of my Susie when her life was over. I already know I will never be able to forgive myself for realizing too late that she needed my help. I cover my face with my hands as I wonder for what must be the millionth time. Why didn't you tell me that you were in trouble, sweet Susie Sunshine? The front door opens and I jerk my head up to see Tank walk in with Roundman, the Hellions Club prez. Sass gets up and greets her man, who then practically consumes her in a sloppy and loud kiss. I turn my head, feeling like I'm intruding on a private moment between them.
Cut that shit out, you two.
Roundman barks at them. They make their way into the living room, where Sass sits back down beside me, while the men pace around the room.
I'm gonna cut to the chase. Roundman starts. Anthony Ricca. Sound familiar? Anthony, Tony, any of those sound familiar?
I shake my head, and Roundman rubs his goatee as he thinks. Tank watches me as if I should know this name.
His sister.
Roundman looks at me.
You know who she was fucking?
My mouth drops open in shock. Sure, Susie and I talked. We talked about sex even. But I never thought about who she slept with. She started dating a guy. For a while it seemed pretty serious. I paused, thinking about what Susie told me of her man. She was smitten.
You got a name?
Taking a moment, I think back. Nino. She called him Nino. She never told me his last name. See, the first few dates he was a perfect gentleman. Said the right stuff, did the right things, total swoon-worthy, as Susie would say. Then he got pushy. That's all she told me. Roundman looks at Tank, and they share some unspoken conversation as I sit back, baffled.
How long ago was that?
Tank asks, still watching Roundman. 3 months before she came to see me. Give or take a week or two.
Nino Ricca is Anthony Ricca, great-grandson to Luciano Ricca, head of the Chicago Ricca crime family. This is bad news, Desiree. We've got to make some calls. Last word was Ricca tied himself to a man named Wellington. Nino Ricca might be related to big crime, but from what we understand so far, he wasn't all that big himself yet. He was still working his way up the chain in the family mob business, and one of his moves to impress his Dawn was forging a working relationship with the major supplier of designer drugs in the area. That's where Wellington came in. He's a totally different story. An old money type of man who never had enough, so he made himself a kingpin on the Chicago streets by dealing in pharmaceuticals. Maybe more. We're still digging to find more info on both Ricca and Wellington. We'll sort this out.
Roundman states, stepping out. Tank shakes his head and remains silent. Sass sits with me as I take pause to reflect on what all of this could mean. Was Susie tied to something with the Ricca family? How pushy was he? I look up at the ceiling and begin to count the popcorn puffs to myself as I try to slow my thoughts. We never had secrets growing up. Now I'm worried my little sister may have had a whole life I knew nothing about. There is a knock on the door, taking me out of my reverie. Tank answers it, and there are 2 bikers from Catawba I've come to know as Trip and Shooter. They all greet in the man half-hug, backslap thing they do, and Sass gets up to give each man a hug of her own. I stand and simply brush my hands down my jeans nervously. Shooter looks at me, holding a black box.
Desiree.
He pauses. I nod, not understanding the box.
We, brought your sister to you.
I stare at the unmarked container, and something inside me snaps. I can't bring myself to reach out and hold it. Collapsing to my knees, I sob uncontrollably. My parents didn't want to pay for Susie to have a funeral. I had already been informed of my parents' plan to cremate her. I wasn't prepared for the hellions to step in and bring my sister to me, though. After mourning her, thinking I wouldn't be able to truly give her peace and put her to rest, she's here. In that very box, she's here. With me. A dark part of me wishes I were there with her instead.
Chapter 6. Hammer. You shouldn't cage a beast. I stay to the air around me. I never did play nice with others, Evan mutters as he enters my room. Angry today, big bro? Shooting my little brother a killer glare, I grudgingly murmur, something like that. I want to beat the ever-loving fuck out of something, anything. I want to feel more than the pain in my legs. I want to feel more than the agony of being trapped by my own fucking broken body. Since Evan got clean, he has bulked up. As long as I didn't fuck up his face, he would make a damn good sparring partner. He is a muscled-up pretty boy with a tan and dimples, his blonde hair short and spiked. All of it keeps the women throwing dollars all night long. I'm glad he's got something going for him. I sure as hell don't anymore. Evan studies me. You all right? I want to throw something, but I can't. New story of my life. I can't do shit. It is Evan, though. I can be real with him. No. Ethan. No, I cut him off. Fuck this. Don't you Ethan me. When you have to have a sponge bath and need help wiping your own fucking ass, then you can talk to me. Not liking the look across his face, I point a finger at him, trying to convey that if I really wanted to get up and kick his ass, I could, somehow. Don't you fucking pity me. Don't you dare. He looks at me, his expression never changing. I get it. Rage builds. The hell you do. I feel like a trapped animal, broken, helpless, half a fucking man. I throw my hands up in the air. My baby brother, my best friend, the one person who knows everything looks at me. And smirks. It makes me want to beat him even more, cocky bastard. Dick work? I have had enough. Get the fuck out. He steps over to my hospital bed. Or what? He goads, like when we were kids. I'll fuck you up so badly our own mother won't even recognize you. He laughs. The motherfucker laughs. I swing my legs to the edge of the bed. My hip burns from the inside out, reminding me I'm not healed. I am not okay. He leans in, face to face with me. Let it out, man. You've got to grieve. How dare he act like he knows what I need to do? I don't gotta do one damn thing. You need to go. He pushes back away from me and crosses his arms over his chest. You don't mean it. The fuck I do. When he pulls a chair to my bed like he plans to stay a while, I want nothing more than to kick the legs out from under it. Well, if he is not going to listen, then I might as well not talk. An hour later, Evan is still sitting quietly by my bed. I glare at him. Seriously, Ethan, tell me what I can do. I feel helpless over here. I laugh sarcastically. Well, baby bro, that makes two of us. I sigh. I need to get out of this place. That's a start. He smiles and my anger calms down. It's not home. I'm not living here. I'm existing. I feel like I'm in prison. I'm a number on a chart with 3 hots and a cot. Evan laughs freely, which makes me smile. I doubt prison has female nurses with big titties to give you a sponge bath. Last I heard, you want to make sure your soap's on a rope when you go to the big house. Name a nurse here with big titties and ass. He pauses, thinking it over. Exactly. I'm trapped in a bed with Bertha Butch coming to wash me while my nose can't smell a damn thing beyond antiseptic. The food is worse than fucking chow hall grub. I'd happily choke down an MRE over the shit they are serving. He raises an eyebrow at me. That bad? I simply growl. Yeah, it is that bad. I am a man who used to run 8 miles a day and drink a 12-pack a night. I can disarm an enemy with one hand. I face fear head on, yet I am trapped in place by my own damn body. It takes some pull from the regulators, but 5 months after the accident, I managed to be discharged, finally. There are stipulations, of course. Ice and Cole promised to take care of the details. As long as it doesn't mean Big Jim giving me sponge baths, I will deal with whatever comes next. A personal physical therapist is up first to find. The boys have a contact, someone who is used to my lifestyle, supposedly. Ice swears it's someone who can handle an asshole like me. I'm not so sure about that, but if it means I can be back in my own condo, fine by me. When my brother pulls up in front of my building, I take one look at the line of bikes and vehicles the biker bunnies drove in and feel frustration wash over me. They aren't quite hidden from view, but I can tell they positioned the machines in order to let me see them without drawing too much attention to their presence. Apparently, one of the dumb fucks decided it would be a good idea to throw me some kind of coming home party. I don't want a fucking party. A party means people. People will see me in my wheelchair and think I'm not the same man I used to be. The women will want to give me a pity blowjob, and my brothers will be standing around looking at me but trying not to show pity. But we all know that they will. Pity me, that is. To hell with that. I love each and every brother in my club, but they can take their good intentions and shove them right up their own asses. I would rather sit by myself in an empty condo and give myself a hand job than accept their stoic faces and the women's fake celebration. I look over at my brother who sits tensely in the driver's seat, totally aware of what I have been looking at and my sudden black mood. Get him out right now. I watch his fingers tighten on the steering wheel as he blows out a weary breath. They just want to say hi and welcome you home, bro. Is that so bad? Trying to keep my cool, not wanting to take my anger out of my own flesh and blood, I grip the door handle instead of giving in to the urge to punch his pretty face. I don't know. How bad would it be if you had to go to Alibi and all those dick jockeys you work with saw you busted up in a wheelchair, unable to walk, let alone do your job? My brother, the epic smartass, doesn't miss a beat, answering me with a smirk. I think I would be the one receiving the lap dances instead of giving them. That could be pretty sweet. Titties in the face and all that. My left eye twitches as my right hand lets go of the door handle and rears back to hit him. Evan throws his hands up in the air between us to stop me. If you hit me, I'm sending pictures of the bruises to Mom. Utterly incredulous, I snap. Did you just use our mother against me? All's fair in love and war. You fuck nugget. I'm gonna kick your ass when I can use my legs again. If kicking my ass is all you can think of doing when you get the use of your legs back, then I'm gonna worry there's more wrong with you than we currently know about, bro. Only you would bring up sex at a time like this. Actually, I was talking about riding your bike again, but sex is a good point too. At the end of my patience, I somehow stop myself from giving in to the urge to strangle Evan and grab the dashboard instead. Through gritted teeth, I growl. Honest to God, Evan, if you don't get out of this truck right now and get them out of my place, you're gonna be taking so many pictures of bruises to send Mom that she'll think you were the one hit by a car instead of me. Realizing he isn't going to win our argument, my little brother slips quietly out of the truck and makes his way to my condo. I don't look at the clock to see what time it is. Honestly, I don't want to know how long it is going to take for him to kick everyone out. Closing my eyes, I see my club brothers' disappointed faces. It might be wrong of me to shut them out right now, but I need space. I need time to breathe. It is bad enough Evan isn't going to leave me alone, thus seeing me struggle in my own home. I don't need Ice, Cole, and the others to see that shit too. I hear the sounds of their bikes pull away and give myself an extra moment in the darkness. It's nothing against any one of them. I didn't even let my own mother come to visit. I can't stand knowing the people closest to me can't depend on me. In fact, it is now me depending on them. How fucked up is that? A knock on my window has me opening my eyes and staring through the glass at Ice. His jaw is clenched, telling me he isn't happy. His shades keep me from reading his eyes to completely figure out what he is thinking. Rolling the window down, I lay my arm across the open frame and nod at the man before me. Prez, I know why you're doing what you're doing, and I don't like it. He pauses, and I know without a doubt he is studying me, waiting to see if I will react. When I don't, he continues. But I understand. We cleared out the women but left the food and drinks. If you need anything, I expect you to call, understood? A sigh of relief escapes me. Thank God for small favors. Now I just have to get rid of the headache talking to me, and I can finally get back into my own damn place. Roger that. If I need someone to hold my dick so I can piss, I'll call you. Ice growls back, don't be a smart-ass. That's what I expect from your brother, not you. Knowing I have overstepped my bounds with the one man I shouldn't, I grudgingly nod back my understanding. Sorry, boss. I just need some peace and quiet for a few days. I'm sure I'll be back to fucking and fighting in no time, right? I do my best to keep an optimistic tone to my voice, but it rings false even to my ears. I know Ice sees right through my shit. Instead of giving me shit about it, he gives my shoulder a clap and orders with a gruff voice, You know how to get a hold of me. Ice walks away to his machine, fires it up with a loud roar, and rumbles out of the parking lot without a backward glance. Hearing the engine of his bike twists something ugly inside of my gut. For a moment I wonder if I'm going to be sick to my stomach. Closing my eyes and letting my head fall back to the headrest, I let my mind wander to the worry that refuses to leave me or be ignored. What the hell am I going to do if I can never ride my motorcycle again? Perhaps I became a biker as part of a long-term undercover operation, but along the way, the regulators have become more to me. This isn't just my job, it's my way of life. I couldn't imagine a future where I couldn't straddle hundreds of pounds of metal, kickstart it to life, and fly down the roads with the wind whipping around me. You gonna sit there all day feeling sorry for yourself, or are you gonna get your ass out of that truck and go inside? For Evan's sake, he better hope I never walk again. Otherwise, when I get out of this chair, I am going to stick my foot up his ass for being such a pain in mine. Pulling on the door handle, I throw my truck door open, hitting my brother in the process and making him stumble backward. He makes an oof sound, but it didn't really hurt him. It might have been a cheap shot, but something inside of me needs to let him know that just because I am temporarily crippled, it doesn't mean there isn't any fight left in me. I just fear I don't have enough fight in me to get back to standing on my own 2 feet. Stop gabbing like a girl and get my chair. I swear to God, you working around all those bitches is starting to rub off on you. Laughing, Evan grabs my chair out of the back of the truck, unfolds it, locks the wheels, and puts the pad of my seat back on for me. Looking back at me, he asks, "You ready?" Is any man ever ready to be carried around like a baby? Fuck no. This is probably the most humiliating part. I don't want my little brother to see my obvious indignity, though, so I put on a mean face and do what I do best. Drop me and I'm gonna put you in your own damn chair, got me? Evan snorts, ignoring the threat, and scoops both of his arms under my lower back and legs. Picking me up, he manages to put me in the chair without dropping me or showing any strain from my heavy frame. He might be smaller than me, but my little brother obviously can hold his own. Too bad the same couldn't be said for me. Refusing to throw myself any more of a pity party, I unlock my chair's wheels and start rolling myself toward my condo's front door. Next comes the shiny elevator doors I never really appreciated before. They are fucking death traps, going up and down on the whim of mechanics I can't control. And now I have to depend on one. Once we make it up to my floor, we turn the corner slowly, and I lay eyes on my front door for the first time in months. As much as I want to get inside familiar territory, seeing the front door makes me pause. Can I really do this? I know I fought tooth and nail to get out of the hospital and go home, but the realities are starting to pile on top of me so fast I am sure to be buried under the weight of it all. For fuck's sake, bro, open the damn door and go inside already. I want to get us settled and turn on the TV to catch the football game. You staring at the door is holding up progress. I flip him the bird over my shoulder, then reach my hand out to the doorknob. Turning it slowly, almost as if I were listening for a click of a booby trap, I feel the door's lock give way. Then, as if in a fog, I push it and watch the door swing open to reveal my living room. It all feels so surreal. Rolling myself forward, I take it all in. Hardwood floors, white walls, black leather couches, and a huge flat-screen TV sit there in my living room perfectly fine, just like the day I left them behind to go on our mission. They aren't damaged or broken. They don't have scars to tell me they have been through hell and back. Is it possible to be jealous of some furniture? Here I sit, damaged, broken, and scarred, and there is my home, sitting as if nothing has happened. How the hell is that fair? Irrationally, I expected my home to be as changed as I am. It isn't. Turning my gaze toward the small dining area that flows to an open kitchen, I keep taking it all in. I can't even find a speck of dust to show me the place has been neglected in my absence. Clean floors, a tidy dining room table, and a variety of food and drinks are out on the counter. Even the glass on the windows is sparkling. What kind of shit is that? Maybe I am supposed to be appreciative of the fact that the biker bunnies, or maybe my brothers, have cleaned the place up for me, but I'm not. A man needs to feel essential in life. I realized in the hospital that, unless I get the use of my legs back, I'm no longer essential to the regulators. Now I come home to see that even my fucking home doesn't need me. Is there anyone who needs me now? Unable to handle all the facets of how my life has possibly changed forever, I angrily roll my chair forward. Snagging the unopened bottle of whiskey sitting on the breakfast bar, I ignore Evan's protests and keep rolling my chair until I reach my bedroom. I slammed the door shut, sending a direct message that I just want to be left the fuck alone, before rolling my chair over to the large window that has a view of the highway connected to our development and the ocean beyond that. Here, I sit in my new prison, and out there is all the freedom that I may never have again. Opening the bottle, I throw my head back, taking a hefty swig of the strong liquor. After taking a few swallows, I hold the bottle in my lap, keeping my gaze on the view before me. It's a sick sort of self-punishment, but sitting here in the dark, trapped in my rolling cage with the alcohol I'm not supposed to be drinking, is the only thing in the world I feel like I have left at the moment. There was a time after I went in the army that my mother started to ask me when I was going to find a nice girl and settle down. My answer to her was always the same. I would settle down when they laid me in the ground. I guess I can call her now and tell her I'm halfway settled down now, whether I like it or not. And my girlfriend has wheels. Taking a few more hard swallows of whiskey, I let the alcohol start to soak into my system. This is my new reality. And I thought war was hell. How wrong I was.
Desiree. 1 month later. How's it going, Tank? I ask before he begins his workout.
We got nothing, Des.
He drops his head.
Whatever she was in on, they've covered their tracks. Other than Nino being her man for a few months, there's no trail.
Oh, is all I can manage. I don't know how to accept that there is no way to sort out what happened to Susie. I need to know why. I need closure. He begins to move into the gym area where we normally train, only I don't follow. He turns back to me. Tank, I know y'all are working hard to sort out the mess my sister got herself into. I know staying here is to keep me safe.
Park your car, Des. Land your plane. Woman, just tell me what you need to say for fuck's sake. Obviously, you got something on your mind.
I'm going stir-crazy. He makes his way back over to me.
It's not safe out there for you anymore.
What about, witness protection?
The cops didn't even offer you that. The Hellions will keep you safe.
I can't live my life held up here on the compound. I appreciate the safety precaution, but I need somewhere to go. I need to start over. I can't go to the grocery store. I can't pick up my mail. And staring at the same walls every day just reminds me why I can't live my life out in the open. I'm living in a never-ending nightmare of my sister being murdered and not understanding why. I don't know how much more I can take. He doesn't reply, just watches me, simply staring, taking me in.
I have a workout to get to. Come on. I'll let you bust my balls for the next hour, then we'll see what we can do.
An hour later, he is pouring sweat, and I feel like I'm just getting started. More! I yell. Tank pushes harder, then drops from the pull-up bar.
Damn, Des. What the hell? You're a hard ass, but you've never been this hard.
I look at him wide-eyed. It's the truth. I have never pushed him this hard. The walls are closing in, I whisper. Sympathy shows in his eyes.
I know that feeling all too well.
He does. Rehab almost killed him mentally. For a man who has never known what it is to be still, to slow down, for a man who lives his life on the go, being held back by his own body, his own limitations, was mentally exhausting.
Let me make a call,
he says as he wipes his face on a hand towel.
I can't make any promises. We've got to talk to Roundman.
I nod my understanding. Tank,
I get it. But you've got to get it. You mean something to the club, to me. Not just because you train me. You're like the ball-busting little sister I never wanted.
We both laugh.
All the guys look out for you. You're part of our dysfunctional but functional family. We've got to make sure you're kept safe no matter where you go.
Tears fill my eyes. The Haywood's Landing Hellions care more about me than anyone in my life except my baby sister, who is gone. They have my back. Now, if only they could find a way to keep me safe, yet give me back some sort of life outside of this compound. 2 days later, I am packing my meager belongings into a bag with the destination unknown. Tank and Roundman called a sermon to discuss my options. I don't know what that means other than when sermon is called, the hellions gather, and no old ladies or outsiders are welcome. They get into what they call the cave and don't come out until business is addressed. Tank came out with Boomer, and I was told to sit tight. This morning I was told to pack up. Boomer is on his way over to talk to me. I don't know much about Boomer. He's quiet. I do know he came here from the Catawba Hellions chapter. He is former military and has the body to show for it. The knock doesn't surprise me. I move to the door, opening it to find Tank and Boomer on the other side with Sass behind them. I step back and let them come inside. Sass rushes past the two bikers and hugs me tightly. You saved my man when I failed him. You fought side by side to get Tank strong again. Forever, me, this club, and my man have your back. You don't have to leave. But I get it. She whispers, squeezing me. Love you, girl. Always. I fight back the tears as I look at the man who is built like a tank and is just as powerful in mind and spirit. I've got an army buddy who was in an accident. Boomer begins. He needs someone trained in physical therapy who can handle the lifestyle we live. He's part of the Regulators MC down in South Florida. I nod my understanding as Sass pulls away, but holds my hand. The Regulators own and operate 2 strip clubs, Alibi and After Midnight. You gotta know going in that anything you see, you hear. I didn't see and I didn't hear. I interject. Been there, Boomer. I am blind, deaf, and a mute if anyone ever tries to talk to me, whether patched in or not. I know nothing more than how to make a man cry over a 6-inch leg lift. I know the deal. Tank and Boomer laugh, and Sass squeezes my hand proudly. Boomer pulls a folder from under his cut. Medical information so you can make a care plan. You're gonna ride down in the back of a truck, hidden as part of a transport. We don't know if we're being watched, and we don't want to risk you being found. Once you get to Florida, you will be taken to Hammers, where you will stay until we can clear up this situation. Or you want to come home. Tank interrupts. If you want to come back, we'll get you home any time, day or night. You have my word. I can't stop the tears from falling. I finally found my place, in an extended family of sorts. Yet I am walking away from my sanity. I can't stay hidden forever. I don't know what Susie got into, but I just can't hide out forever with the Hellions and put them in danger in the process. All I see is the negative here. At least helping Boomer's friend will put some positive back in my life. I learn my drivers will be Talon, Trip, Cruz, Catawba Hellions Prez and owner of Cruz Transports, along with Tank. Since they want to make sure anyone following won't question it, I have to hide inside a crate. There is a chance we could get searched at a way station, or if we were to get pulled over by a trooper, the crate wouldn't raise suspicion. Tank tells me to grab my bag and get ready to roll. They are going to back one of their transportation trucks up to the doorway, and I'm to jump in as soon as they open the doors. Moving a crate with me already inside it would be dangerous, and that is a risk we aren't going to take. A few minutes later, I hear the heavy rumble of a diesel engine and watch through a crack in the living room window's blinds as they back the truck up. As soon as I see the truck's brake lights light up, I grab my bag and run to the front door. Boomer opens it and motions for me to go. The truck door slides up, and I run out and jump up into the back. Tank is there with an LED lantern and a stern face. You've got a pillow, blanket, and your file on Ethan Hammer McCoy. We're stopping only when we have to, so if the need hits, you've got a bucket to pee in. Shoving a small disposable cell phone into my hand, he orders,
If there's a reason you need to get a hold of me, you text me 911 and nothing else. My number is the only one programmed in here. I see that, and Trip and I will find a place to pull over and sort you out. But that's for emergencies only. It's gonna be a rough ride, babe. But you hang on, and we're gonna get you there, okay?
I nod. He points to the crate and my pad of blankets. Settling down, I huddle in the blankets with my head on the pillow and secure the lantern so it won't slide around in the truck. I feel the truck move forward and say a prayer that we get wherever we are going safely. I hate the idea that I might have put Trip, Tank, or any of the other Hellions in danger, but I'm so grateful they are willing to help me. I have no idea what I would have done without them. The truck makes a few slow turns, and eventually I feel it accelerating in such a manner that I assume we are on the highway now. Opening the file I was given, I start reading its contents. The personal information is incredibly sparse, almost as if someone was purposely hiding information. But that's none of my business anyway. All I have to do is help a disabled man with his physical therapy, without asking too many questions. And that's the least I can do for everything the Hellions have done for me. Turning the pages, I take in his medical history and prognosis. Injuries due to being hit by a car. Surgery, metal plates and pins to fix an intertrochanteric fracture. But an excessive amount of swelling and scar tissue is noted. It's possibly causing complications on whether or not the patient will regain mobility in his legs. It looks like this is going to be a tough case for me. But I have treated injuries much worse than this with success, so I'm optimistic. With any luck, I will have Hammer out of his chair and back on his feet with time, hard work, and a regular training schedule. I turn to the last page and see a blank page that was tucked in at the bottom of the file, with a messy scrawl across it.
Fair warning. He's an asshole. Ice.
Rolling my eyes, I wonder why all men become giant babies after they experience some pain. Well, this Hammer guy can be an asshole all he wants. He is about to meet the one person who won't put up with his shit. Me. Or as Tank likes to call me, Drill Sergeant Bust My Balls.
Chapter 7. Hammer. Damn it to hell! I scream, launching my coffee mug across the kitchen. Fucking crippled ass can't even make coffee. This is what life has become. A prisoner in my own body. Sure, I can feel. I'm not paralyzed, so everyone says how this could be worse. Fuck everyone and their opinions. I'm only human. I crash, I hurt, I burn, I fall apart. Yes, I feel every bit of pain. The metal holding my hip in place is just as cold on the inside as it would be on the outside. It takes time, they say. Fuck that and fuck them. I'm trying to keep my eyes on the prize, my mind on my new mission. Build up my tolerance, then be free of my chair. I'm a motherfucking soldier, a Green Beret, not an invalid. Yet I'm dying inside. Slowly, this is killing me. I yank the machine, pulling the plug from the wall. However, the knock on my door stops me from having the machine in pieces on my floor. Placing the coffee brewer back on the counter, my hands come down on the cold metal of the wheels to push. Wheeling myself to the door, I pause. Breathe in, put myself together, show no weakness, breathe out. As soon as I open the door, my brother barrels in, causing me to automatically wheel backward. I've got to clean this dump up, Evan says, dropping a bucket filled with rags and cleaning supplies in front of me. He looks me up and down slowly, then smirks. I've got to clean you up, too. The scruff really isn't your style, bro. I run my hand over the shadow I'm sporting. It's not my usual, but the damn sink is higher than I can maneuver around, as well as the mirror. Pedestal sink. The realtor said it was a selling feature in my condo. Pain in my ass is what it has become, just like everything else in this place. I used to love taking the stairs to my 5th floor ocean view with its 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Now I can't even stand to look at the steps, much less think about taking them. The bathroom sink isn't my only challenge now that I'm home. I have a chair in my walk-in shower so my broke ass can wash my balls by myself. I also had someone buy me one of those elongated grab tools so I could reach shit I had no problem taking out of an upper cabinet before. My apartment, apparently, isn't very handicap-friendly. I have to park my chair at an awkward angle to get the dishes out of the sink and put them in the dishwasher. My chair barely fits through the bedroom doorways, and sometimes I scrape the paint off the door frames, which surprised the fuck out of me the first time it happened, because the realtor told me since the apartment was a bit upscale, it came with a few rare touches like a higher ceiling, a wider hallway, and bigger doorways. I am thinking of calling my old realtor and telling that bitch the doorways aren't big enough. The other day, while I was drinking a beer I wasn't supposed to have, I gave in to the morbid curiosity of looking up what wheelchair-accessible apartments look like. I probably shouldn't have done that. It only pissed me off more. Open spaces underneath sinks, lower countertops, wider doorways, and nothing but lower cabinets looked super fucking convenient to a guy who has struggled with a 1999 late-night TV special grab-it-and-go piece of shit to get his cups and other shit out of the upper cabinets. And no matter how hard I try, I can't stop thinking about how much easier life was when I had the use of my legs. No slippery chairs in my shower to drag my useless ass on and off of. No worries about sinks or cabinets. Not to mention it would be nice to have a warm, wet pussy to lose myself in instead of abusing the alcohol I bribed the college kid across the way to bring me. Now I have to find a way to get rid of all the whiskey and beer bottles before Evan sees them. What doesn't kill us only makes us stronger. If that isn't the biggest crock of shit I have ever been sold in my life. I have watched my brothers in arms die painfully and far too young. The things that will bring a man to his knees. This is a torture worse than any enemy could ever give me. I'm helpless. I was strong, now I am weak. Life's a cruel joke. I can't do shit. Hammer, Evan calls out, distracting me from my wallowing. Get with it, brother. He tosses a rag to me and I raise an eyebrow. Mom taught us to clean, so get to it, chop chop. Look here, Chipper Chuck. I prefer Chippendale, but whatever. He laughs. Why the fuck are you worried about the state of my place suddenly? He smiles the smile that wins all the ladies and gets him the most tips at the club. Ice has someone coming to stay with you. Anger boils inside me and I throw the rag at him. I don't need a damn babysitter. What is wrong with you people? I'd rather be dead than have someone in my house watching over me and wiping my fucking ass. I am screaming while my brother stands in front of me with shock on his face. I wish the car would have plowed over me, not just damaged me. I move to wheel away, but Evan moves in front of me. Stop that shit right now. He leans down and gets in my face. This is not who you are. This is not the man who brought me from the edge and gave me a reason to dig myself out of the depths of my own hell. You will not die. You should not be in this fucking chair, but you are, so we deal. What you do not do is wallow. You understand me, McCoy? We are better than our lowest points. You taught me that. Don't show me your actions don't back up your own words. Don't give any doubt to all the things you told me to get me through my lowest. Don't do it, Ethan. You are better than this, stronger than this, and together we can move mountains, remember? I want to punch him. I want to yell. I want to do something, anything. Run, feel the burn through my legs, feel my lungs fight for air. I want to push my body to its limits and beyond. And then I want to cry, wallow, drown in my despair. I remember when Evan faced his addiction. He was going through withdrawals and begged me to end it for him. At the time, I ached for him. His pain was my pain. Looking at the man in front of me, the man whose face mirrors my own, I can see he feels my agony. He is on the brink of my defeat, and I can't do that to my brother. I can't drag him back down. He is solid now. He has found his footing in life. I won't take him to hell beside me. I break eye contact and hang my head. I guess we better clean up then. Grabbing a rag from the bucket, I roll into the kitchen and start cleaning the countertops. I don't care if it kills me, I will push through. I will put on a happy face even as I die inside. Anything to keep my baby brother on the right path.
Desiree. The ride was exhausting, both physically and emotionally. Have I completely lost my mind? I mean, I'm leaving everything I know behind to help a complete stranger. You left everything you knew behind to help Tank. Ride or die, he and the Hellions have your back through everything. They wouldn't send you somewhere unsafe. You asked for this. You asked for an escape, a new chance at life. They are giving that to you. No cold feet allowed, Desiree Blanche Shythe. I almost laughed to myself at my inner pep talk. Desiree Blanche Shythe. White desire in French. My parents and their need for a white powder and peace, love, and sunshine. Hence my sister, Susie Sunshine. If only life could have been the carefree way they desired, maybe Susie would still be alive. I can't play the game of maybe, should've, could've, would've. It doesn't change a damn thing. It is time to suck it up, Buttercup, and face my new reality. It takes a few minutes after we stop to get me out. I stretch as Tank and Trip do the same. I had water and snacks, but limited myself to make sure I contained any needs until we stopped. I'm not a classy chick, and I find fancy stuff to be for overindulgent people, but I am still a lady. Well, I'm a chick with just enough dignity to get by. As much as I love the guys, I don't just pee anywhere like a man would. Oh, to have a penis for a day. The things I would do.
Whatever you're thinking can't be good,
Tank says, bringing me out of my thoughts. I'm thinking of how much fun it would be to have a dick for a day. Trip laughs.
Gotta pee, I take it?
I raise an eyebrow at him. I'm a chick, and we stopped the car, so of course I have to pee.
Let's get inside then.
I take in the fresh air, breathing deeply as the sunlight hits my face. At least I get to be someplace warm and not hiding out in the frozen tundra somewhere. I lift my hand over my eyes to shield them from the sun's glare. Sunshine. Susie. Warmth washes over me, making me feel like my sister is with me. I can do this. I can find a way to make a new life. Without her? I sigh. No, she's with me. I touch my thumb to the underside of the ring on my right pinky. Her ring. It was hers, anyway. I found it in my belongings when I was going through everything after the Hellions moved me to the compound. It is a simple white gold band twisted into the infinity symbol. She had such tiny fingers. It fit her ring finger, but for me it slides on my pinky. Infinity. Forever I will keep her with me. Trip and Tank look around. I am surprised when I see Boomer and Shooter climb out of a car parked not far away. Reality hits me again. I put Tank in danger. Trip and Tank had to have Boomer and Shooter followed, since we were all at risk. Mob guys, drugs, and a kingpin make all of this feel like a bad action movie. This mess keeps getting bigger and bigger, which also makes me wonder if it will ever stop, so life can return to some kind of normal. Glancing around, I see we are parked behind a large building, in what appears to be a fenced-in parking lot. I can't stop my eyebrows from shooting to my hairline when I realize there is barbed wire on top of the fence. Are we at a prison of some sort? Looking back at the building, I catch sight of a black sign with bright pink wording. Alibi. Alibi? While I doubt it is a last chance sign for prisoners to think up theirs, it certainly does make for an interesting advertisement. I know the Regulators own clubs, but I didn't expect to be taken here. More confused than ever, I turn to Tank. Am I allowed to ask where we are? A devious grin spreads across his face.
Strip club.
He gives me a wink, and my jaw drops open in shock. Why in the hell would they bring me to a freaking strip club? Does Sass have any idea that Tank is eye-fucking tits and ass when he is away from her? I thought I would be at a home with my patient. My mind races. I hope like hell he doesn't live in the back of the club or something crazy like that. Suddenly, I want nothing more than to punch Tank in his smug face. Unfortunately, I helped nurse that man back to health, and he is nearly as big as his nickname. I would need brass balls and a step stool to accomplish that feat. Tank laughs as if he can read my mind, and then grabs me by the shoulders and turns me around to face Boomer and Shooter. They wave for me to follow, then lead the way with me in the middle. We reach the front door of the club, and I cringe. I read his file. Ethan Hammer McCoy. I am here to help him. I won't have to work a pole, will I? Susie, what the hell did you get me into? I want to hate her and be angry with her. Except she's my sister. My now very gone sister. I refuse to taint her memory with the bad, even if the bad is the utmost worst since my life and people I care about are in danger and we don't even know why. With a building sense of dread, I follow the men until we stop at a steel door. Boomer pushes the button on some sort of security system. A small screen above the keypad lights up, and I see a man with dark curly hair, glasses, and his face close to the camera when he barks, "What?" "We're expected by your prez," Boomer responds. Geeky camera guy raises an eyebrow. Then the screen goes black. A minute later, his voice crackles through the speaker system. "Unlocking the door now." A buzz sounds, and then I can hear the click of a heavy-duty lock sliding out of place. Boomer grabs the door handle and pulls the solid steel door open, waiting for Shooter to take us in. I stay right behind Shooter, making it 2 steps through the doorway before I hear a deep voice speak from ahead of us. "Shooter. Long time." A man with short, dark hair comes over to greet us. "Ice." Shooter smiles, and the two embrace in a half-handshake, half-hug thing with a backslap. He follows that with the same greeting to Boomer. As Boomer steps back from their greeting, I finally get a chance to take in our greeter. Besides his dark hair, he is wearing a black leather cut like the Hellions do, but his patches are different. I also take note of the President patch on his chest. The delicious but scary-looking guy in front of us must be the man expecting us. Shooter introduces Trip, Tank, and then me to the Regulators MC President, Ice. I can't help thinking that's an interesting name as he shakes my hand firmly, while the guys step back after sharing a nod amongst them. I am going to assume that the nod has nothing to do with me, since Ice has been informed of my situation and the need to keep me protected while I help their guy. Jerking his head to the hallway behind him, he says, "Let's go out into the main room." We follow Ice down a short hallway before entering the main room where Ice walks to a couple of tables in a corner. After a quick glimpse around the club, it finally clicks that we entered the back entrance. There is a male bartender moving around behind the bar, and a woman wiping off tables toward the front of the room by the stages. Besides those two, we are alone. Waving his hand to the chairs, Ice orders us to sit. Tired and completely over the crate I had to curl myself into, I plop my butt down on the plush-looking chair and give a sigh of relief. My ass has never been more thankful for a good cushion in my entire life. The men speak some gibberish about rides and runs that I tune out. Instead, I take the opportunity for a more in-depth inspection of the club. Part of me is still terrified they might ask me to dance on a pole for them. I might be fit, and I could dance a little, but the idea of taking my clothes off for men to drool at my girly bits makes my stomach churn. To my surprise, though, I don't see one stripper pole. Is this some sort of new kind of strip club where the women don't use the sturdy, shiny poles I have seen in movies and shit? I keep scanning for some kind of hint before grudgingly admitting to myself that the place is gorgeous. The decor is more than likely totally lost on the men who file in here to throw dollar bills at women who have bigger cojones than I do. The white lights are dimmed, and in their place are colored lights. Blue and purple accent the seating areas, while pink and red bring customers' attention to the brightly lit hardwood stage. The mirror-covered walls on either side of the stage are lined with black leather booths. In the middle sit several cloth-covered tables with the same comfy black leather chairs. There is a black drop ceiling over the club to probably help keep it cool when the place is packed, and the floor is covered in a paisley patterned carpet. Besides there being no poles in sight, the carpet also surprises the shit out of me. Not because the club had carpet at all, but because it has hot pink, orange, turquoise, and purple patterns with a black background. Not exactly something I expect to see in a gentleman's club. Susie would have loved it, though. The thought sends a shot of pain through my heart. Everywhere I turn, I see her, even in places I never expected to see her. She really would have loved this carpet, though. Now is not the time and place to wallow in my misery over my sister. Therefore, I force my mind to think about the task ahead of me. The men are still speaking in low tones, presumably about biker gibberish I don't want to know or hear, while I sit here like a good girl, on the lookout for this Ethan Hammer McCoy. Maybe it is because I'm about to jump out of my skin paranoid, but it feels like I'm sitting there forever, waiting for my patient to show up. I don't need a full gym, but more than a few tables, a bar, and a stage will be necessary. Hell, even that damn stripper pole I can't find would be better than nothing for a bit of PT workout.
Hammer is gonna be tough,
Ice explains, breaking my bubble of concentration, leaning forward until his elbows are resting on the table.
Drill sergeant bust my balls can take it.
Tank praises me.
I don't doubt it under normal circumstances.
Ice pauses and studies me.
Hammer is angry. He has every right to be.
Sadness washes over Ice's face.
The mission went bad, and he paid the price. He's gonna give you hell.
Feeling like I'm under some crazy military scrutiny, I lean forward so he can see the sincerity on my face when I reply firmly, "Sir, I am prepared." I stop myself from adding an additional "sir" on the end, just barely.
We'll see,
Ice says calmly, while adding cryptically,
"You'll either make it or he'll break you."
A tall, bald man with a beard steps out of the back hallway and walks our way. His eyes are dark and his demeanor threatening. Regardless, Shooter and Boomer greet him happily while I silently pray Hammer is nothing like him.
"Cole, this is Desiree."
Boomer introduces, and I extend my hand. The man known as Cole shakes his head at me, rejecting my greeting. I can't stop my reaction as my mouth drops open. I have been around bikers. The hellions are assholes 98% of the time. But to refuse to shake my hand when I gave him no sign of disrespect? Well, that is cold. Then again, their president is named Ice. Maybe that's their theme. Hammer will knock someone out, and Cole is black as coal in his hardened heart. I let my mind drift. Do they have a member named Killer? I mean, with the way these guys are, I don't see them having smart-ass names like the Hellions. No, I feel like they have some crazy literal meaning, like Cujo, the rabid dog or something. God, I need a Xanax. Or a drink. Hell, my nerves are so shot I wouldn't be opposed to someone giving me both.
"Don't take it personal,"
Ice whispers to me.
"He doesn't touch women he doesn't pay."
I almost choke on my own spit. What the hell does that mean? Suddenly, I don't know if I can do this. I look over at Tank, who is as calm as ever. He doesn't seem the least bit worried about leaving me here. Then why am I freaking out? Shooter and Boomer stand up from the table, and my gut fills with dread. This is it. They are about to leave me here in the hands of the Regulators. Tank doesn't take his eyes off my face as he also stands up and walks over to where I'm sitting. When he holds out his hand in a silent order to take it, I grab it like I'm drowning, and it is the last lifeline I will ever have. The big paw that he calls a hand pulls me up, then cups the side of my face, and his other hand gives my shoulder a reassuring squeeze.
"You're good here, drill sergeant. Swear. We're gonna head straight home and sort your shit out. As soon as we do, you can come home. 'Kay?
My throat feels tight, like I'm going to burst into tears at any given moment. But I manage to make my voice sound strong when I answer him. Okay, Tank.
Your sister is gonna get her justice, and we're gonna make you safe. Count on it. Till then, keep yourself out of trouble and listen to Ice.
Nodding, I somehow keep myself together as Tank drops his hand and walks out of the club with Trip, Shooter, and Boomer. I can't help staring after them for a few seconds. It's not long before I hear their box truck's diesel engine rumble to life, and then drift away. This is it. I wanted to get out of North Carolina, and the Hellions made that happen for me. Therefore, I refuse to let myself cry like a whiny little girl when they made so many sacrifices to get me what I wanted. Taking a deep breath, I blow my frustrations out and shore up my spine of steel. I can do this. It's only for a little while. I turn back to Ice and Cole, putting on the best impression of a chipper professional smile that I can muster, and ask, "So, where's my patient?" Cole snorts and turns his head away, almost as if he can't stand to look at me. No biggie. I can ignore him as much as he can ignore me. Concentrating on Ice, I continue. Also, I was wondering if you guys could tell me where I will be staying. One side of Ice's mouth ticks up in a half smile, as if he finds me amusing.
I spoke with Hammer's brother, who's been doing his best to help Hammer out, and we decided that it's best if you stay with Hammer at his condo. Tank said you were Drill Sergeant Bust My Balls?
I nod. The other side of his mouth ticks up, so he has a full-blown grin now.
Well, then you can consider your time with Hammer as his own little boot camp. Trust me when I say he needs it. If you're ready to go, I'll take you over there now.
My eyes widen at his obvious attempt to hurry up and get me out of the club. Am I holding him up or something? Or is it that he doesn't want the customers to come in and see me? It may be a bad idea to ask, but I can't seem to stop myself from doing so. You trying to get rid of me or something, Ice?
Well, I made the dancers stay in their dressing room so you wouldn't get uncomfortable. They need to get their asses in motion, though, and do some final preparations before we open the doors. Unless you want to see some nearly naked bodies, I suggest you get your ass up and in motion.
Crinkling my nose at the idea of seeing half-naked women, I stand up and grab my bag from the floor. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that spectacle. I'm ready when you are. Cole lets loose another snort, but continues to pretend I am not there.
I'll stay here until you get back. Sounds good, brother. Let's go, Drill Sergeant Bust My Balls, and get you to your patient.
He is smiling when he says it, but I can't tell if it's because he thinks my name is funny or because he thinks the joke is really me. Deciding not to let that question fly because I didn't really like the answer to my last question, I quietly follow the big bad biker president down the hallway. He stops briefly to knock on one of the closed doors and barks, "All clear?" through the panel before continuing on our journey. I hear the door open behind me and studiously ignore the sound, not wanting to see a woman naked and more than likely looking much better than me on my best day. I have one foot out the back door when I hear a sharp catcall whistle behind me. Shocked at the sound, I turn my head and promptly trip over my own feet at what I find. There, standing in the hallway in a star-spangled banana hammock, is a buff, drop-dead gorgeous man smiling at me. I don't catch all of his features, mainly because my eyes are glued to the bulge that seems too big to be true in the man's tight, sparkly, and rather patriotic thong. Regardless, I do hear him offer me a good time if I ever decide to come back. A hard wall, otherwise known as Ice's back, stops me from falling flat on my face. Quickly, pushing myself upright so as not to piss off the burly biker who is supposed to keep me safe, I stammer an apology. Sorry, I've got 2 left feet today. He looks back over his shoulder with a knowing grin.
Funny you should say that. I heard Captain Big Dickulus has a new pump that could give him 2 feet, too. Only his aren't left feet, if you know what I mean. I heard him behind us, so if you got a good look at him, you can tell me if he was telling the truth about that new dick pump of his.
Now would be a good time to show the Regulators MC what I have already proven to the Hellions MC. I know how to keep my mouth shut. I plead the 5th.
Chapter 8. Hammer. Why am I wound up so tight? I haven't felt this way since I was fucking the commander's daughter in high school and praying he wouldn't come home and catch us. Her parents had a rule of no boys in her bedroom, so the cheerleading captain rode me hard on the couch in the living room where they could walk in and see. It was not the smartest move I ever made, but at 17, I was thinking with the wrong head. There is too much riding on this working. I'm a man's man kind of guy. Now, in the blink of an eye, I'm crippled and have to have a roommate. Danger or not, I have to share my space with another person for the unforeseeable future when I just want to hole up here in my own world until the doctors can sort out my mobility. It's funny how life works sometimes. I never wanted to settle down. Seeing what my mom went through after depending on a man and having it all shot to hell by an accident, I didn't ever want anyone to depend on me, only to be let down. I never thought my life would end up with me depending on others. "You just gonna sit there, or you gonna help me make sure she's set up?" Evan says in a clipped tone as he comes out of my second bathroom. "She?" I ask, as thoughts run crazy in my head. How will a female handle me? How will she fix the mangled mess of my hips and legs? I'm not a chauvinist, but I am a 210-pound, 6-foot-tall man who is unstable on his feet. Is she an Amazon? She sure as shit needs to be if she has a shot in hell of picking me up on the off chance I have an accident and fall on the floor. Thankfully, in the couple of accidents I have had since coming home, my chair was still nearby so I could pull myself up into it. That doesn't mean an incident won't come when I fall out of bed or from the shower chair, and my wheelchair won't be anywhere near me for whatever reason. Insecurities fill me as the anger returns. The guys have a girl coming to help me. Well, fuck that. Why should I worry about cleaning up? She can at least handle that since she can't do much else for me. I smirk at my brother coldly. Last time I checked as a PT, she needs me to be mobile. Last time I checked, my ass was stuck. So the way I see it, if Miss Priss needs something, she can get it her damn self. He glares at me. Would it kill you to be hospitable? Yes, I bark out. Would it kill him to have a little understanding? Yeah, it would, and me too. The last thing I want is pity. Since the car accident, I have been all over the place, from angry to depressed to wishing I could pretend none of it ever happened. More than anything, I want to be left alone, but baby brother here won't let me be. Really, with the way I'm all over the place mentally, I feel like I give myself whiplash at least twice an hour. This isn't going to work. The sound of people on the other side of the door puts me on edge. I can't back out now. Time stands still as I watch the nickel-plated doorknob twist before it opens. Almost as if in slow motion, I see Ice standing there. My prez continues to hold the door open as he nods his head to someone who must be standing just out of sight. As my heart starts pounding away in my chest and my forehead breaks out into a sweat from my oncoming anxiety attack, a flip-flop covered foot with pink-painted toenails appears, followed by a trim leg and a tight pair of jeans, which is attached to a shapely pair of hips. My eyes keep traveling upward over her abdomen, which is hidden by her t-shirt, and then up some more to her breasts that are definitely not hidden by the same shirt. No. Her shirt is hugging her ample chest in a way that gets little Hammer below the belt stirring in a way he hasn't in a long time. I blink once, twice, but I can't shake my reaction to her. She's beautiful and unlike the usual women I go for. She's shapely but toned with wild hair, though not in a trashy way, and she has a nervous smile that makes me want to give her a hug and tell her everything will be okay. Holy shit. Now I want to be warm and fuzzy and hug people? The medications are fucking with me. Never has a woman gotten me so twisted in an instant. It's the accident. It's the changes. It's anything and everything but her. Regardless, with my club brother and Evan present, I know I have to focus on not chasing her away or fucking her in front of them. I don't know which I want to do more. Since I don't want to seem like a complete asshole to my new roommate, I make my eyes move off her mouth-watering breasts, up over her face, until I reach her eyes. It sounds cliché, but I think time fucking stops. Or maybe the world. I sort of feel like the floor beneath my chair is shifting sideways, and I'm about to fall out of my chair like a flaming idiot. I'm not trying to sound like some Shakespearean pussy boy, but her rich brown eyes shine at me in such a way I swear they are as bright as pennies. Only prettier. They are the most gorgeous eyes I have ever seen, and I have the irrational urge to see them against my sheets, along with all that wild, sexy, curly brown hair she has. It's not as long as I usually like it, but the way her curls fall around her face makes me wonder what they would look like after I fucked her into the mattress good and hard for a few hours straight. I'm still lost in her beautiful brown eyes as she comes through my doorway, then stops dead cold. I snap out of my daydream to realize she's standing right in front of me, and I have to crane my head back to keep my eyes trained on hers, which won't stop staring at me. The sensation that flows through me is worse than having ice-cold water poured on you when you're asleep. It is more than a shock. It is a hit to the very manhood I didn't think I had left. Now I'm obliterated completely. All by a curvy little woman who is looking at me with a mixture of hope and dread. I never understood the phrase love to hate until just now. Everything about the foxy woman in front of me lights up every caveman instinct I never knew I had. And I'm half a man who can't do a damn thing about it now.
Desiree. My hands are shaking by the time Ice stops in front of the condo door. I don't think I have ever been this nervous to meet a client. The thing is, these aren't normal clients or normal circumstances. I work for badasses who could probably make me disappear in a heartbeat if they had to. The Hellions are damn good guys I know would never hurt me. But all of these bikers are brand new to me. I don't care if Tank Double Pinky swore I would be safe here. They need to earn my trust as much as I have to earn theirs. Ice opens the door and holds it open for me. Warily, I step from where I was standing off to the side and look into the infamous Hammer's apartment for the very first time. It seems nice, if a little messy and sparse. There is the bare minimum furniture of the typical man cave, leather couches and big-ass television. There are no knickknacks or decorative items to liven up the place. There are nice hardwood floors, and what I can see of his furniture looks to be on the expensive side instead of cheap. But where is the patient I have been warned so thoroughly about? Taking 2 more steps until I'm through the door, my hand tightens on my bag's shoulder strap in anticipation. I look toward the other side of the room, and that's where I find a hulking man in a wheelchair that almost seems too small for him. His hands are clutching his chair's arm pads so tightly I think that he may be more nervous than I am. My gaze travels from his hands up to his face, and I almost stop dead in my tracks. Would he hate me if I told him he is gorgeous? Because he is. He has short, spiky blonde hair cut close to his scalp, chiseled cheekbones, a strong, square jaw, and eyes that sort of remind me of the ocean. They are murky, deep, swirling shades of blue and green that draw me in, only to spit me back out a second later due to the emotion that begins to burn through them. Anger. Perhaps even hate. Holy shit. What did I do to piss this guy off already? Well, are you just gonna stand there and stare, or are you gonna come the fuck into my home? Oh shit. He thinks I'm gawking at him in his chair. I totally know better than to do that shit to patients who are only recently disabled. He is still psychologically struggling with his situation, and that's totally understandable. Pasting on a brave smile, I step forward, hold out my hand, and introduce myself. Hi. My name's Desiree, but you can call me Des. Sorry if you thought I was staring at you. I didn't mean to seem rude, but has anyone ever told you that you have the most incredible eyes? Said incredible eyes turn from angry to disbelieving as he reaches out, takes my hand in his own and gives it a quick shake before practically tossing it away.
Sure, along with a big swinging dick. Name's Hammer. This is my house. Try not to fuck it up.
Shocked by his rudeness, I stand there as he just keeps going, jerking a thumb to another guy who stands to his right and behind him.
This is my brother Evan. He's the pretty boy who strips for a living, so you should try to blow smoke up his ass instead of mine about incredible eyes. You'll get laid faster that way. In the meantime, I'll stay out of your way if you stay out of mine.
Whirling his chair around in an angry huff, he barrels down a hallway faster than a racehorse, presumably into what is his bedroom. Then he slams his door shut. Holy crapola! What just happened here? Turning my head, I look at Ice, who is blocking the doorway, almost as if he is afraid I will try to run. I snarl. You said he was an asshole, but you didn't tell me he was an epic asshole with a chip on his shoulder because someone obviously pissed in his Wheaties. If he's gonna be like this the entire time I'm here, I'll expect a pay raise. I don't care if you guys are doing me a favor or not. Ice smirks, holding both his hands up in the air as if he is trying to placate a crazy woman or something. He has no idea. I haven't shown him crazy yet.
If you think about it, I did warn you. I told you he was hurting, angry, and acting like an asshole.
Put off by his totally logical explanation, I huff back, but you forgot to tell me someone pissed in his Wheaties. Rolling his eyes, Ice walks into the condo and closes the door.
If you think that's bad, you won't last a day with him. Tank said you can take care of yourself, so pull up your big girl panties and do your job, woman.
I let out an exasperated huff. Tank gave him his word that I am good. I'm here on his name. I will show these guys just how tough the Hellions have made me. I can take care of myself and their asshole, too.
Your room is down the hall,
Evan says, extending his hand in the opposite direction of Hammer's room. How self-sufficient is he? The guys both smirk at me. I read the file, but living in an unequipped home changes what a patient is capable of. I'm concerned with being across the place from him should he need assistance at night.
Oh, our boy will need lots of assistance at night,
Ice quips, looking me up and down.
You might fit the bill with all those curves, but with the life we lead, I'm not sure you can handle the Hammer.
Frustrated, I roll my eyes. I mean on a professional manner?
She's got spunk,
Evan chimes in.
This might work after all.
Spunk? I have spunk? They have no idea what I have, and they don't need to know. I'm here to do a job, but once I'm cleared to go back to North Carolina, that's where I will be. Ice moves through the kitchen, opening and closing cabinets. He takes out his wallet and throws a few bills on the counter.
Evan, get her whatever she needs to get by. She's not to leave here.
Evan raises an eyebrow at Ice in question.
She is here of her own accord, right?
I burst out laughing. Why, yes, Evan, I sign up for every asshole duty I can find. His eyes grow big. I take a deep breath. I'm here of my own free will. The Regulators MC is paying me for a service one I have provided to a different club previously. Now that we have all covered my qualifications, can we get some water and fruit in this place while I unpack? Tomorrow, I will sit down with Hammer and come up with a care plan for both his physical and his mental goals.
She has goals,
Ice quips.
This is gonna be interesting.
I have a job to do, one you're gonna pay me very well to do. I nod my head proudly.
You have yourself a situation all your own. It would be wise of you to remember that. Shooting Evan a quick look, he adds, We'll be around if you need something. Before making his way out of the condo. At the door, he yells back a bye to Hammer, then exits with a wave of his fingers at me. My situation cost me the life I knew, my sister, and has left me with an unknown future. It is not one I could forget.
Chapter 9. Hammer. Day 1 with my personal torturer, otherwise known as Desiree the physical therapist, starts off on a bad note. She doesn't seem to appreciate it when I tell her to fuck off after she greets me good morning. It's not my fault. Hasn't anyone ever told the woman not to talk to people before they have their morning cup of coffee? I am sort of grateful when she gives me the silent treatment afterward, but now, as she pushes me to do another set of exercises, working my core with the exercise ball, I have realized my mistake. She's one of those broads you don't want to be silent, because when she's silent, she's plotting. And as the sweat rolls down my face and my abdomen burns from my workout, I know, without a doubt, I don't want to piss her off again before another one of my workouts. What's even worse than her pushing me to the limits of my physical endurance on our very first session is that her touch is driving me insane. Every time she uses her hands to guide me into a position, it's like a zap of electricity to my system. The feel of her soft skin gliding across my own hits me right where it counts. My dick. I have no idea what it is about this woman that sets my body on fire, but whatever it is, I need to hurry up and get the hell over it. It doesn't matter how much I might want her. She would never want a busted-ass, used-to-be biker like me. She snaps her fingers in front of my face, jerking me out of my thoughts. Hey, Mr. Grumpy Pants, I don't know where your head is, but you need to get it back in the game. Now give me another 10 reps. After that, we're going to move on. I will never underestimate this woman again.
Desiree. Is all this shit really fucking necessary? Hammer barks as I move through his personal space, making sure the equipment is installed properly. Well, since it is my understanding you are hell-bent on being Mr. Independent, I want to make sure you don't injure yourself. I snap back. He reaches out, grabbing my hand, causing fire to zip through me. Day 2 together, and I have never had a reaction to someone the way I do him. Oh, hell. I have a feeling I'm in more trouble than I bargained for. This man does things to me I shouldn't want to happen and should stop at every turn. A touch lighting me up is not what one would call professional. There are some things you should know. He releases me and holds up his pointer finger. First, my brothers installed everything and got all of the equipment. I trust them completely, so the shit is good. He holds up a second finger. Second, don't ever fucking doubt my club or my brothers. As long as you're with the Regulators, you are safe and will have the best of everything. He holds up 3 fingers now. Third, and I want to be very clear on this. I'm a man, Desiree. I may be knocked down, but I damn sure ain't knocked out, so yes, I'm gonna do for myself. Deal with it. His tone is sharp, making it clear there will be no arguing. I cock my hip out and put my hand on it. Hammer, you should know that I get the biker life, and I wouldn't be here if my Hellions family didn't trust your boys. I have a job to do, and baby, I damn sure do it well. I'm gonna go over everything, regardless if the inventors themselves came to personally install it. I reach out and touch my finger to his nose to tease him. And I want to be very clear on this. I know you're a man. No need to pound on your chest and scream, "Me, Tarzan," okay? I add the last part with a sassy smile before I turn around and go back to my tasks.
Hammer. It's the morning of day 3 with Desiree. I roll my wheelchair out of my bedroom and down the hall to the kitchen and living room. Just like yesterday, there is a folded-up blanket at the end of the couch. She doesn't think I have realized she's sleeping on my couch instead of my guest bedroom, but I have. The only question I have now is, why? I would accuse her of thinking she's too good for my guest bedroom, but it's not like my couch is that much of an upgrade. Therefore, there has to be some other reason she spends her nights on a leather sofa that barely fits her instead of a comfortable bed. Hearing the beep of the coffee pot, I look over to see her in a pair of pajama shorts with hearts all over them and a red t-shirt. Her hair is mussed from sleep still, and her face has this soft look that reminds me of my mom. She's holding a spatula, and it smells like she's cooking eggs. At least she has learned to turn on the coffee pot before poking the bear. This is a step in the right direction for us. Looking over at me with a cautious smile, she points at the coffee cup she has put on the counter. "That's for you. I'm making us omelets. Do you like ham and cheese?" She's cooking for me? I blink at her in surprise. I can't remember the last time someone cooked me breakfast. Granted, I'm not usually around anyone in the mornings, but still, this is weird. And sort of nice. Clearing the sleep from my voice, I mumble back, "Yeah." She keeps staring at me, as if waiting for something. One of her eyebrows rises slowly, and now I'm racking my brain, trying to figure out what I forgot. She offered me breakfast, and I said yes. I don't get it. Question asked, question answered. That just about covers everything, right? Unless she expects to be thanked for her nice gesture, Ethan McCoy. My mother's voice rings in the back of my head, scolding me just as she did when I was a boy. Shit. Is that what she's waiting for? There's only one way to find out. Thanks? I throw out, hoping she stops staring at me. She gives me a big smile that lights up her entire face, and like some fumbling teenager who has never had his hands up a girl's shirt, my heart skips a beat. I would give her 1,000 thank yous if she kept smiling at me like that. Wait, what? Did I just really think that? Fuck, I need some coffee.
Desiree. Oh my God. Please tell me this man has a mixing bowl. I can skip the beaters, a spoon will do just fucking fine. But if I don't get my hands on a big enough bowl, I may scream. "Woman!" he roars as he wheels out of his room without a shirt on, wearing just sweatpants. "Must you be so fucking loud?" "I need a bowl," I say, not hiding my frustration. "In the cabinet over the fridge." "Are you serious? That's the liquor cabinet." "No, the liquor goes beside the fridge for easy access." I shake my head as I drag a chair over and climb up to get the bowl. I hear him groan as I can't help twisting, trying to reach for it. When the air hits my ass cheeks, I realize my shorts are a little too short to be climbing on things in front of him. I want to climb on him. I immediately think, damn it, I tell myself to cut this shit out. I have only been here 4 days, and even though he is a surly asshole sometimes, he is a damn hot, surly asshole. My need for brownies right this instant is entirely his fault, too. I shimmy a little before climbing down. Take that, hammer. If I have to see him rolling around with no shirt and those blue eyes I get lost in every time he looks at me, then he can deal with a hard-on from my ass. "Want to tell me what the hell you're doing?" "Brownies," I answer, slamming the bowl down before going right to work mixing batter. He laughs. "I figured we would be living on salads and vegetables having you here. Brownies are a surprise." I mix with a spoon before I lean over and set the oven to preheat. Taking down a coffee mug, I pour some of the batter into it for later before putting the rest in the pan to bake. Then I lick the spoon, moaning my appreciation. "Seriously?" he asks. "It can't be that good." "Look here, macho man, real women eat chocolate. I don't care if you are a bodybuilder and it's cut day. Chocolate is the exception to every rule in the women's handbook. I want brownies, no, I need them. So just wheel away while I have them, and later on we can discuss salads. I dip my spoon in the mug for more batter.
Raw eggs can't be healthy,
he says with a half grin. Hammer, unless you want to be pushed to the point you're begging for brownies, I suggest you back off. You want your coffee, and as a woman, it's my duty to indulge in chocolate.
Oh, baby. You're all woman, that's for sure.
He holds up his hands in surrender.
I promise to never question the need for chocolate or impede on your ability to have said chocolate again.
I smile at him. Now we're getting somewhere. If only that somewhere would relieve the lust I feel, and if only the brownies could promise to fix that. Alas, they don't. But they damn sure help me get through today a little more easily.
Hammer. Stop hogging the remote, woman, and give it to me. It's been 5 days since Desiree moved in, and things have mellowed between us. She taught me the hard way through my training sessions that she knows how to give as good as she takes. To top it off, there is something about her that has melted my icy resolve to be an asshole around her. There is never a moment with her when I feel as if she is only being nice to me because she feels like she has to or because she pities me. Over the years, I have developed a pretty damn good bullshit meter, but she never trips it. Her words are always genuine when she asks me how I'm really feeling, and honestly, she's the best roommate I have ever had. Not to mention the sexiest. This is a problem because I know I should keep my hands off her. She isn't just here to help me get back on my feet. She is hiding out to save her life. It wouldn't be right to take advantage of the situation. But damn if I don't want to. A knock sounds on my door and we both look over at it. Desiree then looks back at me sitting comfortably on the couch instead of my wheelchair. Want me to get it? Hold on a second, babe. Whipping out my cell phone, I pull up the feed to the security camera that is trained on my front door. You better believe the moment Screech signed on to our team, I put his ass to work setting up security systems at all the brothers' places. You can't live the kind of life all of us have, first in the military and now crossing over the legal line, without pissing a few people off. It's not hard to imagine who is at my door, because the screen fills with the image of Cole from the back. Between his bald head, 6-foot-plus gigantic frame, and his Regulators cut, there is no mistaking him. Nodding my head to the door, I tell Des, "You can answer it." She cocks an eyebrow at me, yet doesn't say a word. Going to the door, she opens it and gives Cole a big grin. "Why, hello there, Mr. Clean. It's nice to see you, but I've already cleaned the place with Pine Sol. Sorry." I try to smother my laugh, but am completely unsuccessful, which is why Cole flips me the bird as he walks through the door. "Thought I'd stop by and see if you two need anything before I head home." Desiree doesn't miss a beat. "Yes, I'd like a large stuffed crust pepperoni pizza with a 2-liter diet soda." My club brother shoots my sassy roommate a glare that makes most men cower in their fucking boots. Not Des. She just stands there with a big innocent grin on her face. "I'm not your fucking pizza delivery boy." "Then what are you?" "The only thing between you and the motherfuckers who want to make you quit breathing?" Desiree's face goes pale and a haze of red covers my vision. "Yo!" I shout in Cole's direction. He turns his head toward me and I can immediately tell from the look in his eye that he knows he went too far. Not that he will apologize to Des. He's too proud, which is one of his fucking problems. "It was good of you to stop by, man, but we're good here." That's my nice way of telling him to get the fuck out. He has the best intentions, but in usual Cole style, he saw 2 legs attached to a pussy and decided he should act like a dick. One of these days I'm going to find out exactly what his fucking problem with women is. Cole doesn't say a word. With a dismissive wave, he walks out the front door, slamming it behind him. Desiree is still standing in the same spot, looking like she has seen a ghost. Ironically, in a way, she has. Cole is only a ghost of the man he could have been. I motion her over to me. "Come here, drill sergeant. I've got this big old couch to myself and I'm cold. Warm me up, woman." My order snaps her out of whatever headspace she was in, and she cocks a disbelieving eyebrow at me. You want me to cuddle with you? Sighing in mock frustration, I groan. Why do women insist on saying the C word? I said I want you to warm me up. If that involves you being tucked into my side to do that, why can't we just leave it at that? She crosses her arms over her chest. You're just trying to make me feel better after Cole was an epic shithead. Nope. Really, I'm cold, I retort without batting an eye. And you should know Cole is an epic shithead to every female he comes across. It's not just you. Now stop your yapping and come warm me up. The faster you get over here, the faster we can watch television and chill the hell out. She stands there, contemplating me as if I'm a snake that might bite. No funny business? Shrugging, I tell her, I won't push you away if you insist on feeling me up. Desiree snorts. Right. Don't hold your breath waiting for that, buddy. You'll run out of air. When she starts walking back over to the other couch, I think she's going to pass up my offer of cuddling. But she scoops up the television remote in her hand instead. Then she heads over to me and sits on the cushion next to me, tucking her feet up until she is curled into a ball. Taking a chance, I throw my arm over the back of the couch behind her. It will give her the option to move closer if she wants. She starts flicking the channels absently. What are we going to watch? I ask, as if some idiotic part of me isn't putting myself out there with a woman who probably won't give me the time of day. She stops channel surfing, and I hear the roar of car engines and fast music on the screen. Looking at it, I see one of my favorite action movies is on. I smile, then give in to temptation and grab her by the shoulder to pull her into my side. Sighing in exaggerated satisfaction, I say, I swear you're the perfect woman. I feel her shaking with laughter, and something in me lightens. It feels good to make this woman laugh. I wonder what it would be like to be able to do it all the time.
Desiree. Tank and the Hellions always say I get off on causing them pain. Well, Hammer gets off on getting me wound up and knowing damn well we won't finish the job. Okay, well, he doesn't exactly know he has me ready to blow from a simple touch. First, the man is sexy as hell. His body is a machine, and he takes damn good care of it. More than that, his scars tell a story of a man who has fought and overcome many things. His eyes draw me in and keep me locked tight with every stare. Then, when he speaks, my insides quiver. I want to slap myself for reading too many romance novels. I don't know if he's really this damn good or if my mind just wants him to be. In the time since I got here, I have learned not only is Hammer sexy as sin, but the man is not a morning person. He is the definition of coffee first, and I think it's funny, but I have learned to only push so far. He enters my space and my whole body comes to attention. My skin tingles at every touch. I even have to try to find new exercises we can do where there is less contact between us. Every breath, I inhale his scent and want to breathe deeper just to have more. He's masculine and he doesn't back down. Researching an escape already? He challenges. You can't get rid of me that easily, Hammer. I'm just getting started, he says, taking off his shirt, before wheeling himself into the open space of the living room where we have been exercising. I feel my heart rate pick up and fight to keep my breathing under control. Then he looks up at me and gives me his half grin, and I want to smack him and ravage him at the same damn time. I love a challenge. However, Hammer is one I'm not sure I can win. Then again, I'm not sure losing would be the worst thing ever. But I have never crossed the line of professionalism before.
Chapter 10. Hammer. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Yeah, I wanted to go home, but how was I supposed to know trouble was headed my way if I did? Now I have the sexiest woman alive moved in with me. She walks around here in these short-ass shorts that hug her luscious ass that is calling out for me to grab with two hands as I slam her down on my cock. And when she thinks I'm done for the night, she takes off her bra, letting her boobs move freely inside the tiny tank top she prefers to sleep in. I never thought a woman could be sexier in clothes than out of them, but the sight of Desiree in her pajamas gets my dick harder than any porn ever could. There is something about the way her night clothes cling to her that fuels my nightly fantasies of peeling them off before licking her from head to toe. 1 week she's been here, and 1 week I have had the worst case of blue balls known to man. Yesterday I called a barfly here and fucked her hard. No, that's wrong. She fucked me hard. So hard the bed was banging against the wall, and Desiree, thinking I fell, came rushing in. The blush that hit her face only had me thinking of how pink her pussy is, and if I could make her blush everywhere. After her invasion, I wasn't able to finish and sent Kate on her way, pissed off. Oh, fucking well. Kate isn't the only one who is pissed off. I'm pissed that I have blue balls, and my doctor will be more than pissed if he finds out I went against his orders and had sex at all. The only good news that came out of that clusterfuck was the realization that the doctor could suck it about his no-sex rule. The only part of my body that hurt after Kate stormed out was my dick, because it was still rock hard and begging to finish. My hips, back, and legs were a little sore the next day from the way Kate had done her best to try fucking me through my own damn mattress, but it wasn't that bad. Since then, I have subjected myself to being the silent stalker at night. I'm not sure this is healthy for me or Desiree. I want nothing more than to have my legs working so I can pin her to the wall and fuck her with her legs wrapped tightly around my waist, and the noise she hears will be the sounds of her back and head slamming into the wall as I slam into her. With the way my bedroom door sits open, I can hide in my chair in the shadows as she moves around my place as if it's her own. Night after night, once I wheel into my room, she slides off the oversized t-shirt she wears around me and takes off that bra. Every step, her curls bounce, breasts jiggle, and ass moves in sync, all of them calling out to my cock. What does she do that only makes things worse for me? She sleeps on my fucking couch. Oh, to be the leather clinging to her skin each and every night. She says it is to be close, should I need her. Sure, I need her all right. I need her to climb on my dick and ride me until neither of us can see straight. Then maybe my eyes would stop watching her ass every time it sways back and forth as she crosses the room, or her plump breasts as they bounce with each step she takes. What's worse is she's not a fucking Amazon. She's simply perfect. Tight in the right places and soft where I want to grip. She has all the training to lift me and move me when needed without overexerting herself. She damn sure knows what she's doing both for herself and for me. Every touch only makes me want one taste of her. Just one. If this obsession my dick and eyes have for her doesn't stop soon, then I am going to start thinking she is a living, breathing drug, addicting parts of me to hers slowly, one piece at a time. An addiction like that could be dangerous. In our line of business, I see a lot of ass. I see a lot of curves, titties, and pussy when the panties slip the wrong way. I have had a lot of ass and handled a lot of curves. I look down at my large, calloused hands. I have massaged more than my fair share of titties. I have had tight pussy, loose pussy, fat-lipped pussy, skinny-lipped pussy, hairy pussy, trimmed pussy, and the sculpted for my pleasure pussy. I have seen it all, had it all, tasted it all. I love women. I love their curves, their soft touch, the feel of their bodies against mine. I love sliding in and out as a woman's pussy molds to my cock. A woman's pussy is a powerful thing, really. It is not a delicate flower. Its beauty is far greater than any flower, any painting, or anything of this earth. The pussy is a deadly weapon. It is like a Venus flytrap. It mesmerizes, calls to you, and then snap. It has you contained. Inch by inch, it molds to you. A woman's pussy holds the power as you slide balls deep inside, getting lost to the sensation. No man has control once he finds himself in the depths of the perfect pussy. Though I have had a lot of pussy, I have never found the perfect one. My fear is the perfect pussy, the kryptonite to my superpowers of an alpha male, may just belong to a broad who calls herself Drill Sergeant Bust My Balls. Only in my fucked up life would I lose myself to a woman who controls my daily activities and wants nothing to do with me beyond her job. A woman who is in shit so deep I don't know if she will ever see the light of day. What does all of this do for me? It makes me hard. What does getting hard do for me? Not a damn thing, because the only pussy in this condo is untouchable. I fuck around a lot, but I don't mix business with pleasure. As she is on my payroll, I don't need to get either of us into something we can't untangle ourselves from without collateral damage. Since I can't pound out my aggression on a pussy, I work out. This is my newfound pastime, working out. It is probably not good to go beyond what Desiree has laid out, but in the 7 days she has been here, I have worked out my hand far more than I should. After enough of giving in to my body's cravings for her in the only way I can, I will push the rest of my body and mind until I can sleep away the days. I have tried drinking for a distraction, but it only makes me want to go out to my living room and do dirty things to her. If I keep letting myself slip into a drunken stupor, I may give in to my thoughts one night. And I'm not sure Desiree has the same desires as me. Parking my wheelchair in the middle of the open space in my bedroom, I lock the wheels before dragging my metal walker closer. I positioned it just a while ago in preparation for one of the new exercises Drill Sergeant Bust My Balls has introduced to me. It is supposedly to slowly build my muscles, but it also teaches me to be aware of my movements. A sardonic laugh escapes me at the thought that I now have to exercise just to get out of a chair. Some tough guy I am. Staring at the dull metal in my hands, anger washes through me. Never in my life did I think I would have to use one of these stupid things. Now here I sit with one that has those little yellow tennis balls on the front legs. If anyone saw me with this damn thing, they would probably laugh their ass off. Using my anger as fuel, I place my hands on the edge of my chair's arms and grip them tightly. Then I scoop my butt forward to the edge of the seat and slowly lean forward until my nose goes over my toes before I push myself up with my arms and thigh muscles. Once I am unsteadily on my own 2 feet, I take one hand off my wheelchair and move it to my walker. Then I follow with my other hand. After standing there for about 30 seconds on my own, I slowly reverse the steps until I am safely seated again. Shaking my head at the thought of my being reduced to this, I blow out a frustrated breath, then do the exercise again, and again. Somewhere around my 8th repetition, which is where Desiree had me stop yesterday, my legs start to shake, my arms start to burn, and sweat starts dotting my forehead. I refuse to stop, though. I passed Army boot camp, Green Beret training, and war. A wheelchair and the lower half of my body are not going to get the best of me. I force my body to do 6 more repetitions before my arms start shaking so badly they can barely hold me up, and my legs feel like overcooked spaghetti. The logical part of my brain is telling me I should have stopped 3 repetitions ago. Who the fuck listens to logic, though? Therefore, I force my body to scoot to the end of my seat again. Leaning forward, I once again push up with my arms, and with a grunt and what little strength I have left in my legs, I manage to get one hand on the walker as I stand. A thrill of victory shoots through me. I told Drill Sergeant Bust My Balls I could do more repetitions yesterday, and she didn't listen. She just primly told me that I couldn't push myself too hard, or I might accidentally hurt myself, setting my progress back. Well, good old Bust My Balls can kiss my ass because here I am proving her wrong. Or at least that's what I thought until my legs give out from under me and I lose my balance, tipping the walker over and falling with it. I can't even get my hands out in front of me to help catch my fall because they are still wrapped around the handles of the walker. Talk about an epic faceplant. It hurts like hell, too. My muscles are screaming in agony, and there is a sharp pain shooting across my hips and down my left leg. As the pain radiates through my body, a scream of frustration pours out of me, and I punch the floor. About the time I pull back to punch the floor for the second time, my bedroom door flies open, and Desiree rushes to my side. "Sweet baby Jesus Hammer, are you okay?" Her face is scrunched up in concern as she gently pats me down to make sure I haven't hurt myself more than I already am. This is not the way I wanted her hands on me. "Stop touching me, woman." "I'm just trying to make sure nothing is broken." Sending her a glare, I snap. The only thing broken at the moment is my fucking pride, so stop patting me down and help me get off this fucking floor before I fire your ass. She huffs, yet slowly helps me up until I am standing on my own 2 feet again, which is only because she is supporting my body weight. With the patience of a saint, she then helps me shuffle my feet until we cross the 2 feet to my bed, where she makes me lie down. Fluffing my pillow, setting my clothes right, she fusses over me like some mother hen with her chick. It only makes me angrier. Pushing her hands away, I growl, "I'm good. Now get out." Her eyebrows snap down, and she frowns at me. Then she gets the same look on her face that my mom would get right before she lectured me half to death about something. No damn way am I going to listen to her mouth right now. Don't want to hear it, now get the fuck out. Her jaw snaps shut, and she glares at me for another minute before finally stomping out of the room. This has to be the first time I have hated the sight of her walking away from me. But fuck it. A man needs to be alone to lick his wounds. 2 steps forward and 5 steps back. Damn it, Ethan. Get your shit together.
Desiree. After hearing a loud bang in Hammer's room, followed by feeling the actual apartment floor shake for a second, I run as fast as I can to check on him. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised to find him on the floor since I have had patients fall before. But I am. Of course, that's only because I can see his walker underneath his body, and the wheels on his chair are locked. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what he has been doing. The stand-up exercise I introduced to him yesterday. Damn the man for being so stubborn. Once I make sure he has no real injuries other than his damn pride, I leave the room. I swear I need to run. I need to escape. Now that he is having a moment to himself, I need one for myself. The closer he gets and the more I'm around him, the harder he is to resist. I'm not sure it would be fair to him or myself to even give in to anything between us. I don't know what the future holds, and I don't think I should bring anyone else along for the ride. I just don't know if I have the self-control to keep my distance. The bathroom is my new hideout. His eyes haunt me every night. I have a bedroom, I just can't sleep there. The couch, even though the nightmares still come, is a tight space and seems to remind me I'm not alone. I also like feeling close to Hammer and knowing if he needs me, I can be there. Sometimes I hear him move around. Knowing he's there and I'm nowhere near home, I find the comfort to get back to sleep. I make sure to get up earlier than him so I can hide the fact that, night after night, I am drenched in cold sweats from the bad dreams of my sister and the tree. I'm here to help Hammer heal, not for him to deal with my drama. With all the security cameras, the systems, and the regulators' rotation, I know they are keeping an eye on the place. I don't want to say I have a false sense of security because no one can save me from my dreams, but I do feel safe here. There is this dynamic between Hammer and I that I've never had before. We balance each other, and he intrigues me. I have this connection to him that is about more than him being my patient. I want to see him succeed not just to be well, but because there is a hunger in his eyes. I have met a lot of people in my profession, but none are as driven as Hammer. Every time he looks at me, I can't help but feel like he is seeing beyond the moment. I feel like he feels my pain, my loss. And more than that, I feel like he understands my situation. I want to touch him. Working out and stretching him, I see his body is clearly defined. As much as he drinks, though, I would hate to see his liver. Other than that, his body is a perfect male mold. I slap myself across the face. Snap out of it, Des. I lived with the Hellions for years, and not one of them had my body strung so tightly I felt like one rub would have me screeching like a violin's strings. What is it about Ethan Hammer McCoy that has me wanting to be pounded? I strive for professionalism. I make sure every day I stay covered. I've seen the hard-on he gets when we work out. He isn't ashamed, and honestly, with what he's packing, he shouldn't be. I just don't want him to feel like I'm a tease. When I know Hammer is in his room for the night, I change into my night clothes. His couch isn't nearly as comfortable as a bed, but it is one nice damn sofa. I look up at the ceiling from my perch on the toilet. This is something Susie would fall into. I have a serious case of insta-lust. I don't know how many guys she brought home swearing it was true love when it was nothing more than damn good sex. Tears fill my eyes. Susie, is that what got you in this situation? I miss my sister, my life. I miss knowing what will happen next. And I miss little things like being able to go to the grocery store. The regulators have been good about doing shopping and making sure I have anything I need or want. But there is something about picking your own produce that suddenly feels liberating. Too often my mind worries over what the future holds rather than giving my all to the here and now with Hammer. It is my fault he got hurt tonight. I'm supposed to be helping him make progress. He stays tense, though. His flexibility is hindering his mobility. Settling on the couch, I pull out my notebook and adjust his care plan. I asked for this. I asked the Hellions to find a way to get me out. This is my new reality. I need to give it my all and not dwell on the things I can't change. Nothing will bring Susie back. Nothing will change what those monsters did to my sister. Nothing will fix the fear I will forever live with. For that reason, I will focus on the things I can do. I can help Hammer. His injury is not permanent, and I can help him see he can come back stronger than ever before. I can help him see his accident not as a weakness, but rather a challenge to overcome. I can help the man in the room beside me. Starting tonight, he gets my all.
Chapter 11. 1 month later. Hammer. Des swears by a schedule, so we need to keep one. It is all for control, I get it though. If she follows this rigid plan, she can't get lost in her head. I may not know everything about her past yet, but what I do know is not something she needs to think about all the time. I know what it's like to lose a loved one. Fucking brutal. And from what I can tell, she was just as close to her sister as I was to my dad. This is why I don't give her shit about the schedule she keeps us on, even if there are days I have to fight the urge to tell her to take a damn chill pill. In her defense, all of the workouts are paying off. Day by day, I feel stronger from the waist down. She even has me taking steps, sometimes even unassisted. I just can't go far. I get around with a walker when I can, trying to build my hips and legs back up. Tank named her appropriately. I swear she gets her rocks off from seeing if she can break me. It's okay, though. The little pretty has gotten sweaty with me as much as I have gotten hard for her. I have to admit this has to be my favorite exercise, the supine hamstring stretch. Desiree has me lying on the living room floor while she pushes my legs straight up in the air one at a time and then backward a bit toward my chest to stretch out my hamstrings. The maneuver puts her between my legs, her chest pressed into the raised leg and her core pressing near my swollen cock. Now, if only I could get her to take off that baggy t-shirt and shorts, get naked and climb up onto my lap instead of trying to press my leg into it. "What's wrong, Hammer? Can't take the burn?" She taunts me. My willpower is crumbling away. I'm starting to think it's only a matter of time before I give in to my darker urges regarding the tempting little morsel who is trying to torture me at the moment. I never knew one of the requirements to be a physical therapist is to be a sadist. She snorts, and one side of her lips tips up in a smug smirk. "You didn't realize the P and T in physical therapy also stands for pain and torture?" I laugh at her sassy comeback. No wonder Tank dubbed her Drill Sergeant Bust My Balls. The urge to bust something inside of her is becoming nearly unbearable. She slowly brings my left leg down, then raises my right leg for the same stretch. Looking down, I see my basketball shorts are emphasizing my hard-on more than hiding it. There is no way in hell she could miss it. I should probably feel bad about that, but I don't. Glancing up at her face, I see she has averted her own gaze away from me and has the prettiest blush spreading from her cheeks down her neck. I would love to see her flush like that because I made her come 3 times and not because she thinks I'm embarrassed that she has seen my dick through my shorts. Unable to stop myself from needling her about it, I taunt. "What's wrong, Drill Sergeant?"
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
Does seeing my dick hard make you uncomfortable? Desiree shrugs her shoulders. Not really. It's not the first one I've seen, and I'm sure it won't be the last. I just wasn't sure if you were comfortable about me seeing it. A slow grin spreads across my face, the one my brother has told me is my panty-dropping smile. Sugar, you can see as much of my dick as you want. Just let me know. Letting my right leg down slowly, she gives me a smack on the thigh. You shut your pie hole, Hammer. I know damn well from walking in on you in that barfly that you don't have a problem getting a woman to see your dick, so don't start that bullshit with me. Using my stomach muscles to do a half crunch, I roll my upper body enough to grab her by her biceps and drag her on top of me. I'm not bullshitting you, Drill Sergeant. Don't you believe me? Seeming a little shocked at our position, she slowly and silently shakes her head, yet stays quiet. It only makes my smile widen. I know by now that it takes a lot to shut this woman up. Feeling harder than ever and more than a little devious, I shut my doubts down and give in to what I want. Let me prove it to you then. I slide my hand up her back to the back of her neck, then gently grasp it and drag her face closer to mine. I make sure the move is deliberately gradual, giving her the opportunity to tell me no if this isn't what she wants. But she doesn't stop me. Brushing my lips gingerly across hers, I give her the lightest kiss I have ever given, allowing her a second chance to back out. When she doesn't stop me then either, I finally take what I want. Pressing my lips firmly against hers, I trace the seam with my tongue, tasting the sweetness lingering from the extra sweet tea she drank before we started our workout. She moans at the feeling of my tongue, parting her lips to give me more access to her own silky tongue. I surge inside, plundering the mouth I have dreamed of. We tangle tongues until I start to think I will never get enough of her taste. It is intoxicating, my own personal drug. This is just a small hit, and I want to get high as hell on everything that is her. I move my hands down her body, petting her curves, savoring them, until they land on the globe of her ass. I can't help giving in to the temptation to squeeze them in my hands. Apparently, though, that was the worst thing to do. While I was savoring the high of a lust I have never felt with another woman, the rough squeeze I gave those glorious ass cheeks snaps her back into reality. Desiree puts her hand on my chest, then pushes herself up and away from me. Then she quickly moves to her feet and stands there, panting with wild eyes and almost fuck-me hair. Part of me wants to crow in victory because her lips are beautifully swollen, red, and trembling from my rough kisses. The other part of me wants to yell at her denial because I can see what is coming. She is running scared, damn it. We shouldn't have done that, Hammer. You're my patient. Her voice is shaky. It's obvious she is on emotional, shaky ground. I want to pull her back into my arms and reassure her it doesn't mean a damn thing that I'm her patient. What does matter is that she sets me on fire in a way I have never felt. I never get the chance to get the words out, though. She brings a jittery hand to touch her lips, then bolts to her bathroom faster than my motorcycle can peel out of a parking lot. Fuck. I never knew rejection could sting so damn badly.
Desiree. I can't help reaching up to touch my bottom lip. Then, freaking out, I run to the bathroom and shut the door. He kissed me. Hammer kissed me. I wanted him to. I also want him to do so much more. My lips tingle still, and I can't get my heart rate to slow down. What is it about the asshole that has me feeling alive again? It's not his looks. Yeah, he looks downright lickable on a daily basis, but I can find a good-looking man anywhere. No. There is something about Hammer that makes me want to punch him, kiss him, laugh with him, and just be with him. Unlike my other patients, he doesn't back down when I try to lay down the law. Instead, he fights me every step of the way. When I'm with him, even when we are arguing, I feel in the moment. It's almost like when I'm with Hammer, I'm trying to soak up all of our moments, afraid they will disappear before I'm ready for them to. When my sister died, a piece of me died with her. The truth is, I haven't slept more than 2 hours since that day in the woods. I close my eyes and see the pain in her face. Nevertheless, I need to focus on my job, not on my losses. Can I do this? Can I go back out there and face him? He kissed me, and damn it, I wanted it. Opening the app on my phone, I don't think as I log into my bank account. It has been so long since I have had to worry over money that I haven't checked. There is enough there to cash in and get myself set up again. The Hellions pay me well. Hammer pays me well, and in cash. I could leave. I could save us both the risk of getting in too deep and being stuck together. Reality crashes in with the cruel reminder that not everything is blown over with Susie's murder. Staying in so long, I have this sense of security, but I don't know if it is real. The overwhelming need to be free assaults me. Surely her murderers have figured out by now they got away with it. The Hellions haven't been able to sort the exact persons who killed her. The trail went cold. I haven't been seen, and I most certainly haven't talked to the cops since I learned who Susie used to associate with, who her ex was. The killers, the drama, the whole situation. They have to know by now that I'm not worth the trouble. I have seen enough criminal movies. I could find someone to give me a new identity. I could get a job waiting tables that mainly pays cash. To work at a gym or at a medical facility, I would have to show my certifications, which would trail back to me. If I leave here, I leave the last thing in life I love. My job. I can't do that. I won't do it. I have given up enough. I lost my sister, my friends, my home. I am not giving up my career, too. Hammer may be tough as nails, but I'm stronger. This attraction and flirtation we have ends today. He is my patient, and my job is to get him mobile again. Steeling my nerves, I step out into the living room. But Hammer is gone. I go around the common areas of the apartment, but he is not there. Either he has holed up in his room or he left. Whichever he decided is fine by me. We need space. We need time. We both crossed a line. I feel like a woman in a romance novel. I gave in to my attraction. He was there, I was there, and we just came together effortlessly. The moment was rich, the timing right. When his lips pressed to mine, fireworks exploded behind my eyelids. Our magical moment, our tongues entwined. My pulse picked up as my heart began to beat in rhythm with his. I knew from this moment on, we were meant to be. I am stronger than this. I am stronger than my attraction to this seriously sexy badass biker. I am stronger than allowing myself to get sucked into the way he challenges me. Is this what it is like for men? The thrill of the chase and all that shit? Is that my draw to Hammer? He challenges my mind and my body in a way no one has ever before. But it doesn't matter. None of it matters. I'm here to do a job. As my mind runs crazy with thoughts of leaving here, even if I don't know when that can happen, I start to clean. It's what I do when I'm nervous, angry, or feel like life is out of control. I start in what has become my bathroom, then move to what is my clothing room but does happen to have a bed I'm supposed to sleep in. I should probably do that and stop sleeping on the couch. He's moving around more on his own. Having one-on-one therapy has made his progress go a lot more smoothly than a patient in-group therapy or rehab. He's stable enough that I don't have to sleep on the couch anymore. Plus, it would give us both some space if I can go in the bedroom and put a closed door between us. I also worry my continued nightmares might wake him. So far, I have managed to wake myself up before I start screaming, but there is no telling when my luck will end. With my decision made, I move to the kitchen and continue my cleaning. Hours pass with no noise from Hammer's room, so I decide to clean in there. This may be a bad idea since he has a lady who comes once a week. I feel like I'm invading his privacy, but I can't turn my brain off and I can't slow down. Ice and his old lady, Morgan, have come by as well as other Regulator members. Hammer doesn't allow anyone to stay long, but Morgan gave me her number and said she was here if I need her. I should probably call her instead of going into his personal space. I can't help being drawn to him. Whatever it is, where Ethan Hammer McCoy is concerned, he turns me on, up, down, left, and right about everything. Entering his room fully for the first time since I have been here, I inhale, smelling him in the space. My body comes alive with the knowledge I have entered the cave of the bear. Well, that's how it feels. It doesn't take me long to realize his poor maid must work overtime to get this mess cleaned on a weekly basis. Either she does a shit job, or he is a slob between cleanings. Clothes are thrown against walls on all sides, piling up in heaps, which is ridiculous since he has a large empty laundry hamper next to his bathroom door. At least he left the pathways clear for his wheelchair. Looking around, I shake my head. Now I don't care if I piss him off or not. Doesn't he realize he is a freak accident away from hurting himself again? Or getting his chair stuck with a room like this? Moving forward, I start to pick up all of his clothes first. You wouldn't think a man has more clothes than a woman, but there is enough piled on the floor to support more than a week's worth. That is crazy, since I know the maid cleaned this room just 4 days ago. After the laundry is where it should be, in the blasted hamper, I start picking up the empty beer bottles and other trash. This shit is just ridiculous. Didn't someone tell me Hammer served in the military? I thought they taught their soldiers to be clean and neat. An hour later, I'm on my hands and knees cleaning the grout on the tile floor in his bathroom, when I hear the laugh of a woman and the deep growl of Hammer's voice. Looking at the window, I see it's pitch black outside. I light my watch to check the time and see it's a little after midnight.
"You know better than to take a man's bottle away,"
he states gruffly at his companion. Great. He is drunk. That's so healthy for him. Not. Tomorrow, well, I should say today, he is going to be even harder to handle while I push him to the limits with a hangover. Not sure how drunk he is or how he will feel about me being in his space. I lean against the bathroom wall and pray he doesn't come in here. I can hear the sounds of them kissing, sloppy lips slapping together. At first I want to run out there, scream, and maybe throw some shit. Then I stop myself and think I want space. I want this to be professional, even if every part of me wants to give life a chance. Since Susie died, I haven't lived. I have merely existed. Hammer challenges me, makes me wonder if we could have something, and it gives me the possibility of a future. Then again, the asshole has some stranger in his bedroom right now, so what future could he see with me? God, can I get any more twisted internally? I mean, with one hand I push Hammer away, trying to keep a professional distance between us. On the other hand, I'm disappointed as hell that he has brought another woman to his bedroom. It's irrational, but I can't stop myself from wishing it was me making him feel good right now. Vaguely, I make out the noise of someone flopping onto his king-sized bed. It's been too long since I have been with a man. It's been too long since I have had time to take care of my own needs. As I listen to Hammer with a woman in the other room, my mind wanders. I picture myself sprawled out, naked in front of him, spread eagle on those soft-looking black sheets. The sensation of the fabric against my ass as I run my fingers down to my pussy. While Hammer sits back, I give him a show, making him growl in desire. I hear her laugh, and it takes me back to the moment. "I'll stroke you," she says seductively.
No,
Hammer barks out.
I'll get myself there.
I fight back my laugh. Alcohol can cause erectile dysfunction. I hear his movement, and when I listen closely, I make out the sound of sucking and slurping. Hammer groans his satisfaction, and it disturbs me that his groan hits me straight in my aching core. I close my eyes and imagine taking in his length. I would cup his balls as I took him all the way.
Desiree, harder, baby.
Hammer calling my name takes me out of my fantasy.
You talk about busting my balls, well, baby, tug 'em. Shit.
She releases him with a popping sound. "I'm not Desiree."
What?
Hammer asks, his voice in a daze. "I said I'm not Desiree," she huffs before laughing. "My name's Tina, remember? Hell, Hammer, you've got it bad. You think of some broad tugging your balls and call out her name hard as hell? Then you come to and you get limp dick problems." I hear the sounds of her moving over him.
Fuck you,
he roars. "Don't get so worked up. I'm glad to see somebody finally tamed the bear inside you."
Get the fuck out now.
She whimpers, but I guess she finally takes him at his word since I start to hear the shuffle of her feet on his floor. "No problem. Seriously, you should tell this chick how she's got you all twisted up. She'll be better company than that bottle you're drowning in." With that, I hear her move out of the room. I'm frozen in place. Part of me is mad as hell, and the other part of me is happy he's as fucked up over me as I am over him. I don't know what to do next. I'm just glad to know I'm not alone in my feelings. Now the question is, how do I get out of the bathroom? Do I reveal myself? What if he wheels in here anyway? What am I going to do? Dread spreads through me as I think of the 100 different ways that him rolling in his bathroom to find me could go badly for us. There are just some things a woman doesn't want to explain to a man. Listening to him make out with another woman is one, and why you are cleaning his bathroom past midnight to burn off some steam is another.
Chapter 12. Hammer. What the fuck is wrong with me? One kiss and now she has me by the balls. My situation keeps going from bad to worse. Rolling over to my back, I stare blankly at the ceiling. After the kiss with Desiree and her running away, I called Ethan to pick me up and take me to the club. Tina was there. She promised my brother she would give me a ride since I was drinking. Everything is fuzzy. I know I was going to fuck her. The plan was to fuck her to get Desiree out of my mind. Only once she started sucking my dick, then she wasn't Tina. She was Desiree in my mind. Then she was Tina again, and after remembering how Desiree tasted when we kissed, no one else would do. My stomach churns as I try to process my night. I'm pissed off that I want her so fucking badly, yet she can resist me. I want another drink. I need another drink. The burn of the alcohol would be a welcome reprieve from the burning in my nuts for Desiree. I close my eyes, think of her, and my dick comes to life. The ache that is constantly down my legs disappears as my body aches to be connected to her. My sweats pop up into a healthy tent, causing me to slide them down and give myself room to breathe. Gripping my length, I slide my rough hands up and down, wishing they were the firm but delicate hands of my physical therapist. I stroke harder and faster, then stop at the sound of steady mewling coming from my bathroom. Damn it to hell, I can't move without making noise. She wouldn't dare be in there, would she? Closing out the world and tuning myself just to her, I can take in her heavy breathing. She's panting. Why? The more I focus on the sounds coming from the other side of the wall, the thicker my cock grows. Pre-cum covers my head, and I roll my hand over it for lubrication. The more I listen, the more I think my roommate may be getting herself off in my bathroom. As her breathing reaches a pitch point, I stroke faster, rolling my wrist. I close my eyes and picture her riding me, her titties bouncing with nipples poking out in the air in complete satisfaction. My rhythm matches my mind, and just as I hear her reach her crescendo, I come, making a mess all over my stomach and hand. Then silence. With one hand, I pull my shirt over my head and clean up as best I can. Am I that drunk that I imagined it all? Is Desiree on the other side of my wall? Do I really want to know? My head throbs, and before I can muster the energy to get up, I pass the fuck out. Waking up, my mouth feels like it is full of cotton, and I reek. Before I can think of the previous night, acknowledge I need coffee or freshen up, something pounds on my bedroom door. Why is it shut? Who closed it? I may have been drunk, but my life has been lived paying attention to details, and I vividly remember the door being wide open when Tina left. "Hammer, rise and shine. Time to get to work." Desiree's voice echoes in my ears. Every sound is like someone tap dancing on my skull. "Fuck off." "Fuck you," she quips back. "Oh, baby, I wanna. I don't know if you could handle me." "I can handle whatever you want to dish out, Hammer. If skank pussy is what gets you off, though, I'm gonna need you to get checked before you can have a piece of this." My dick immediately gets hard at the mention of handling her. It doesn't matter that my stomach is trying to do a somersault inside of my body. I would find a way to ignore my throbbing headache and nausea if I could get her naked and in my bed. "I'll give you a clean bill of health, but are you sure you could take the pounding I give?" I taunt, only getting more turned on by the second. She opens my door, her curly hair wild around her face. Her eyes are fierce when they lock onto mine. "Promises, promises, baby. I'm not sure you could handle what I can give." She waves her hand from her breasts to her hips, pointing out the lush body I want so badly. Her eyes move to my cock that I don't even try to hide. "Good to know you at least have some strong equipment. I hear it doesn't always want to work, though." She winks, taking me back to what I thought I imagined last night. "Chop chop. Time's wasting." She turns and closes the door behind her, and I'm left on the bed with the biggest hard-on of my life. As I close my eyes, flashes from the night before come to mind. Bringing Tina home, thinking I could fuck my desire for my roommate out of my system. Instead, I ended up calling her Desiree's name. I should feel bad, but I don't. Tina knew I wasn't offering anything more than a good time. Another hazy memory slowly emerges, and my heart stops. Desiree was in my bathroom. I remember moans coming from behind the closed door. I'm pretty sure she got herself off in there after hearing me fooling around with a barfly. "Be careful what you wish for, Desiree. I will deliver a clean bill of health and an orgasm that you won't be able to hold in." Challenge accepted, Drill Sergeant Bust My Balls. Knowledge is everything. In a game of hearts, war, or chess, you must have knowledge of your opponent so you can have the upper hand in your strategy. I don't even get out of the bed before calling Screech. "Hammer, how's it going, brother?" "Need intel." His response is immediate. "Done. Who?" "My roommate." He pauses. "You have her file?" "No, I was only informed I was getting someone qualified. I want her file, personal and professional. I want to know what really brings her here. I want more on her background than even the Hellions have. You got me?" He sighs. "I've got you, but don't be paranoid, Hammer. She's clean. I've already done her background check. You know ICE wouldn't let her within 10 miles of the city if he thought she would be a problem for us. She's good at what she does, and she's of no threat to you or the club as long as no one knows she is there? I laugh. Oh, she's a huge threat to me, but not in a way I'm prepared for. Never in a million years did I think any woman would have the power to make me only want them. I like variety. I don't like being tied down. Yet, in a matter of months, Desiree has changed that. She's changed me. I don't tell Screech all of this, though. I don't give a rat's ass if you guys have already checked her out. Just give me the intel. I hang up before he can question me further. There is a banging on my door again. "Let's go," Desiree calls. "I need a shower. You want to come scrub my balls?" I tease. "You have 10 minutes before I come in there and put them in a vice." My dick shrinks at her threat, and I laugh. "Spunk. I like spunk. Get to it, Hammer. I don't have all day." "Sure you do. Fuck you." "Gladly, baby. Come on in." I hear her frustrated gasp as she stomps away. Everything has changed between us. I'm done ignoring what I want, and I won't let her push me away any longer. The quicker she can figure that out, the better for us all. I haven't been this motivated since the accident. Pausing, I think I haven't felt this alive ever. Maybe Desiree is just what I need in more ways than one.
Desiree. Hammer is lying on the living room floor as per our usual routine. My mind keeps straying from work and over to what it would be like to play with him instead. Focus, Desiree. You don't have time to flirt with your client. Grabbing the therapy exercise ball that I asked Ice to buy last week, I hold it up between us. Ready? He nods and positions his legs slightly apart. I place the green ball between his knees, then order him to squeeze and hold it for a count of 5. This will help build the strength in his inner thighs back up. I'm so focused on watching him to make sure he does the exercise properly that I don't realize he is staring at me.
"You are staring at my little green ball awfully hard, drill sergeant."
Snorting, I quip back. Someone has to make sure you don't try to overwork yourself again. And that little green ball is gonna kick your ass. Just wait until you're on the 10th repetition for the second round. Hammer chuckles.
"I have to admit, I'd much rather you were staring at my other 2 balls. Those you can exercise as much as you want, baby."
Rolling my eyes, I say, "Really? Is this what you're going to do every time we try to do your exercises?"
"What am I doing, Desiree?"
"Trying to distract me with your horn dog lines. It's not going to work, mister. You're going to do this workout in its entirety, so I can get you back up on your own feet for good. Just think. Then you can go back to the club and fuck all the barflies you want." He stops his repetitions, as still and tense as a stone statue.
"It's not the barflies I want to fuck, baby."
Now it is my turn to go still. "Oh, yeah? And just who do you want to fuck, Hammer? Tina? Maybe Kate, since I walked in and you couldn't finish up with her?" Bracing his arms on the floor, he pushes his upper body up into a sitting position, closing the space between us until our faces are so close, our noses almost touch.
"The only woman I want to stick my dick in is you. And I've got to tell you, babe, when I get in there, I don't plan on coming out anytime soon."
Suddenly my mouth is as dry as the Sahara Desert, and my throat feels too tight to speak. Is he serious? Does he really want me that much? Or is he just trying to scratch an itch? God, why am I even thinking about these things? I don't have a place in my life for anyone right now, especially a lover. But what a lover he would be. My heart whispers to me. Yeah, that is the last organ in my body I need making decisions for me. My heart needs to get the memo that until our life has been fixed, we need to stay alone. I can't take the chance of endangering anyone. I have yet to hear from Tank or the Hellions that my problem is gone, and I am starting to worry my life is never going to be fixed. My body yearns for everything Hammer is offering. Even if it is to scratch an itch, I have itches too, damn it. It doesn't feel that simple to me when it comes to him, though. Somewhere during my stay here, I have come to care for this man more than any physical therapist should. Maybe it was the day he cuddled me on the couch after Cole was a jackass. Or maybe it's the undeniable chemistry that flows between us during his training sessions. Whatever it is, it's unacceptable. I have to nip this in the bud and get him to finish his exercises so I can get some breathing room. And I know just how to do it. Pull his punk card. No man likes being led on, then let down. Dropping the tone of my voice to the sexiest call girl impression I can, I murmur, "Oh yeah? You want to prove it to me, big boy?" His straight white teeth bite into that plump bottom lip, as if he is thinking of all the ways he wants to prove it to me. It doesn't take him long to think about it and reply, "I've got so many ways I can prove it to you, sugar. You on top, riding me reverse cowgirl so I can play with your ass. In my bed, with me on top of you, between those thighs and sucking on your nipples. We can even go in my shower so you can ride me in that chair I hate so fucking much. Maybe then I'd want to sit in that chair. What do you say, drill sergeant?" Good Lord. I don't even need to stick my fingers down my shorts to know my panties are soaking wet. I can feel it. This man might be more dangerous to me than the ones who killed my sister. I am starting to think he could take so much more than my life. He could own every part of me. Doing my best to keep my seductress poker face on, I tip my head in a playful manner, pretending to consider his offer for a minute, then shake my head. Nope. There's only one way I want you to prove it to me. You ready for it? Hammer breathes out a rough groan. I don't think he realizes it, but he is squeezing the therapy ball so hard between his knees I start to worry he is going to do exactly what the company said can't be done. Pop the damn thing. I want you to shut up and exercise. A flash of disappointment shines from his eyes for a second, before he covers it up with a blank mask. You've got it. Drill sergeant bust my balls. All work and no play. He lies back down and continues his workout routine in stony silence, while I stand there and walk him through the steps. Part of me wishes I didn't need to do that and could get that moment between us back somehow. But I know it is for the best. Damn, it's starting to feel like life is trying to kick me when I am already down, that dirty bitch. When Hammer finishes everything I give him, he gets up, still silent, and walks down the hall to his bedroom, closing the door with a quiet click that says more than I can handle. It has been a slow, steady progression, but Hammer is walking short distances now. His progress is coming along. It seems the closer he gets to being back in action, the closer we get to crossing lines we shouldn't. Making my escape to the bathroom, I climb into the cold shower and fight to calm my body down. Then, skipping dinner, I go to my room to hide out. There isn't much in it. A dresser, a closet, a small flat-panel television on a stand in the corner, and one nightstand with a lamp on it next to a full-sized bed. Very minimalistic. Very bachelor pad. I bet he wouldn't have a bed in here if it weren't for his brother. I'm not going to complain, though. It seems to be a comfortable bed in a safe place, even if it isn't home, none of which I would have if it weren't for the Hellions and the Regulators. Sometimes it is best if you count your blessings instead of your problems. Closing my eyes and shutting off my mind, I allow myself to drift. In time, my breaths even out, and my heart rate slows. My body relaxes, and I fall into a deep sleep. Susie. I kneel before a blank headstone. My fingers trace the concrete, each ridge sharp. My sister's name is absent. The grass under my knees is cold and prickly. A hand comes around, grabbing my forehead and pressing it to his body as unforgiving metal hits my throat. I am forced to stand and dragged backward as I scramble for footing. Then I'm tied to a nearby tree as I fight to get free. He is too big. He is too strong. I can't break away. I can still see the headstone. I cry out, "Susie!" as my clothes are cut away. The blade traces my collarbone, slicing my skin open. It burns as the warmth of blood travels down my chest. He flicks the knife against my nipple, and I try to retreat, which causes the bark of the tree to dig and cut open the skin down my back. Fear consumes me. I'm going to die the same way she did. They have found me, and this is it. The knife trails down my stomach. He traces my hip bone down to my juncture. "No!" I scream. Two hands grip me as Hammer yells, "Baby, breathe. It's just a dream." Catapulting myself into a sitting position, I find a cold sweat covers my body. My clothes are twisted and all of the pillows and blankets have been thrown onto the floor. I look into the eyes of the man standing next to the bed. I see his pain, his helplessness. Then I realize he isn't in his wheelchair. Sure, he has been able to move more freely, but with the hard workouts, rushing to me is not good for his injuries. "Hammer, sit down, don't overdo it." "Ethan," he responds, seeming to ignore my concern. "What?" I ask him, thoroughly confused. Did he fall down and hit his head? Because he's making no sense right now. "You called me Hammer. I want you to call me Ethan." I'm suddenly shocked to the bone. I know from being around Tank and the Hellions that the men in motorcycle clubs generally insist everyone call them by their road names. It helps protect their identities in sticky situations. "Are you okay?" he asks, moving to sit beside me. "No," I want to answer, still in shock from Hammer. No, Ethan's unusual order, and overall presence and trembling from the nightmare. Leaning down, he tosses my pillows and blankets back up onto the bed. Breathlessly, I answer, "No, yes, I don't know." "Why aren't you on the couch?" Well, that takes my mind off my bad dream. I thought we could use some space. He gives me a half grin. "Des, space is the last thing I plan to put between us." I gasp at his bold declaration. This is probably a bad idea. "We won't know if we don't try." I'm too tired to think about anything. He scoots up and over, putting himself on the pillow beside mine. Lying on his back, he pulls me back against his side. "Get some rest. I'm here to chase the bad dreams away." Inhaling, I smell him. Musk and man. There is a true comfort he gives me that I can't explain. Rather than fight with him, I close my eyes and try to get the thoughts of knives, trees, and blood out of my mind. What the hell am I doing?
Chapter 13. Hammer. When she finally relaxes against me, I breathe a sigh of relief. The burn in my hips shoots down my legs, tingling into my feet. I am thankful to have feeling, but rushing across the condo took its toll. When she cried out, I felt helpless being so far away. Nothing was going to stop me from getting to her. Having her scared stirred up things inside me I have never felt before. Helplessness, protectiveness, fear. She lies silently against me. I'm not sure if she's asleep or not. It doesn't matter. Whispering to the empty room around us, I confess exactly what I feel tonight. There is no holding back anymore. Des, you want to heal my broken body. I want to heal your damaged soul. She doesn't move, doesn't speak. I can only assume she's drifted back to the land of dreams. I can now only hope in my arms she is safe from all pain, including in her nightmares. At some point I fall asleep and wake when I feel her move beside me. It takes me a moment to remember I'm in my guest room with her. Reaching out, I grab her hips before she can slide completely away, and she turns to look over her shoulder at me, her curls flying. "Ethan," she whispers, and my dick comes to life. "I've gotta pee." I release her, laughing. Then I close my eyes as she leaves the room and somehow manage to fall back asleep. When I open my eyes again, I want to scream as I see the wheelchair pulled up beside her bed and hear Desiree in the kitchen. I'm frustrated as hell. I don't want to rely on this chair. I don't want to be confined anymore. I don't care how hard I push and what it does. I'm not using that thing, not today. If I can manage, not ever again. Rolling over, I slowly work my way out of bed, thankful no one is here to see me. My movements are far from pretty. I think of the exercises and stretches. She always wants to be aware of my movements and how my weight shifts so I can maintain the best balance and posture for healing. I let my mind drift and think of how far I have come in healing, as well as how far I have come with Desiree. We have this connection, and I don't want to think of her not being here. She found a way to fit into my life, which is something I honestly never thought would happen for me. I hear voices in the other room and realize Evan is here. My baby brother, the little boy who once thought I was his hero. For a moment, I let my mind go to a dark place. I'm no one's hero anymore. Hell, I can't help wondering if I will ever be whole again. Then I think of Desiree. I think of the information Screech sent me within hours of my request. I think of her life before and what she has lost. Her sister, her best friend, and she can never get her back. On shaking legs, I make my way to the living room, and when Evan sees the room, I exit. He raises an eyebrow in silent question. Quickly, I shake my head. Would I like to be balls deep in Des? Damn straight. However, there is so much more between us than my carnal desires. She pushes me and pulls me at the same time. As I watch them interact, I want to punch Evan in the face. Brother or not, I can't help my need to make him choke on his teeth, especially as he hugs her, all while eyeing me for a reaction. I will give him one, too. One wrong move, baby brother, and I'm going to have you eating through a straw. With my energy depleted, I settle on one couch as Evan sits on the other. Desiree walks in and glares at me in challenge. You have to slowly rebuild, Ethan. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither was your hip. I smirk. Technically, they rebuilt my hip in a matter of hours, all while I was sound asleep. She leans over, putting a hand on either side of my head and caging me in. Her breathing deepens as her eyes darken. She licks her lips, and I feel like I'm going to blow a load in my pants. Well, smartass, after last night's exertion and your stubbornness this morning, I'm going to have to adjust your therapy to accommodate for muscle rest so we don't strain or pull anything. She leans in closer, her breath hot on my neck. You know we don't want you to hurt anything you might want to use later. Before I can adjust from the heat coursing through my body, before I can react or give her some sort of comeback, she shoves off and goes back to the kitchen. Evan sits back, laughing, while I can only think to myself, she's going to bust my balls all right, but not in the way she's thinking. I'm going for a short walk to get some fresh air, Desiree calls out as she puts on shoes and grabs the burner phone off the counter. Rika's men shouldn't know she is down here, so a stroll around the complex's lake won't hurt her. 20 minutes, I bark as she hits the door. Who's the drill sergeant now? She laughs as she walks out the door without looking back. My brother immediately leans forward, eyeing me suspiciously. Tell me you did not fuck her. I laugh. No, but I damn sure would be happy to. All the barflies and biker bunnies available to you, and you have to go after your physical therapist? What are you up to, big brother? Are you trying to scare the woman away? You think Ice won't saddle you with someone else if you make her run out of here? I scowl at Ethan. Hell no, I'm not trying to scare Desiree away. It's the other way around, dipshit. I'm trying to get a woman to stay for once. My little brother blinks, as if he doesn't understand a word I just said. And then he blinks again. Then I realize the words that just came out of my mouth. I don't try to take them back. For the first time in my life, I am trying to get someone to stay. For the first time since our father died, I'm not trying to run away from my life. I left for the army to provide, but also to avoid. Not being home meant I didn't have to face everything we had lost. Staying busy from one mission to the next allowed my mind to avoid dwelling on anything back home. I only had to worry about work. For the first time, I don't want to drown my problems with another mission. I want to make shit work. I'm just as surprised at myself as he is, but I damn sure don't want it to change. Finally, he asks, "You, Ethan? The guy who's always hammering broads till they can't walk anymore and then kicking them out before they want to cuddle? Mr. McCoy is telling me he is actually trying to get a woman to stay with him? As in, she doesn't want anything to do with you and you're trying anyway?" I might be able to walk a bit now, but I'm not sure if I could jump off the couch and punch my little brother before he could get away. And if I managed to hurt myself trying, that would only set me back in my plans for Dez. That doesn't mean I can't shoot my little brother a killer glare, warning him he is in danger of getting an ass-whooping. Then it occurs to me that I can beat Ethan at his own game. "Watch it, fuckhead. If you're not nice to me, I'll call Mom and tell her you're trying to scare off my woman. She's so desperate for grandchildren she would drive here to bitch slap you or torture you by moving into your place for a while, ruining your chances of bringing home pussy. Either way, I win." "Holy shit. You must be serious about this girl. You've never used Mom against me." "Damn Skippy, I'm serious about Dez, so don't fuck this up for me by being an ass. I can fuck it up enough all on my own, Evan." A devious smile spreads across his face, and I know I'm really in for it now. "Should I start shopping for rings for you two? Maybe book a little Whitechapel? Better yet, maybe I should call Mom and tell her you're thinking about finally settling down." Pointing my finger at Evan, I warn, "You call Mom about Dez, and I'm gonna tell Ice I caught you staring at his old lady's ass the last time we were in after midnight." Evan pales. "You wouldn't." It is hard as hell, but I manage not to laugh at his expression and keep a considering look on my face, as if I'm really contemplating it. "Don't worry too much. I don't think Ice would fuck you up too badly since you make him so much money flashing that pretty little face of yours to horny women, but I've seen firsthand that he can be supremely creative when it comes to punishment." Given Evan knows Ice was on my Army Special Forces team, I need not elaborate beyond the word creative. Ethan sticks out his bottom lip and gives me the same puppy dog eyes he always uses on Mom. "You would really do that to me? Isn't it supposed to be bros before hoes?" I let my stern expression slide away into an easy grin as I fold my hands behind my head. "That's where you've got it all wrong, little brother. Dez isn't a hoe. She's something different, something special, I think. The kind of woman who could put up with an asshole like me. Tough, smart, beautiful, the whole package. After spending all this time with her bossing me around and getting me back on my feet, I've decided to test the waters and see if she's got what it takes to be an old lady." "You sound like a man on a mission." I give him a nod. "It's the most important mission I've ever committed to. Protect and win over Drill Sergeant Bust My Balls." I smile. "I plan to give it my all."
Desiree. I run the trail around the complex, enjoying the view of the lake, the fresh Florida air, the sun shining down and tying to myself. I focus on the sound of my feet slapping against the asphalt beneath me. The steady thump, thump, thump of my pace is almost hypnotic. I know I should be hyper-aware of my surroundings, but I need a moment to myself, a break from my reality. Just a few scarce moments to lose myself in something. It is so different here than in North Carolina. I feel out of my element, like an out-of-body experience. But it doesn't keep me from appreciating the gorgeous scenery. There are palm trees everywhere, along with bushes and flowers in a variety of colors, maintained by the groundskeepers. The grass almost seems greener here, too, but the idea alone sounds ridiculous. Maybe it's not the grass, but my perspective of life here. Or it could be Ethan, the man I have been trying to keep at arm's length, who closed the distance between us last night in a metaphorical and literal way that I would never have expected him to. Slowing for my cool down, I feel like I'm on fire from the heat and the burn I have on the inside from my patient. Waking up in his arms is something I could get used to a little too easily. Once he climbed in bed and I could smell him beside me, something calmed and I slept. For the first time since Susie, I actually had a dreamless sleep and woke up rested. Since losing my sister, I keep falling into a never-ending abyss of darkness. Why am I here? By my own choices, I left behind the only people I trust to live with and work for strangers. They have been good to me, and I understand now that they would stick their necks out to protect me. But coming here originally, all I had was the word of Tank and his club. I know their word is solid, but everything is slipping around me and I can't hold on. I miss the familiarity of what I left behind. Gripping the burner phone, I dial home for the first time since I came to Miami. Tank answers on the second ring.
"Drill Sergeant," he quips. "You calling to bust my balls? I'm pretty sure we lined you up with someone else to torture."
Tank, I sigh, finding comfort in the familiar.
"You okay?"
No. Then I stop myself. It's not fair to drop anything on his plate. After all, I am here because of my wishes, not his. Yes, I'm okay. I'm just missing everyone.
"I know, but we can't call and shit. Don't want there to be a trail."
He is right. I shouldn't have even risked the call. At this point, I don't care if they find me, but I definitely don't want trouble for the Hellions or the Regulators. Are there any leads? He blows out a breath.
"I wish I could share with you, but I can't. I wish I could ease your mind, but I can't. I can tell you that we're looking into it, and the Regulators have their resources on it. You're safe where you are, but don't take any unnecessary risks."
I fight back the tears of disappointment. I know club business is club business, and I know he is trying to keep me safe, but sitting back, saying and doing nothing is killing me inside. Give Red my love, and tell Sass I miss her.
"I will. She'll be happy to know we heard from you. Where's Hammer?"
At his place?
"Where the fuck are you?"
He asks angrily. Outside for a run. I hear the phone move like he's covering it. He mumbles some words, then comes back to me.
"Tell me you aren't alone."
That would be a lie, I say, with a little more attitude than I intended.
"Get your ass back to that condo and don't leave alone,"
he roars over the line. Anger fills me. Don't tell me what to do. I can take care of myself.
"Damn it, Dez. We're trying to keep you safe. Get your ass back to Hammers."
I know he is just worried and trying to do right by me, but I don't want to be stuck to Ethan like glue. If I'm around him much more, I might give in to his dirty mouth and his sexy body. Regardless of my desires toward Ethan, I don't want to have Tank worried, especially being so far away. I'll go back.
"Until we give you the all clear, you don't go out without a regulator at your back, Desiree. I'm serious."
I get you. Give everyone my hello. I miss you guys.
"We miss you. Now take your ass back to Hammers."
He ends the call without a goodbye, which isn't something he's big on anyway. Walking back, I can't help still feeling wound up. So much for a run to take the edge off. As I round the corner of the building, I look over my shoulder to see Cole keeping a steady pace behind me. Huh. I wasn't alone. I should have known better. I have had eyes on me the whole time. Well, Tank will be happy to learn this. Me, I just need to feel like I can breathe. In front of the door to the stairs, I pause. The elevator would be faster, but the stairs give me a few more moments to myself. I have a job to do, and I'm going to do that. No entanglements with Ethan, business only. At the front door, I pause, holding the metal handle in my hand. Steel yourself, Desiree.
Chapter 14. Hammer. Day 1, mission is active. Nightmare engaged at approximately 2200, and by 2242, target was resting comfortably. Primary target is currently asleep in my arms. Being away from the Regulators' day-to-day world for so long has me missing the action. Sure, I have checked in and I still get my cut from the businesses as well as our government black ops stuff, but I miss the focus of having a mission. I miss working together to develop a strategy to be on the winning end of the battle. Well, Drill Sergeant Bust My Balls, my new mission is winning you over. Nothing has ever seemed to matter more to me before. She stirs and I squeeze her shoulders, hoping she will stay beside me. When she sits up, I sigh. Thankfully, she hasn't put up a fight about me sleeping in here with her. Whether she's ready to admit it or not, she needs me as much as I need her. We fit, and I'm going to show her just how much. I will be the safe place for her to fall. I will be her partner to carry her burdens. I will be here to chase every nightmare away. It's time to start the day, Ethan. Her eyes show the determination not to give in to this attraction between us as she pushes off and scurries away to the bathroom. I know she's using it to hide from me, and it only pushes me harder. Instead of giving her space, I get up, making my way to the kitchen to beat her to her secondary escape. A few minutes later, she enters the kitchen, the surprise on her face evident. Good morning, sunshine. Even though I am stiff, I fight back the pain as I move around. My legs burn, but I need her to see me as a whole man who is able to be strong for her. Her face pales and darkness encroaches in her eyes. Do not call me that, ever. I step into her space. It wasn't my intention to upset you. I read the file Screech got for me. I know what the name means. I just didn't think it would evoke this response. I know her sister was her best friend, so I was trying to bring back the happy parts of her past. She can't leave it all tucked away as bad. If that was the case, her sister's life would be a waste, and no life is worthless. It took time for me to learn that. Even though my dad is gone, he taught me more in his lifetime than some people ever get from their fathers. Rather than be bitter for the loss, I try to be strong for my mother and brother, like he would if he were here. I want her to see that, if Susie were here, she would still want Desiree to find the sunshine. I just need her to see it. Her eyes soften. That's my sister's nickname. Talk to me. I reach out and cup her chin. Hammer, let it go. She tries to pull away from me, obviously using my road name again to try to put emotional distance between us, since I won't let her put physical distance there. I cage her in against the kitchen counter. I don't wanna. It's time to man up and give her what I gave her in the dark of night. You want to heal me, Desiree? I see the recognition in her eyes. She heard me. Well, good. Now she's going to see me as I lay it out to her, eye to eye. You want to heal my broken body, Desiree. I want to heal your broken soul. I can't give you your sister back, but I can show you how to live again. We both died a little inside, and together, we can learn to live again. She blinks and swallows hard. An idea hits me. It may not be smart, but it's what I have in the moment. Ride with me? Her eyes go wide. On a motorcycle? Yeah, my legs and hips can handle the vibrations for a short ride. You know not to wiggle. We won't go long. We can escape together. It'll be me, you, and the open road. Knowing this is crazy and dangerous, she still somehow manages to nod her head. I drop a quick kiss to her lips, then back away so we can both go put on jeans and boots. Then we head out to the elevator where I take her hand in mine, and she doesn't fight me. I will take this as a win. We are getting somewhere, and we are getting there together. I remember when I took the stairs every day, and now I can't imagine making the 5 flights without being in pain by the end. The sunlight hits as soon as we exit the building, and there sits my one and only woman, my Harley. I trace my finger over her every curve as I visually inspect the machine. She is black and orange with a custom paint job of a hammer on the gas tank. Hopping on, I wave Desiree on behind me. She climbs on like a professional and settles in behind me. Leaning in, I feel her breath on my neck. Helmet? I smile as I crank the engine and let it come to life under us. Florida, baby. No helmet law. She wraps her arms around me tightly. You do like to live dangerously, don't you? I laugh. You have no idea. Backing out, I let my hips settle into the seat, molding into the bike. We make the slow ride out of the complex and hit the road. Then I twist the throttle and relax as the wind hits my face, and Desiree holds me with her laughter in my ear. In my entire life, I have never felt more alive and free than I do in this very moment with her. For the first time since my father died, I can see myself having what he once had with my mom. For years, I walked the edge, not caring if I lived to see another day. I was a soldier. I was trained, did what was commanded, and sent money home. I didn't live. Sure, I had fun along the way, but I never had my own reason for anything. Until the curly-haired, feisty physical therapist came into my life. I know the ride can't be too long without putting her in danger, so I choose the roads that will take us in a slow loop with a view of the beach along the way. I hope the view will give Des some of the peace she desperately needs. We move as one as the beach comes into view, and I hear her gasp. Something tells me this was just what she needed. It is late afternoon, so the sand is packed with men, women, and children playing in the sand, splashing in the water, and laughing. In this moment, I realize I have gone about everything wrong. I have spent my life running from feeling and being connected to anyone new. Being here with Desiree, I don't want to have a moment without her. Seeing the crowds of people free to feel, it makes me look at her and all she has lost. This is what I want for her. Happiness. I just hope I can show her she can find it with me. We ride along the stretch of road that parallels the beach for another 30 minutes. Having her settle in behind me, her arms wrapped tightly around me, is peaceful. We need no words between us. I reach down with my left hand and give her thigh a squeeze. I'm not a man of words, but I am one of action. While some of my actions have pushed her away, I hope she can see I fucked up. I don't plan to again, though. I want her more, and I want to see where this attraction between us can go. When I feel the pain building more, I make my way back. I wish I didn't have to cut this ride so short, but my hips are starting to ache. Frustration builds as she tries to hide from me and our home the minute we get there. Yes, our home. We share the space, and I find I like it that way. Standing outside the bathroom, I wait for her to emerge, and when the door opens, she is surprised to find me right there and in her space. Baby, I'm the master at pretending, so don't pretend with me. Don't pretend you don't feel something. Don't pretend the ride didn't mean something. And don't pretend you're not trying to shut it all down right now. She looks at the ground, but I tip her chin up with my hand. I see something I want, and I've never been one to hold back. I feel something I've never felt before, and I don't allow myself to give in to the fear of the unknown. Jump, fly, soar, leap. But baby, don't fucking hold back for 1 minute, because life is too damn short and damn sure unfair.
Desiree. He makes me feel too much. On the ride, I found myself letting go and allowing myself to be in the moment with him. Part of me craves the challenge he is and the life we could have together. I lived with the Hellions long enough to know that bikers love long and hard and without holding back. I see the way he looks at me now. He's hungry, and there is this emotion in his eyes that I don't even think he could define for himself yet. I want to give in and let myself have this time with him. I want to see where this can go. Then a part of me feels like it's not fair to feel anything at all, when my sister can no longer feel things. It's a conundrum I haven't figured out yet. What do you do when you lose the person you loved most in the world? Do you force yourself to dredge through each minute, hour, and day, mourning what you have lost and all the things that can never be? Or do you put the pedal to the metal and live life 100 miles per hour, basically saying, fuck the brakes? The man in front of me makes me yearn for the latter. Breathlessly, I whisper, "You tempt me."
Oh, baby, I'm gonna do more than tempt you.
He tries to kiss me, but I turn my head away at the last moment. Wait, that's the problem, I tell him breathlessly. Pulling his head back, he says,
What problem, woman? The only problem I see right now is that we're fully clothed and not kissing.
I grab both sides of his neck, stand on my tiptoes to get eye level with him, and lay out the reality of what this could mean. You do realize that if we do this, cross that line, we're still going to have to live together afterward, right? A slow grin spreads across his face.
Of course I do. Why would I have a problem with that?
Is the man short on marbles or something? You go through women the way I go through underwear, Ethan. You're not just going to be able to toss me aside once we're done having sex. His smile slips away, followed by a determined expression.
You're the first woman I've never wanted to toss out of my bed, Des. The first woman who's ever captured more of my interest besides what's below my belt. And as far as I'm concerned, you staying here with me after I've tasted you just means I get to spend more time getting to know you in every way a man can know a woman.
His hands tighten on my body as he bends his head down until I feel him skim his lips over my cheek, working his way to the shell of my ear.
I'm not exactly good with words, so how about I prove to you that actions speak louder?
He whispers before nibbling my ear. Then his lips crash down on mine. His kiss is the essence of vitality. Against my will, I feel pieces of me on the inside come back to life with a vengeance. His tongue delves into my mouth, and it makes me hungry for more of him. I shouldn't give up this easily. I should slam my barriers back into place somehow and walk away. But I'm so tired of feeling dead on the inside. Even if it is just for a short while, I want to live, to feel, to experience something good in life instead of drowning in the bad. This man is my temporary life jacket. I'm going to take what he so obviously wants to give me for a few hours, so I can feel more than dead on the inside. Letting my desires drive me, I reach up and grab both sides of his neck. I can feel his heartbeat thumping wildly against my hands, and it invigorates me. I thrust my tongue in his mouth and revel in his taste. We are breathing each other's air, pressed so tightly together we are molding into one being. And God, do I want to fall into this man and not come out. His hands slide down to my hips, pulling me with him as he takes slow, careful steps back into the living room. Before I know it, he stops, and I pull my lips from his to take a much-needed breath and see where he has led us. To the couch. The backs of his knees are touching the leather, but he doesn't move to sit down, not yet at least. He reaches up under the hem of my t-shirt and grabs the material, slowly pulling it up and off. Then he drops it on the floor and moves his gaze back down to stare at what he has bared. My breathing is a bit frenzied, pushing my breasts against the cups of my black silk demi-bra, my nipples almost popping out altogether. Ethan raises one of his fists and gently runs his knuckles over the swell, leaving goosebumps in his wake. Then both hands glide across my ribs just underneath my breasts, and he trails his fingers down my abdomen to the button of my jeans. Suddenly he jerks his head up, and his eyes clash with my own. There's a question in them.
Do I stop?
Hell no. I don't want him to stop. My teeth nibble my bottom lip as I take one of my hands and undo the button of my jeans for him, giving him my unspoken answer that I'm ready for what it is he wants to give me. God, I am so fucking ready. The side of his lips tilt up as he unzips my jeans before sliding his hands down into them and down my hips, dragging the rough denim material until I can feel his fingers gliding down my legs. He tickles the backs of my knees, and I can't help giggling. His half grin spreads into a full smile, and the sight warms something a whole lot higher in my chest that I probably shouldn't allow to get involved in this. Oh well. Ethan slides the jeans off my legs, lifting one foot at a time until I'm standing in nothing except the black thong that matches my bra. Still crouched in front of me, he isn't looking at my panties, but at my face. There is something there I can't read, or maybe I just don't want to acknowledge it. It's more than a desire. Possession? It's not safe for any man to want me. My doubts creep back in. When I try to take a step back, his hands stop me by grabbing the backs of my knees. Maybe we shouldn't do this, Ethan. I'm not exactly little, and I don't want to hurt you. Even to my own ears, I can hear the words as a feeble excuse to get away.
Babe, there's not enough of you to hurt me. But so you'll feel better, I'll make a deal. I'll let you ride me a little while so I don't overdo it. But then I'm gonna flip you over and ride you.
Good gravy. I'm pretty sure after that statement he will be able to see the wet spot on my panties. As badly as I want him, though, I still have to make sure he wants this as much as I do. You know this will complicate things between us, right? He smooths his hands up the backs of my legs until he is gripping my ass. Leaning forward, he kisses the spot above my belly button before resting his chin on my tummy, looking up at me through the valley of my breasts.
Life is complicated, sugar. It's supposed to be. If it were easy, then the good moments, like this one between us, wouldn't taste so damn sweet. So stop worrying about what is or isn't gonna happen, and let me make you feel good. You need it as much as I want it. I won't lie, though. I'm hoping you want it as much as you need it.
Hell yeah, I do. When a huge smile spreads across his face, I realize I said those words out loud. I blush, but he ignores my embarrassment and takes the statement as his green light to pull my panties down my legs. After he pulls them off, he runs his hands back up my body until he is holding my bare hips. Then he relaxes back on the couch, spreading his legs apart and pulling me between them. Ethan then slowly leans forward and skims his lips from one hip bone to the other, placing little kisses along the way, stopping only to lick around my belly button. Then he turns his head slightly to the side and starts nibbling on my flesh as he works his way down to the crease of the top of my thigh, moving closer and closer to the bare flesh of my center. I'm not sure how much longer I can take this exquisite torture before I push him back and take what I want. It's like he knows he has me on a desperate edge, because he stops just short of touching my oversensitized flesh and blows a puff of air on my clit, making me moan, needy for more. Glancing up, he orders in a husky voice,
"Take off your bra and play with those pretty nipples. I want to watch my woman give me a show while I lick her pussy."
I'm not as confident in the bedroom as I am in my professional life. Still, I do what he tells me to, albeit shyly. Maybe hearing him call me his woman is what gives me the courage to play with myself while he watches. Running my fingers over my tightly beaded points, I watch as he leans forward, never taking his eyes from mine as he licks me. I can't help the moan that escapes me as I throw my head back. The sensation of his tongue moving over my tender flesh feels so good.
"Look back down here. I want to see your eyes while I eat you."
I follow his directive, tipping my chin back down to face him, and he goes back to licking me. It takes everything in me not to close my eyes and just enjoy his tongue. I quickly realize it's hotter to watch him taste me, his tongue pushing between my lips while I pinch my own nipples. Then he moves his tongue in a wicked dance over my clit while sliding one and then two fingers inside of me. It doesn't take long for the rising tsunami of release to crash over me, submerging me in so much sensation I feel like every nerve in my body has come alive. After giving me one last lick, Ethan leans back, pulls his wallet from his jeans and sets it down on the couch next to him. Then he spreads his legs again, just a little wider, and tells me to kneel between them. Something inside me clicks, and I realize, even though I give the orders while I'm working, I like that he is giving the orders right now. He knows exactly what he wants, and he is not afraid to tell me to do it. Kneeling between his legs, I smooth my hands over the denim on his thighs until I reach the button of his jeans. He tangles both of his hands in my hair and pulls me forward until our lips are brushing, then murmurs, "I want you to taste yourself on my lips. Then you're gonna taste me, sugar. Get me nice and hard so you can climb on my lap and ride me like you're gonna die if you don't. When I'm ready, I'll roll you over and show you how I need your pussy as much as I need my next breath. Got it?" I can't speak, so I nod instead. "Good," he answers gruffly. "Get to it, sugar." That's exactly what I do. I carefully pull the zipper over his bulging erection, rip his pants open, and then use both my hands to grab the waistband of both his jeans and his boxers, and pull them down until they are stuck on his boots. I don't mean to, but the sight makes me laugh. You shouldn't laugh at a man when he's showing you his dick. Looking back up, my laughter stops as soon as I see said dick. That baby is no laughing matter. It is big, throbbing, and beautiful, something I have never thought about a man's penis before. His is thick, long, and going to stretch me in the most wonderful of ways. I would rip his boots and pants off, but I don't want to accidentally hurt him by doing so. Quickly, but gingerly, I slip off his boots and the rest of his clothes until he is naked from the waist down. Leaning down, I kiss up the inside of his thigh until I'm right next to what I want most. Then I skip over it, torturing both of us. I want to make this moment last as long as I can. I kiss back down the inside of his other thigh before giving him a playful bite on his knee. Watch it, woman. You bite me and I'll bite you back. I smile at the warning as I slowly peel his cut off, then tear his shirt over his head. He laughs at my enthusiasm, but he quiets back down when I slide my lips over the head of his cock and all the way down to the base. Then he groans. He fills my mouth until my lips sting at the corners from being stretched so wide. I let my tongue dance over his skin, tasting him, licking him up and down, moving my mouth over him in tandem with my hand. I do exactly what he told me to. I'm making sure he is ready for me to ride him. I need to feel him moving inside of me, filling up my empty places. His hand tangles in my hair, stopping me from taking him back down to his root again, and pulls me off. I don't want this to be over before it's really gotten started, sugar. He pulls a condom out of his wallet, tears the package open, and rolls the latex down his cock, then beckons me to climb on top of him with a wiggle of his finger. Holding his cock steady, I straddle his hips and rub myself against the head, a little tease for us both. Ethan gives me a sharp slap on the ass, and I know he wants me to stop playing around. Sliding myself down his length, I'm filled to completion. So full, so right. Better than I have ever felt in my entire life. It's a thought I don't want to analyze, so I give in to the need to just feel and keep moving. Up, and down again. I ride him, impaling myself on his flesh and unknowingly letting him into far more than my body. He doesn't take his eyes off mine. His face is intent, as if there was nothing else in the world except the two of us. A man shouldn't be beautiful, but to me, he is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Hungry like a predator, his hands holding on to me as if he never wants to let me go. Part of me doesn't want him to. Part of me wants to stay in this moment, filled to overflowing with him without the threat of emptiness ever again. As a second orgasm starts to build up, something that has never happened for me before, my movements become jerky and uncoordinated. Ethan doesn't let that last long. Pushing me onto my back, he rolls on top of me, re-entering me with a heavy thrust and a punishing rhythm I'm going to feel for days, which is probably exactly what he wants. I sure as hell am not going to complain. He surrounds me. All I see is Ethan. All I can smell is his natural scent of musk, man, and our combined lust. His groans become a primal music to my ears, and all I want to do is hear more. As he leads me into my second climax, I explode in a release so strong there isn't a doubt in my mind that I have never felt more alive. I can't imagine anyone else making me feel this much. His thrusts quicken, and I find myself arching up to press my hips into his, trying to give him all of me. He grabs my left hand and laces our fingers together, pinning it to the armrest above my head, squeezing my fingers every bit as much as my thighs are squeezing his waist. My brown eyes lock on his blue, losing myself in those depths as he loses himself inside me. He slams into me several more times before he gives a long moan, his cock jerking inside of me as he comes, then semi-collapses on top of me. He's not smothering me, but he is caging me in, his forehead resting on mine as our frantic breaths mingle. I should feel trapped from being pinned like this, yet I don't. I feel safe, wanted, perhaps even some other complicated emotion I have never felt with a man before. Cherished? I've gotta say, our kind of complicated feels good as hell. I won't admit it, but I agree. It feels better than anything else I have ever felt before. Eventually, Ethan gets up to throw away the condom, ordering me not to move from the couch. Not bothering to get dressed, he comes back, rolls me to my side, and slides behind. One of his arms pillows my head, and his other is slung over my waist as he slowly caresses my tummy. He slings his top leg over mine, pinning me from head to toe, then orders me to go to sleep. Little does he know, he really didn't need to give that order. I'm already halfway there. I'm so sated by our lovemaking, I don't want to move a muscle. Just as I'm about to slip into the comforting darkness of sleep, I hear him mutter the strangest thing. At least I'm not jealous of my fucking couch anymore.
Chapter 15. Hammer. Desiree's in the kitchen making breakfast. Now that we have crossed into new territory, I can appreciate her ass walking around my home in those short-ass shorts. Needing to be apprised of any new leads on her situation, I make the call to Screech, who is at the Regulators' office inside of Alibi. Anything new? I question as soon as he answers. Screech replies, Ricka has gone ghost. Up the ladder? I ask, knowing he understands what I'm asking. Ricka was small time. We still can't figure out which goons handled the hit for him on Susie. Wellington is the top rung, but there are steps between the two. Hellions don't have the reach, so they are relying on us, but are willing to front manpower to secure our package. My stomach churns from the knowledge that the package he is referring to is the woman who warms my bed and soothes my soul. Desiree comes over with a plate of food for me and smiles as she sits down to eat. Any broken windows? I ask, trying to find a way into the Chicago organization. Leaks? Screech comes back with the one reply I didn't see coming. Lucas Young has a tie to Wellington. Lucas Young is a former Green Beret team member I served with and a lone wolf. He got out of the Army shortly before I did and found his way onto a Black Ops team under Commander Jackson Wall. The man fell off the radar until his team needed to go undercover with the Regulators. It was nice having him and his team around for a bit. Like everything else in our world, connections get lost until they are needed again. I almost forgot how much I liked the fucker until I saw his face again. We didn't gossip like old biddies or anything, so I have no idea what the hell he's been up to all these years beyond his new team. But there are some things you don't need to say to know. There was a look in his eyes that hadn't been there before, a look that not even a war in the desert had put there, but something even more tragic. My gut told me he was probably a loner now more than ever, and that worried me as much as this news from Screech. After all, a man who is prone to going off half-cocked on missions by himself could get into a world of trouble. It seems as though perhaps he may have found trouble in Rika. Survey the situation and get back to me. I end the call, not wanting Desiree to have questions. I don't want to lie to her, but my world is one I can't share with her. I pick up my fork and begin to eat, waiting for her to ask questions. When she doesn't, I can't hide my surprise. What? She doesn't hold back. Why do you look like you want to devour me or are waiting for me to tell you your puppy died? I'm not sure which. I laugh. You're different. She raises an eyebrow at me, her curly hair wild around her face, making me want to devour her. How am I different? I have tits, ass, and a hole for you to sink into. I think that makes me like every other woman. Reaching out, I trace her jawline. Far from it, sweetheart. Any other woman would have asked who was on the phone, what that was about, that kind of shit. She smiles big. Why? So you can lie to me and tell me you're in the construction business and remodeling a home? She sets her fork down. Look, Ethan, the way I see it, if I don't ask, you don't have to lie. What you do is your business. Something about this burns in a way it never has before. Des, I don't want it to be like this. I don't want you to think I'm lying or keeping things from you. She puts her hands up to stop me. I've lived with the Hellions long enough to know anything kept from me is for my own protection. I don't need to know about your club life. You do what you gotta do, and if that means Home Depot is the new code word for a meeting, then so be it. I don't need to know. Damn, they don't make them better than her. Never in a million years did I think I would come across a broad who would fit into my life the way it is now. Sure, Ice found a woman like that in Morgan, but he had to teach her the ins and outs of our world along the way. It seems, with Des, I don't even need to do that. It's like she's a fucking mythological motorcycle club rainbow-colored unicorn. Something men talk about having in their wildest dreams, yet never expect to achieve in reality. However, here sits my wildest dream right next to me. It almost feels too good to be true, which worries me. Nothing this good could ever come along without something bad happening somewhere after. That's life's checks and balances system. Here, have a present, now watch me take your present away from you. The idea should seem ridiculous, but knowing Rika, possibly Wellington, and who knows who else are after my woman to take away her God-given right to breathe is my bitch slap from reality. I just got her where I want her, in my bed and on the back of my bike. There is no way in hell I'm willing to lose her now. Desiree's brows furrow, and I realize I have been silent too long. She sighs. Look, if you want me to ask just so you can tell me all official-like that it's none of my business, I will. But really, I thought you might appreciate the fact that I've already been well-trained by the Hellions. Well-trained? I don't like the way that sounds. I know there are plenty of fuckers up there who would be more than happy to get Des naked. Woman, just what the fuck does well-trained mean? Her eyes go wide at my tone. It means just what I said before. I know not to ask questions about stuff you can't tell me. It means that if you got a phone call right now, then hung up and tell me you have to go, I know better than to ask you where and to just give you a kiss and tell you to be safe. It means I know your brothers and your club come before anything and anyone, including me. Some wild, instinctive part of me suddenly wants to grab her face in both of my hands and tell her that's not true, that the club will never come before her, which seems beyond crazy. I have only had her in my life for a little over a month and in my bed for a night. My emotions are at war with my logic, and neither side is winning at the moment, but neither side is willing to back down from the fight. Regardless, I can't give her those words yet. That would be the equivalent of putting my mark on her skin, a property patch on her back, and a ring on her finger. Part of me really wants to take that leap, which is why I know that even if I can't give her the words now, if things keep going like this between us, it won't be long before I do give them to her. And I will be damned if anyone, including Rika, is going to take that or her away from me. Before I know it, my hands are cradling her face exactly like I imagined. My thumbs stroke the soft, warm skin of her cheeks as my fingers tighten just enough to silently say what I can't speak out loud. I don't want to let you go. Maybe ever. Her gorgeous eyes search my own as a heat builds behind them. It's the same sort of heat I saw and felt when I was making love to her last night. Damn, it is crazy how something I never thought I would need could be unexpectedly dropped into my lap. Even if it was a crippled lap, being wheeled around in a stupid chair, she seems to fit so nicely there. Like she's proving to fit everywhere else in my life. Perfectly. I let my internal civil war rage on and give in to the only thing I can give her right now. My body. I crash my lips down on hers in a hard, hungry kiss that doesn't feel adequate enough to convey just how much she is coming to mean to me. So I kiss her deeper, searching, looking for some way to show her what I can't make myself say. Our tongues tangle, and with it, I feel part of something deep inside me let loose to tangle up in everything that is her. I'm not worried about getting that piece back, either. I want her to have it, some part of me she can carry with her everywhere she goes. Getting lost in this woman is a nirvana I don't want to come out of anytime soon. A bit of my sanity returns, though, when I hear a plate crash to the floor. Pulling away, I see that it was her plate of food, but at least the dish didn't break. Looking back at her feverishly shining eyes, flushed face, and swollen lips, I would love nothing more than to give her everything her body is silently begging for. However, I want my woman full of more than just my cock. I want to take care of her in one of the most basic ways a man can. I want to feed her, know that the food meant to nourish my body is nourishing hers instead, keeping her strong and healthy. I slide my plate of food over to her. Eat up, babe. I'll clean up the mess, then take a quick shower while you finish. Not giving her the chance to object, I lean down, swipe the food back onto the plate, and head off to the kitchen to dump it. Before I head down the hall to my bathroom, I look back to see her putting a forkful of eggs in her mouth, and it damn near makes my chest puff out in pride that I'm taking care of my girl as much as she has been taking care of me. I shoot her a devilish grin and wink before I disappear out of view, whistling one of the songs I had to sing as I was running in formation while in Special Forces training. After a quick shower, I'm going to show Des why it's so important she keeps up her strength by engaging in one of the more intimate kinds of workouts for the day.
Desiree. Ethan is in the shower, and for the first time in I can't remember, I am relaxed. I have a belly full of food, along with those butterfly feelings I haven't experienced since high school. Part of me feels guilty for being happy when my sister is dead. She will never get to feel this again. I can't even say for certain she ever did before she died. I can't help wondering about this Rika man she got herself tangled up with. Is he handsome? Is he a charmer? What is he so deeply involved in that he got my sister killed? Was it the tie to him? Was she a message to him? My mind goes over and over what really happened to my sister. Before I can get to the moment it all ended, I hear a noise at the door. Strange, I think to myself. Everyone in Ethan's life who comes and goes has their own key. Maybe Evan has his hands full, I think, as I hear more shuffling from the doorway. I don't give it a second thought as I stand in front of the refrigerator, leaning in to decide what to make for dinner. I stand up just as a hand comes around to cover my mouth. I try to scream, but the cold metal of a gun is pressed to my cheek.
Keep quiet.
A man's voice whispers harshly into my ear. How the hell did this guy get into Ethan's apartment and past his security system? Did we forget to arm it last night? My assailant drags me, stumbling backward out of the apartment. We make it to the elevator, where its doorway is held open by a box, before Ethan comes running out of his apartment, still glistening wet from his shower with just his boxers on and a gun in his hand. He aims, but there is no shot without hitting me as I am pulled into the elevator. My captor kicks the box out of the opening, and the doors immediately begin to close. Fear fills me. I struggle against the man's hold as tears prick behind my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. I keep my eyes on Ethan's until the elevator doors close completely. I have never had a gun held on me like this before. If I try to fight him, will he give up on trying to kidnap me and just pull the trigger? I'm not ready to die now. Facing death in the reflection of the stainless steel elevator doors, I feel my will to live after losing my sister suddenly return. The descent feels like the longest elevator ride of my life. I can feel my entire body trembling in fear as I blindly stare at the stainless steel reflection of myself being held by a man in black with a mask. The gun pressed to my temple taunts me, reminding me that I'm on the verge of death the way my sister was when she was tied to that tree and tortured. The memory brings on a fresh wave of adrenaline and despair. I'm not ready to die, and I sure as shit don't want to be tortured. The elevator finally stops on the first floor with a soft ding that seems to taunt me with what is coming next. The doors slide open, and the man holding me doesn't even wait until our reflection has disappeared to push me forward. Even though I know it's probably stupid to fight, since he could blow my brains out at any given moment, I still do my best to drag my feet and fight him every step of the way. As we near the stairway door, I can hear the thuds of someone falling, and my heart breaks. Ethan isn't ready for those, and I know he pushed himself in order to try to save me. I can only hope Evan or one of the regulators has eyes on the building to get to me, and to get to Ethan quickly. My captor pushes me out of the building's front door, and into the parking lot where a full-sized van pulls up with its sliding door already open and waiting. I'm shoved inside, and the van peels off with a screech of tires, while my captor climbs in behind me, slamming the door closed as we go. His gun is still pointed at me, but I try to kick it. The man only laughs from behind his mask. I scramble to the back doors, determined to launch myself out into the road. My fingertips are just grazing the interior handle when he grabs my hair and yanks me back roughly. I hear the bones in my neck crack violently, and a surge of pain blazes from my neck through my shoulders for a split second before I hit the back of my head on the metal floor. I keep pushing to crawl away again, worried I might have more than a pulled muscle from my kidnapper being so rough. Any serious injury could keep me from escaping. Regardless, I'm going to fight with every cell in my body. My fingertips are only an inch away from the same damn handle when he pulls me hard again and covers my mouth and nose with a cloth this time. When I inhale the pungent scent on the fabric, my eyes close of their own accord, and before I can fight further, I'm out cold.
Chapter 16. Hammer. If shit didn't go south fast, I come out of my shower to hear the struggle in the kitchen, so I slide boxers onto my still wet body and set out to see Desiree fighting to free herself from some man's hold. Time stands still. Grabbing my hideaway 9mm from the end table, I flip the safety off and move to the doorway. I aim, yet can't get a clear shot. I won't put her in jeopardy. The elevator doors close as I lock my eyes on hers. Without thinking, I hit the stairwell and make it down 2 floors before the pain starts shooting through my hips and my legs begin to shake almost uncontrollably. I make it down another 2 floors before everything gives out, and I tumble down the 5th set of stairs to the ground floor. My body is on fire, my head throbs, and I need to get up. Everything is spinning, making my stomach clench with the need to puke, and I can't get my vision to clear. I groan and elbow crawl to the closest door. A maintenance man for the complex comes rushing over. "Phone," I yell hoarsely. He hands me his cell and I quickly dial alibi. Cole's gruff voice grunts a greeting. "Hammer here. Send reinforcements now." I bark out in pain. "On it, brother." I disconnect the call, my body feeling like it's on fire from the inside out. My mind can only focus on one thing, though. Desiree. Someone came into my house and got her. I didn't keep her safe. I failed her. My broken body couldn't take the stairs, and I let her down. The maintenance man grabs his phone from me. "Be still. I'll call the paramedics." "No. The cops will only hold up our window of opportunity to find her. Just help me stand." He helps me up, but my hips want to crumble. I fight to stay upright as Cole and Ice jump out of a truck and rush in. "Des, fucking get Screech on the cameras and find her," I roar. "Already on it," Cole replies as he wraps my arms around his shoulders. "Lean on me, brother." With no other choice, I do. They get me into the truck and we drive to the club. Rage consumes me as my mind races with everything they could be doing to her. Hell, we don't even know who has her. Ice's phone rings, and after he looks at the display screen, he answers with a clipped, "Yeah," while pushing the speaker button. Screech's voice crackles over the line. "Eyes on the prize via the Florida Highway Patrol's aircraft camera feed. Regular white work van. I can't get the plates because they have them obscured with one of those tinted license plate covers. They've already hit the highway and are headed northwest at a speed of 70 miles per hour. You'll need to put the pedal to the metal to catch up to them." "What are we looking at for law enforcement presence in the area? We clear for top speeds?" "Negative, Ghost Rider. You've got several bogeys in your area, so you'll have to proceed with caution. You want me to tip them off to a kidnapping and put a bolo out in case? They can get to her before you can." "No," I shout. "They'll fucking kill her before any cops can stop the van. Just keep your eyes on her and let us know where they're heading." "Roger that. Still headed northwest on Route 27. Next exit is Hialeah." "If they so much as shift their little pinky in another direction, I want to know immediately." Ice grinds out through gritted teeth. 10-4 Wait, what the fuck? No, fuck no. My hands grip the dashboard so hard they are white from the strain, and I hear the vinyl crack under the pressure. "What is it, Screech?" "I lost the fucking feed. Something or someone is jamming it, blocking me out." "You can't hack into the source, man?" Cole asks. "I'm searching traffic light camera feeds now, but it doesn't look good, brother. I can't find them where they're supposed to be at the rate they are traveling, and nothing is coming up in the vicinity either. I hate to say this, but I think we just lost them." Picking up the phone, I call the only other people who know about Desiree's situation and what the fuck we are possibly dealing with. "Tank," he answers immediately. "Hammer here. Tell me you've got something more than the last time we touched base." I hear the muffled sounds of him moving locations. His voice is low, his tone sharp. "Tell me the panic I hear in your voice isn't because something happened to Des. No time for a pissing match. Share your intel." "Got a ride," I hear him say to someone else. "We already have. You guys are the big dogs with the legal connections." I don't give a shit what kind of connections need to be used. Someone found her and came into my fucking house to get her. Tell me who the fuck it is so we can get to her. "We shared all we have. Hang tight," he snaps, moving through an office or some sort of building. "Check Dez's bank account. Did she move any money? Anyone touch anything?" I hear Tank order someone else. He still doesn't speak to me as I hear the mumbled sounds of another man speaking. "Oh, fucking shit." "What? Damn it, don't leave me hanging." My anxiety amps up, and I have this need to snap someone in two. Right now, Hellion or not, Tank will suffice to ease my temper. "Des apparently logged into her online account not long ago. If anyone was watching for a paper trail of her location and hacked in, they could narrow down where she was." "I've got a man I can get on that. Anything else?" "Nope. We can be there in a day." "No," I answer immediately. Desiree is mine, and my boys will be the ones to save her, dammit. "You stay put in case they head your way. We have a connection who can help in Chicago, too." I know I should let the Hellions come, but there are things we can get away with that they can't, and I can't let them in on who we really are. More than anything, as the man who has come to want this woman, care for this woman, and possibly be in love with this woman. I do not want her to leave the first chance she can with Tank and the Hellions. I trust my team and know we will get her home safely. Besides, if by some chance they have gotten her out of Florida and are heading north, it will be handy to have their help to close in on these assholes. Stay in touch, he orders. I want to punch him in the face. He isn't a bad dude, none of the Hellions are. But right now, I'm helpless and want to hurt everyone in my path. I will find her. She will be okay, and every motherfucker who touched her will pay.
Desiree. Desiree. A feminine voice whispers in the darkness. I can't decipher where it came from, as it echoes around me. Over here. Desiree, come talk to me. Tears fill my eyes and my heart stops. It can't be. The person who said that is dead. Does this mean I'm dead now too, if I can hear my sister's voice again? I look all around me, but I don't see her anywhere. As a matter of fact, I can't see anything at all. Where are you, Susie Sunshine? I yell to the black void that surrounds me. Then, as if someone slowly turns on a dimmer light, the black recedes, and I see my little sister, sitting on a wooden park bench a few yards from me. Grass appears under her feet and spreads like wildfire until I look down to see I'm now standing on grass as well. The darkness and void of life disappear. The sky turns a beautiful shade of blue, and the sun shines down on my precious Susie, making her glow almost ethereally. So many thoughts race through my mind. Am I dead? Is this heaven? Or was Susie's death just a dream and I'm finally waking up from a perpetual nightmare? Then I realize it doesn't matter what is going on or why my little sister is sitting there smiling at me, because it is Susie. My Susie. No matter the circumstances, this moment is a dream come true, a chance to see my sister again. Unwilling to waste another second, I run toward her, and her smile gets wider the closer I get. She holds out a hand, waiting for me to close the distance between us. Our fingertips have just touched when a sharp blow hits the side of my face, leaving 1,000 stinging sensations behind it. I gasp at the pain and end up sucking in ice-cold water. Gasping for breath and blinking the water out of my eyes, I finally somewhat focus on my lap. My lungs are still protesting the bit of water that went down my air pipe, coughing violently to expel it. It is during one of those coughs that my body tries to lurch forward, and I realize I can't move. What the hell? I shake my head from side to side to try to clear the blurriness from my vision, and look back down at my lap to see rope wrapped above my knees. Continuing my examination, I also see rope tied around my waist. My brain is still seriously foggy, as if I have had one too many drinks on top of a few joints. My spidey senses tell me this rope stuff isn't good, though. Somehow I don't think Ethan is that kinky. Another splash of frigid cold water hits my face, knocking the air right out of me, forcing me to start sputtering all over again. The first batch of ice-cold water was not cool. The second batch, in addition to the rope, tells me I'm in big, big trouble. But why? I can't seem to remember shit, and that's definitely not a good sign. My next clue that I'm up Schitt's Creek without a paddle is the cruel laugh that sounds off in front of me. Looks like the chloroform is finally wearing off. They drugged me? I blink foggily at my lap, trying to remember why I'm in this situation. Glancing up, I see two guys dressed in black. Their faces don't look familiar, and no names come to mind. They both have olive-toned skin and dark hair that hint at an Italian heritage. The one closest to me is holding a bucket and has hazel eyes. The man slightly behind him and to his left has chocolate brown eyes that almost look black. Both of them, carry a cruel gleam in their gaze that sends a shiver down my spine. Or maybe it's the cold water. It's hard to tell when you are cold and scared as hell. The man with the bucket drops it at his feet and lunges toward me. I try to kick out to stop him, only to realize my ankles are tied down to the chair. Then I desperately jerk my hands to cover my face and protect myself, but realize my hands are tied behind me, and I can't move at all. The back of his hand connects with the side of my face, whipping my head to the side. A metallic taste seeps onto my tongue, and my face starts to throb. A little while ago, I was about to sit with my sister on a park bench in heaven. Now I'm tied down to an office chair in hell. Tears well up in my eyes and leak down my face as a sob catches in my throat. Fingers snap in front of my face to get my attention. "Look this way, putana." A malicious voice growls. I don't want to give in to his demands, but I need to find out why I'm here. An enemy of the Hellions, maybe? No. Thinking of Susie on that bench jogs a memory of her tied to a tree, cut to ribbons and being tortured to death. My brain is slowly coming back online, and memories of the trouble Susie was in start to infiltrate the fogginess. Almost drunkenly, I raise my head to look at the man who just slapped the shit out of me. Was he one of the men who killed my Susie Sunshine? With whatever it is they have drugged me with, I'm having a hard time thinking and remembering things. He roughly grabs my chin. "What did your Zokola of a sister tell you?" Utterly confused, I slur, "My what of a sister?" This earns me another slap to the face. My head whips in the other direction this time. Now both sides of my face throb in pain. He grabs my chin again and forces me to look at him as he screams, "Your bitch of a sister! What did she tell you?" "Susie?" I ask, still befuddled. Letting go of my chin, he reaches forward with both hands, grasping my shoulders and shakes me violently. "Yes, Susie, you putana. What did she tell you while she was staying with you?" He roars in impatience. He is shaking me so hard it jars everything, including the chair I'm in. My neck and shoulders light up in excruciating pain, and a vague memory of someone grabbing my hair and pulling my head back harshly pops into my mind. A scream rips from me because of the agony, and he stops shaking me. His partner laughs as he slaps me for a third time. "Talk, or things will get much worse for you." "I don't know anything, asshole!" I scream back in frustration. My answer earns me another slap. I taste even more blood on my tongue. My teeth must have cut open the inside of my mouth. It is starting to pool on my tongue, but I refuse to swallow it. "Don't lie to me, biker whore. I know your sister was living with you before we caught up to her. Now, tell me what she told you and where she hid it." At this point, I'm so confused my head is spinning. Or maybe that's still the drugs in my system. It's hard to tell after being kidnapped, drugged, and slapped around. I have no idea what this jackass is talking about. The only thing I do know is that I'm tired of being hit, and I am going to punch him in the nuts the first chance I get. Utterly overwhelmed by the situation, something inside me snaps. Although I know it's a bad idea to mouth off to the man who has me tied down and is slapping me silly, I still can't seem to help myself. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about. The only thing I can see that you're missing is the brain God gave you, because your head is stuck so far up your own ass you can't find it." His backhanded slap lands across my face before I even have the chance to flinch away. Dark spots appear in my vision, and internally I search for a safe place to go in order to survive this. My mind goes back to Ethan's place. "Come on, Hammer, choke it down, it's good for you." I tease him as I swallow the green juice. "Drill sergeant, I get that you love busting balls, but I'm a grown-ass man and I eat my vegetables, not drink them." I laugh. Come on, you know it's gotta be better than chow hall food or an MRE.
Hey now, don't knock it till you're in the middle of nowhere starving.
With my hand on my hip, I give him back a taste of his own. Hey now, don't knock it till you're halfway through today's workout and not feeling like you gotta puke for once. Puking. God, I could so do that right now. So much for holding on to a happy moment. The second kidnapper laughs again.
She's probably lying. Get your knife out and start to fillet her like we did her sister. I guarantee you, Cugino, if you start slicing and dicing, that bitch will tell us where the thumb drive is.
Fury engulfs me, and I defy him the only way I can. I spit my mouthful of blood out in a spray that lands on both men. Fuck you, asshole. The man with the dark eyes isn't laughing anymore. It is totally the opposite now as he steps forward, pushes his partner aside, and punches me in the gut. It feels like he has shoved my guts halfway up my body. I want to curl up in a little ball. No such luck, though. I heave a few times, wondering if I puke on his shoes, will he just go ahead and kill me? Somehow I doubt I would be that lucky. He has already admitted they were the ones who killed my Susie, and I saw what they did to her. I have to try to keep myself alive until Ethan gets here with help. Susie didn't say anything. I have no idea what you're talking about, I swear. One of them snorts a laugh.
Right. And I'm the Tooth Fairy. Try again, bitch.
Another slap across the face. More blood in my mouth. This time I'm not brave enough to spit it out at them. Instead, I start to cry as I swear up and down that my sister didn't tell me a damn thing. I'm so scared I want to puke my guts up, pee my pants, cry a fucking river. Anything and everything that might make these two realize I'm a human being who deserves to live. Terror is such an overwhelming emotion that I'm afraid I might actually die of a heart attack before the men kill me. A million things are running through my mind as each slap they deliver sends both a bit of clarity and a whole lot of misery through my body. Is Ethan okay? I remember hearing the thud of his body hitting the stairs as he raced to try to save me. Will he and the Regulators get here in time to save me? God, I hope so. Not just because I want to live, but because in those precious moments between last night and this morning with Ethan McCoy, I think I may have found something to live for again. Love.
Chapter 17. Hammer. I fucking knew it. I knew life wouldn't let me keep something so good. The ache in my hip only reminds me more of how far I have come with Des. My mind races with thoughts of where she is and what is happening to her. My phone rings. Tank, I answer. Wellington cut Ricka loose. He's on his own. Shit, I mutter, not liking the direction this is heading. If Ricka has no one to answer to, then his reason for taking Des is cleanup, plain and simple. Wellington is running something big in Chi-Town. The place Susie was working for was a front for his shit. From what we've gathered, Ricka was hired by Wellington to find out what Susie knew. We suppose someone felt she was getting too close to what really went on in that pharmaceutical company. Ricka managed to lure Susie in, make her think they were dating. Everything was fine until Susie broke up with him and bugged out of the city the same day. Did Wellington put out the hit on Susie? Don't know, but we don't think so. We think Ricka did it with his cousin so Wellington wouldn't find out she got shot of him. Whatever Wellington thought Susie might know about his pharmaceutical company was enough to make Ricka track her down when she ran. What the hell had Desiree's sister stumbled onto at Wellington's pharmaceutical front that sent her running from Chicago? This is going from bad to worse every minute. If Ricka acted on his own and Desiree witnessed it, then in his mind, taking her out solves all his problems. I sent your boy Screech a code. He can use that to follow the locator in Dez's watch. What the fuck are you talking about? I growl. Look, man, Hellions and Regulators don't have a problem and don't want there to be a problem, but bottom line, she's ours. We watch what we claim. My heart thumps wildly as my brain races to one conclusion. She's not his. She's not theirs. She's fucking mine. I know these are irrational thoughts, but fuck if I can help thinking them. We put a tracker inside the dive watch she always wears, he continues. I don't bother responding. Instead, I click off the phone and look at Screech, who is already using the code to find her. I fucking asked them in the last call for help, and the asshole didn't share then about a tracker in her watch. I have been here for the past hour and a half in the Regulators meeting room in the back of Alibi with Ice, Cole, and a handful of our brothers trying to figure out how to find Desiree, and this jackass has known where she is the entire time? Fucking unbelievable. Screech has been searching every traffic light and surveillance camera he can hack into to try and find them, as well as simultaneously searching Ricka's bank records for clues. Ice has been coordinating with the men under his command to go out and comb the streets for the van that took Desiree. Cole has been coordinating with other members, getting our comm links, bulletproof vests, and hardware ready for us to roll out at a moment's notice. I'm standing here, useless, doing nothing more than fighting my overwhelming urge to throw the phone in my hand in rage. The woman who helped me heal from the inside out could be lying dead at the other end of that tracking signal, and the motherfucker in North Carolina has kept me from getting to her. I have to be reasonable and not get lost to the moment. If it was the other way around, I wouldn't have put all of our cards on the table yet either. As much as I hate Tank for holding out on us and losing precious time, I understand it too. I'm not about to tell him that, though, and when this is over, I'm going to make sure he feels my pain. Got her. Where the fuck is she, Screech? The tracker pinpoints her in a building in the downtown district. Hold on, I'm zooming in. His fingers continue clicking away. 203 Savannah Street. Ice asks, what sort of place are we looking at here? Noted to be the old Russell Accounting Building. No current occupants listed, so it is empty. We are looking at a brick building that was built in the late 1800s. That takes out knocking down any walls. 2 ground floor doors, front and back. Fire escape should be on the side of the building leading to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Windows look a little small, but you should be able to get through them. Good news is the 2 buildings on either side of the Russell building are abandoned, so you don't have immediate neighbors. The bad news is there's both a fire station and a police hub within 2 miles of the location. You'll need to get in and out as quietly as possible. Cole looks over at Ice. We'll need the silencers this time, boss. Looking toward Screech, he then asks, can you hack into that precinct's server and find out their patrol schedule and route for the area? On it now, Kimasabi. I see Cole's left eye twitch in irritation, but he doesn't berate our computer genius for calling him the nickname he hates like he usually does. Screech is lucky we are trying to load up and roll out of here as fast as possible, or Cole would rip him a new asshole. Speaking of rolling out, I need to strap on more than just my Glock. There is no way in hell I want to show up and not have enough ammunition. I'm moving to gear up with my brothers when Ice stops me. You've got to sit this one out. Fuck you. Ice is a cold asshole. I have nothing but respect for the man, both as my club president and man-to-man. Today, though, he has lost his fucking mind if he thinks I'm going to sit out for even 1 second when the safety of Dez is on the line. Get pretty boy in here, Ice barks to Cole. I stand toe-to-toe with him. My baby brother can't do shit to stop me. Your best bet is to let me in on this so you and your team don't get caught in my way, I tell him sharply. Easy there, Hammer. Cole steps between us. His 6'6" height forces him to look down at me. One might think you're throwing down. No need for that, brother. Ice backs off while Cole and I have a silent stare down. I'm not throwing down. I'm laying it down like it's gonna be. She's mine. I'm gonna be there. I look at Ice. If it were Morgan? His jaw ticks, not hiding his frustration. Suit up, asshole. Damn right. Suddenly Screech hoots and fist pumps the air. Calm your roars, grouchy ones. I've got your need to know. Swiveling one of his computer screens around, he blows up the satellite image of a building. This is the Russell building. He taps a few keys and 3 red arrows pop up around the structure. Those are your 2 doors and the fire escape, which still seems to be intact. Then the image zooms out a bit until our location becomes a small square with many streets surrounding it. With a few more clicks, blue lines show up all over the place, and 2 little X's appear. One blue, one orange. Your blue X marks the spot for the last enforcement hub. The connected lines are their patrol route for the area. Your orange X is the fire station. By my calculations, if you leave within the next 15 minutes, arrive at the Russell Building in another 20, and secure entrance, you'll have approximately 30 minutes before a patrol unit passes your location. In other words, blitzkrieg their bitch asses like ninjas, rescue Hammer's girl, and disappear like the Invisible Man before anyone sees you. It's tight, but doable. So you think we should breach all three sides at the same time to overwhelm them? Ice asks. Screech nods. I think a surprise attack as quickly as possible is your best bet of getting her out alive. I'm halfway to the door by the time Screech gets the last word out. Hold on, Drill Sergeant. I'm on my way. As I get set outside the building, my adrenaline pumps. The last mission went south for me. I feel rusty, on edge, like everything rides on this, and I damn sure won't let her down again. My heart beats fast, but even. I clear my mind. I inhale, exhale, and wait for Ice's signal. His hand comes up, fist held tight. Ready? Steady. His finger comes up, and then he throws it forward. Go time. Move in. I ignore the burning pain in my hips and the trembling in my legs. Right now, I will do whatever it takes to get in there and save Desiree. Getting her to safety is the only thing that matters. I would walk through fire for this woman, across broken glass. I would do damn near anything to make sure she is breathing free air and has the chance at a happy life. That's what you do for the people who mean the most to you. Our steps are in unison as we roll up to the balls of our feet to keep our movements silent. Focusing on every movement, we make our way to the door like the well-oiled machine we are. The Regulators MC, my team, my brothers are always at the ready. At the entrance, Ice throws his arm up in a 90-degree angle, fist showing. We stop. I clear my mind. I inhale, exhale, and wait for the signal. Ready? Steady. I listen. I watch. I wait.
Desiree. Stop lying and tell me what I want to know, bitch. The one I now know is Rika screams at me before he slams a fist into my ribs. I can't help crying out in pain. This fucker has punched in the exact same spot at least 3 times now. If he keeps hitting me there, he is going to crack a rib. It hurts to breathe, and my chest feels like it's on fire from the inside out. My face is soaking wet with tears and blood. I can feel it swelling from the many slaps he has given me while asking me the same damn thing over and over again. How many times do I have to tell him Susie never told me a thing? And she sure as hell never gave me the stupid thumb drive they keep asking about. If I weren't so fucking scared of the other guy using the knife he is holding, the one that looks too much like the one they ravaged my sister with, then I might snap and ask Rika if he needed a hearing aid to understand the first 50 nothings I have already given him. My tormentor delivers another punch to the same spot on my ribs again, and I scream out from the sharp spasm of agony it sends throughout my body. Tell me where she hid the thumb drive. I don't know what you're talking about, I scream helplessly. Susie told me nothing. She didn't give me anything or tell me anything, I swear. I'm having trouble breathing because of how hard I'm sobbing and how much my ribs hurt. I haven't heard or felt a crack, but there is a good chance he fractured something with that last jab. I don't know how long we have been here, but after being hit who knows how many times, I'm to the point of praying to God, promising to give him just about anything if Ethan would show up now and save me. I don't know how much more of this I can take. It hurts to breathe, and I'm actually starting to pray for numbness to take over so I don't have to endure the torment anymore. I've learned the guy holding the knife is Vinny from all the yelling back and forth the two men do at each other. He leans against the wall, cleaning his nails with that knife, as he says indifferently, "Maybe Susie didn't tell her anything, Cugino." That statement lets me know he is probably the smarter of the two, since it's what I have been trying to tell them the entire time they have held me here. Growling in frustration, Rika steps away from me and starts yelling at Vinny in Italian. I'm sick and tired of the words I don't understand.
I have gathered that Rika probably hasn't been calling me anything nice with his putanas, especially since it sounds too similar to the Spanish word puta, that I know means whore. Plus, there is the fact that he has so nicely explained he is calling my sister a bitch when he calls her a zocola. But somehow I doubt Vinny's constant use of cugino has any negative connotations. And doesn't that just suck? Because there is more than a few curse words I would like to call them both. Right now, as they yell back and forth in rapid Italian, I have no idea what they are saying. But I really hope Rika is telling the other man to take the knife and stick it in his own eye. Since I doubt I'm that lucky, I sit there and enjoy the break from Rika's fists. His knuckles look pretty busted up from hitting me so much. There's no telling how equally busted up I am. If the pain in my head is anything to go by, I know a slight concussion might be a possibility. The two men raise their voices as they continue to fight about whatever the hell it is they are disagreeing on. I take the opportunity to discreetly glance around for some sort of help or a possible way out. There is not much to see besides a door in front of me, which Vinny has been standing by, and one tall, slender window on the wall behind me and to my left. There is no view out of the window, just a small alleyway and the brick wall that belongs to the next building. The only plus I can come up with is that I'm pretty sure we are on the ground floor.
Why don't you just shut the fuck up, Vinny, and lower your voice before someone hears us?
This question from Rika is ridiculous for two reasons. One, he just yelled at someone else for being loud when he is shouting the rooftop down himself. And two, if no one has heard any screams by now, I'm pretty sure no one will hear their argument. I don't bother to point out either assessment, though. The crashing of the door makes me flinch instinctively. Boots pound their way in as man after man files in with guns drawn and at the ready. My eyes go from the black boots to the black cargo pants to the eyes of the man suited up in a bulletproof vest, whom I have somehow fallen in love with. I watch as Ethan's jaw ticks steadily as he takes in my injuries from top to toe. And I want to hide away. I know I look like hell. When my eyes meet his, I can see the fury inside them.
Des, you okay?
He asks. Do I look okay? I smart back.
Less sass right now, babe.
I'm breathing, which is more than I can say for my sister. I turn my head to glare at Nino Rika. I want nothing more than to watch him bleed out on the floor in front of me. Ice has him contained while Ethan removes my restraints. I stand and twist my wrists, trying to get the blood moving. I'm dizzy and hurt like hell from head to toe, but I need to do this. Face to face with the man who killed my sister and has beat on me for hours. I need to have my moment. I look up into the cold, dark eyes of a killer. You killed a beautiful woman. You took a piece of sunshine out of my world. I hope there is a special place in hell for scum like you. He stares at me, yet doesn't speak. If I had a gun in my hand right now, I'd proudly put a bullet between your fucking eyes. There isn't a day or a moment I don't miss my sister. While when you're gone, I don't think a single soul will shed a tear. In fact, I may have to bake a cake and celebrate, you shitbag. With all the energy I can muster, I swing back and punch him in the junk. With my still achy hand, I then grab his balls through his pants and twist. He sucks in a breath but doesn't make any other sound. As he hunches over slightly, I spit in his face. You are a piece of shit. Ethan wraps his arm around my shoulder, kisses my temple, and then turns me away from Rika.
Rika, you fucked with my woman. You're about to see what the regulators are all about. Family is important to you. Family is everything to us, he says before looking toward Cole. Do what you do, brother.
Ethan tries to lead me away, but I dig my heels into the floor and look back frantically at Cole. He kept asking me about a thumb drive, demanding to know where Susie put it. I have no idea what he's talking about, but I have a feeling we need to know. Cole watches me shrewdly for a moment, as if he's not sure whether to believe whether I knew about the thumb drive or not. I'm pretty sure there isn't a woman on this earth the man trusts, and I have no idea why he is the way he is. What I do know is that in this moment, I need him to trust me. He has to trust what I'm saying. Just when I think he's going to ask me if I do have the stupid thumb drive, he surprises me by giving me a somewhat grudgingly respectful nod. With that, Ethan guides me outside. The sun hits my face and soothes my soul. Stopping, I turn to face Ethan, then roll up to press my lips to his. A twinge of pain hits me when my busted lips touch his. But after what I have just endured, it's the sweetest pain I have ever felt. When I pull away, he starts to say something, but I put my finger over his mouth, stopping him. Don't speak. You don't have to say anything. I just need you to know there wasn't a moment in there when I wasn't thinking of you. I kiss him softly again. His arms come around me as he opens his mouth and engulfs mine in the sloppiest but hottest kiss I have ever had. When he pulls away, I can see the pain in his eyes.
I'm gonna take you to Evans. We talked. It won't have the memories my place does.
My immediate thought is Evan's place won't have Ethan there, and I don't want to be without him. Yet once again, I don't seem to get what I want. Not that I should be surprised. When has life ever really been on my side? First, I was gifted with 2 parents who couldn't care less about my sister and me, and now life has taken away the only person who ever loved me unconditionally. Now life is trying to rip away the only person who has forced himself into my heart. Don't I deserve a little bit of peace and happiness? Some rational part of my brain is reminding me this is just a chemical reaction. The adrenaline from trying to survive is starting to wear off now that I'm safe, and my mood is spiraling down as my anxiety flares back up at the thought of losing Ethan now, too. I know I should just be grateful that the Regulators found me and that I'm alive, but somehow it seems utterly unfair that I have to go even a moment of my life without someone I care about. Tears fill my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. I have been through hell and back, and I will get through this too. Then stay at Evan's place with me. He shakes his head and gives a dejected laugh.
I can't protect you, Desiree. When it mattered the most, I fucking failed. So the best thing I can do for you is to put you someplace with someone I know who can keep you safe since I can't. Hell, my legs are shaking, and I'm in so much pain now I can barely stand. You deserve better than that. It's the least I can do until we figure out whatever this thumb drive bullshit is about.
Right before my eyes, the man I focused on to stay alive is pushing me away, instead of holding me close like I dreamed he would. All this time, I fought what was growing between us, and now the tides have turned. It's Ethan who is fighting us now. I love you, Ethan, I say on a whisper. I know it sounds like a desperate plea to stay, and it is, but it's exactly what I feel. I pushed him away all of this time, so scared about what would happen if someone I let close to me was taken away again. How badly that would hurt. This doesn't seem fair. I might have been forced into his life because of my circumstances, but he forced himself into my heart. Now to feel like I should beg him to stay. I'm not sure how much more I can take today. Still, I have to give it my all to know I tried. I grab his face with both of my hands and force him to look me in the eyes. Please, I beg. I love you. His eyes bore into my own with an intensity I cannot explain. Fierce but confused? Despondent, even? Nothing that looks like I'm getting through to him. The muscle in his jaw ticks as he clenches it. He closes his eyes tightly, yet remains silent. It's then I know, without a doubt, that I have lost him. He has shut himself off from me. And I don't know what is worse, being held captive, wondering if I will make it, or sitting here, knowing this man cares for me but feeling like he is going to walk away.
Chapter 18. Hammer. She's here, in my arms. She is safe. Doc, the regulator medic, came over to my brother's place, took Desiree into the bathroom and gave her an examination while cleaning her up. She has a busted lip and bruises from her head down past her waist, but there is nothing broken and no internal bleeding. Unable to let her out of my sight yet, I stood off to the side of the bathroom doorway and watched as my club brother cleaned her cuts. The day has been the longest of my life. My body aches and my head hurts from all the stress. I'm not used to having feelings for someone else. I'm not used to feelings. Not like these, anyway. Sure, I have worried over the years for my mom and Evan, but this... there is no comparison. As my mind raced with thoughts of what could have happened to her while we waited for word on her location, I imagined my life without her. A piece of me died today, much like the piece of me that died the day my father died. The freedom of my childhood was robbed the moment he passed away. The freedom of real love was robbed the minute she was taken from the safety of my house. With her secure in my arms, my head resting on top of hers, I nod to my brother. He quietly moves into his room and I sigh, knowing what I have to do is going to kill us both. The thing is, when I had to sit there and wait for the intel, it left me with nothing but time. Idle minds can be a bad thing sometimes. In that moment, when the world stopped spinning, one thing was clear. I couldn't protect her. She was mine and I couldn't keep her safe. In my world, that is unacceptable. I kiss her forehead and she looks up at me. Her face is swollen, turning blue and purple, and her eyes are red, but she doesn't hide her emotions from me. Leaning in, I brush my lips against hers. They are soft, and I can't help running my tongue across their seam. She opens, and the greedy bastard I am takes from her. Our tongues dance, and the familiarity of her body against mine has me wanting more. I can't, though. I keep my eyes closed and my lips held to hers for a moment longer. Then I slowly pull away. Blinking, my eyes meet hers, and I try to let her see what I can't give in words. She grips my arms tightly, as if she's trying to hold on to me. I can't do this. I can't hold on to her. Dropping my hands, I step back. My voice is rough as I try to speak. I'll have your things sent over. Don't, Ethan, don't you fucking dare. With a brush of my thumb over her tender cheek, I take another step back, seeing the tears filling her eyes. You'll be safe here until the Hellions come. Her eyes grow wide. You didn't. Tell me you didn't make me fall in love with you just to send me away. Tears roll down her face and my heart shatters. She loves me. I can't keep you safe, I whisper before turning with a pronounced limp and walking away. I shut the door behind me and pause when I hear her sob. Evan will comfort her. Evan will keep her safe until the Hellions arrive and take her back to North Carolina. Tank will keep her safe. She will move on and be happy. I will forever be empty. This is what I deserve. I failed her. I failed the mission of keeping her safe. A woman like Desiree deserves a man who is whole. She deserves a man who can lay the world at her feet and ensure she's safe with every step she takes. I am not that man. I am a broken man held together by only metal and modern medicine. I am not the man for drill sergeant bust my balls. She needs strength, freedom to be wild, and she needs the whole package. I am weak, a burden rather than freedom, and I am far from being whole. The ride home only makes the physical pain match the emotional. Standing in my doorway, my mind goes back to getting out of the shower. They got to her in this place, in my home. They were able to take her from me. Picking up the phone, I dial ICE. I want more than Rika. I want the whole operation shut the fuck down. Can't do that, brother. What the fuck do you mean, can't? When has that word ever been in our vocabulary? Young called in a marker. I stand in the doorway of my condo ready to explode. What the fuck are you talking about? He said he needed us to back off beyond Ricka and the cousin. He said they acted alone and he needs Wellington. It's personal. I can't contain my rage. Wellington is how Susie got tied up in this shit. Wellington put her on the radar. Wellington is how Susie got killed and how Desiree's entire life got turned upside down. Wellington goes fucking down. I get that, but Young gave his word the entire operation will be shut down by his hand, and he will owe us one. You think I give two fucking shits about Young and his team owing us right now? If it were Morgan, don't go there, he growls. Leave my woman out of this shit. I gave Young the club's word, but if he needs backup, I also told him we want the first call. It's fucking Young, I roar. He goes off half-cocked and alone more than anyone. He's not gonna call. We don't fucking know that. Stand down, Hammer. That's all you're getting from me. Ice disconnects and I want to throw my phone. I feel helpless. I feel out of control. Killing Ricka wasn't enough. I look at my phone, then dial the man holding me back. It rings twice before the man I used to consider a teammate but now want to throttle picks up the other end. Young, you motherfucker, you better give me one good reason why I can't go after him or I'll defy the order I've been given to leave him alone and take him out to make sure my woman stays safe. The line is silent for a few seconds, and then Lucas's voice speaks to me in a quiet, determined tone I haven't heard since the last time we were in a mission together. You're not the only one with woman problems, McCoy. If you take Wellington out, I could very well lose my own woman. My hand tightens on my cell until I stop myself from breaking the cheap plastic burner phone. You better not be dicking me around, Young, or I swear to God I'll skin your hide. I could have lost Desiree for good. And I still might lose my girl because she's tied up with Wellington in ways I'm still trying to figure out. So back the fuck off, stay the hell out of it, and trust me when I say I'm gonna take care of him. You better, Lucas. You're not the only one who knows how to go lone wolf and get shit done. I hang up the phone, break it in half as I storm out of my place, and throw it in the trash can in front of the elevator door. Lucas Young might have watched my back when we were in the Army, but I can't count on him to watch Desiree's. If I find out what this thumb drive bullshit is about, and it leads back to Wellington, I'm gonna kill that motherfucker in Chicago anyway. I won't take the chance of the man threatening Dez's life in any way ever again. Pushing the button to go down, I don't look back at my door, which I haven't bothered to lock, or the door to the stairwell where I damn near broke my neck because I'm too defective to use them. No, I can't stand the sight of either anymore. Everywhere I look in my place, I see Desiree. From us doing exercises in my living room to her being dragged out of my front door. With the stairwell, I don't need to be reminded anymore that I'm no longer the man I used to be. Failing my woman was all the proof I needed on that score. I take the elevator down, walk out into the parking lot, and climb inside my Camaro since my busted hips still hurt too badly to ride my Harley. Once I fire up the engine, my tires peel out as I haul ass and head straight to the one place I can think to go. After midnight. If tonight isn't a night for drowning my problems, I don't know what is. And I won't go to Alibi because I don't want to take the chance of seeing my brother. Not because he will see me drinking. Nope. I don't even give a rat's ass about that right now like I normally would. No, I don't want Evan to ask me what's wrong or pat my back and tell me it will be okay, because it won't. I'm not sure anything in my life will ever be okay again. Stalking through the club's front doors, I push my way through the crowd, ignoring the greetings of my brothers and the invitations from the dancers, and head straight for the pretty brunette bartender. Plopping my ass on a stool, I order a double shot of whiskey. The bartender raises an eyebrow in a silent question I don't bother to answer. Then she pours my drink and slides it across the bar to me. I down the burning liquid in a few gulps, slam the glass back on the bar top, and demand another. She silently pours me a second drink, which I drain just as fast as the first. The next time I motion with my fingers for her to fill me up again, she doesn't pour right away. "You gonna be able to walk out of here tonight, boss man?" I snort at the irony of her words. Walk out of here. Hell, I can barely walk, period. After today, what the fuck does it matter if I can drunkenly walk myself anywhere? Bracing my hands on the bar top, I lean forward and growl, "Do I look like I care about how the fuck I get out of here tonight? Right now, all I want is enough alcohol to erase my day. So do me a favor, babe. Pour my drinks and leave me the fuck alone." Her eyes go wide at my statement, because I have never talked to her or any of the other girls that way. Cole is the one who is always an asshole to them. Ice is nice but professional. Me? I used to give them loads of sugar so they would give me all of their sass and spice. Now, I couldn't care less what a single one of them think of me. I just pushed the only woman who mattered to me besides my mother out of my life. Any other broad isn't even a blip on my radar.
Desiree. He let me go. For the first time in my life, I had something for myself, and I couldn't hold on to it. I stand in Evan's living room and sob, my hands covering my face as I do my best to muffle my cries. Pulling my hands down from my eyes, I wipe the tears off my cheeks and glance at my new surroundings. Evan's place is smaller than Ethan's, but nicer. Outfitted more like a home instead of just a place to stay. It looks cozy, with throw pillows on the couch and an ottoman to rest your feet on. Yet, I don't feel at home at all, because my home just walked out the door and left me behind. Shaking my head, I push those thoughts away. I can get by until the Hellions get here. Tank will take me home and I can find a way to start over. It's funny. When I took the job to be Tank's personal physical therapist, Susie was worried about me tying my life to a motorcycle club. Well, Susie, your shit rained down a storm on my life, not theirs. Who would have thought that would be my life story? I let the tears fall for my sister. I let the tears fall for the life I left behind in North Carolina. I let the tears fall for the man I love, who walked out the door and out of my life. I let the tears fall and fall. Evan comes out and wraps his arms around me. The McCoy men are good huggers. I want to laugh, but I can't. I cry. It is all I can seem to manage. Evan holds me silently as I let it all out in the ugliest way possible, and I can't even bring myself to care. When I finally seem all cried out, he pulls away, and thank the good Lord above he doesn't make a comment about the state in which I have left his shirt. I look up into his eyes, the same eyes his brother has, and I can see his pain there.
"You're safe now, Desiree."
"I'm sorry. Don't, Evan. Don't apologize for your brother." He smirks.
"Oh, I'm not apologizing for him. He's a dick."
I give a half grin at that.
"I'm sorry about Rika getting you."
"At least I don't have to hide anymore," I say, trying to stay positive as the adrenaline leaves my body and I start to feel the pain. "Do you have something for pain?" I say, feeling weak. His eyes grow dark.
"Des, I don't have anything stronger than a heating pad."
My eyes grow big at the horrifying thought of a home with no Motrin. He simply smiles. There is something about those McCoy boys that instantly calms my nerves. He shrugs.
"I had a problem a few years back. Ethan helped me out, and I don't give myself any temptations, not even the over-the-counter kind."
I raise an eyebrow at him. "You work in a bar. How can you resist that?" I give a half-serious laugh. I could use a drink or 8 right now. We both laugh.
8 drinks, and you'd be hugging the toilet, babe. As for me, my brother owns part of that bar, and I don't want to do anything that could bring him more pain than he's already had in this lifetime."
Instantly, my heart hurts for Ethan. I guess that's what love does. My mind begins to wonder about Ethan and how he really is doing. I know he is pushing me away because he thinks he failed me. I wish I could get him to understand that the only way he failed me was by leaving me. He should know by now that I don't measure a man by the strength of his body, but by the will of his soul. And Ethan's soul is a beautiful thing under that cloudy, gruff exterior he shows the world. If only he could learn to trust himself as much as I have learned to trust him. I'm not sure I will ever be able to make him see what I see in him. Not a broken man, but one who is loyal and determined to protect those he cares for. I move to sit on the couch as my whole body begins to hurt. Tank is on his way. Can I really leave? Can I really go back to North Carolina? The answer is simple. Can I use your phone, Evan? I ask, not knowing where mine is. After reaching in his back pocket, he then tosses me his cell. I swipe the screen and dial the one number I know by heart. Hello? She answers, and I hear Red, their son, in the background. Sass, it's me, Des. Oh my God, girl, I have missed you. I smile. I miss you too. I can't wait till Tank gets you home. Sighing. I take the biggest risk of my life. About that, will you call him back home? What? She screeches. Have you lost your mind? Did you get hit in the head or some shit? And that is why she's Sass. She never holds back. No, I haven't lost my mind, and yes, I was technically hit in the head, but I'm serious. I want to stay here. Desiree Shithe? Don't you get all mother hen on me. Look, I met someone. She sighs lovingly. I can't give up on him. You know the boys all miss you. I know, but I've got to see where this can go or I'll never know. I get you. I'll make the call. Thanks, I say with a smile. If you want to come home, one call, Des, one fucking call, and we're there. With that, I give her a goodbye, knowing she meant every word. That's the Hellions. They will always be there for me. Only 2 questions in my mind remain. Can I find the same thing with the Regulators one day? Can I get back what Ethan and I started to build between us?
Chapter 19. 1 month later. Hammer. Enough, Evan says, picking up the glass on the table in front of me. I've had enough, and the boys care too much about you to tell you they've had enough too. Cole takes the glass from my brother's hand and downs the amber liquid, then smirks. I don't care too much. Hammer, get your fucking head out of your ass. Fuck you. Evan sits down beside me. You know she stayed in town for you. I want to smack him upside the head. Of course I fucking know she stayed in town. I also know she has a damn good job as a personal trainer at Flex, the hottest gym in the area. I know she got herself a nice pad and a sweet-ass ride. I know she's looked over her shoulder more than a few times, still trying to feel comfortable. I know she has what they call girls' night every Tuesday with Morgan and her new friend from the gym, Paisley. In being thorough, I learned her new bestie is a health nut who believes in organic foods and cleansing her mind and body. They attend a yoga class together 3 times a week, and their girls' night usually consists of popcorn and movies. Paisley also works as a cashier at the local grocery store and drives a Prius, the car she tried to get Des to buy for herself as well, but my girl went for fast, not environmentally friendly, when she bought her Honda S2000. Desiree calls back to Tank or Sass twice a week to check in. Her bank account didn't take much of a hit when she set herself up since the Hellions put in a nice deposit in what they called a benefits bonus. She also calls weekly to check in with Evan, and they sometimes go out to dinner. And if either of them took the time to look out the window of the establishments they frequented, they would have seen me sitting there, not trying to hide. J. Action Jackson, get over here! Cole yells out as Jane struts by, all tits, ass, and blonde hair. Get your dick wet and get your head out of your ass, he orders me. Without hesitation, Jane turns and stalks over to us with a sultry smile, stopping in front of me. I only raise an eyebrow at her, not making any movements. Cole yanks my chair back with me in it, and Jane climbs on my lap. "Our boy needs some attention," Cole barks at her. Just as if she were there for him, he tosses a $100 bill at her and walks off with my glass still in his hand. Jane leans in, nibbling my earlobe and grinding her pussy across my lap. I close my eyes and immediately see curly hair in my mind. Ultimately, the ass on me doesn't feel right, so I push her off. "No," I say, and Jane looks down. "It's not you," I assure her. She blinks at me. "Oh, I know it's not me, Hammer." She gives me a sassy smile before she turns away. Looking over her shoulder, she stops. "I knew one day someone would get through to you, and when that day came, I knew it would be over." She winks. "But it was damn sure good while it lasted." Not giving me a chance to reply, she stalks off with a sway to her hips that once would have had me fucking her on a table. Now I can't even get hard. "Gonna get your head out of your ass now?" Evan asks with a smile. "I'm no good for her." He smacks me on the back of the head. "Wake up. You're no good without her." "Fuck you, Evan. I swear on everything, if you don't make your play, I'm calling Mom for a visit and I'm gonna let her meet Des." I glare at him. "You wouldn't dare." "Who says I haven't already?" He steps back as I jump out of my chair, and then he takes off. I should chase him. I should beat the fuck out of him. Instead, I sit my ass back down and try to figure out what to do next. Looking around me at the bar, I wonder to myself, is this how I'm going to spend the rest of my life? Miserable, drunk, and trying to stick my dick in women I don't really want? I might not be the best thing for Desiree, but I could change that, couldn't I? I could make myself the best man I can be for her. After all, as much as I hate to admit it, my little brother is right. I'm no good without her. There has been a big gaping black hole in my life since I pushed her away, and the only person to blame is myself. If my father were here, would he approve of me throwing away the only woman I have ever met who made me feel whole, especially when I was a broken man? Hell no. Just remember, son, actions speak louder than words. New mission. Fix what the fuck I messed up. I reach up and rub my chin. Step 1, shower and shave. No one wants to be with a man who smells like a bar and looks like a homeless man. Step 2, face tank. Before I can even reach out to Desiree, I need to make things right with the Hellions who trusted us to keep her safe. I failed her and them. Once I get those things in order, I can find her and hope I have half a chance of fixing this. I leave the club, jump in my Camaro, and drive to my new place on the second floor in a high-rise with an ocean view just up the road. It costs more monthly, but I don't give a fuck. I couldn't stand to sit in my old condo and relive the day Desiree was taken out of our home. Leaving it behind, along with all the furniture in it, was almost therapeutic. Not to mention, I only have one set of stairs to deal with now. Once I park next to my motorcycle and get out, I can't take my eyes off the machine I haven't ridden since that day I took Des out on it. I even had Cole ride it over here when the brothers were helping me move what little shit I did bring with me to my new place. I guess not riding my bike was a form of self-punishment. As ridiculous as it may sound, I convinced myself that, if I wasn't strong enough to protect my woman, I'm not strong enough to ride my machine. Looking at the polished metal and leather seat, I realize I need to fix this mistake, too. At least that's easily done. It's time to let the Camaro sit in the parking garage for a while. If only getting my woman back could be that easy.
Desiree. Paisley lets herself in my apartment, carrying a vegetable tray from the grocery store she works at. I can't help laughing. The tray is almost bigger than her. She's pretty short at 5'2", and even if I stuffed her full of chocolate cake, she would probably only weigh in at 120 pounds. Not because she starves herself, but because she is a health nut who works out at my gym on a daily basis. The woman is so tiny she barely passes my shoulder, and a stiff wind could blow her over. It's Tuesday night. This is supposed to be cheat night, no vegetables allowed. Morgan made the rule. I tell her. Paisley wiggles her eyebrows at me. Live a little. Rules are meant to be broken. Laughing, I quip back. You should take your own advice, sister, and break your no-dating rule to go out with Scotty. I take the tray from her hand and we make our way inside. Paisley chides me as we make our way to my kitchen. Thanks, but no thanks, sister. He may say he has the hots for me, but I don't think he's interested in anyone but himself. Have you seen the way he blows kisses to himself in the mirrors at the gym? Besides, have you seen the size of that guy? He would crush me like a bug. I think I'll keep my eye out for a guy more appropriate for my size. You know, one who won't crush me if we ever make it to the bedroom. Give up on the Scotty thing because you're wasting your breath. I laugh at her rant as I set her vegetable tray on the kitchen counter. My new place is nice, but no matter what I do, it doesn't quite feel like home. Evan helped me pick out some furniture and necessities, but as much as I love Miami, something is missing from my life. It doesn't take a genius to know Ethan Hammer McCoy is what made this town feel like home. Sometimes I wonder if I should have gone back to North Carolina instead of staying here. But the thought of going back to where my sister was murdered is unbearable. North Carolina will never again be the home it once was for me. Morgan knocks, and I yell for her to come on in. After Ethan left me at Evans, it was Morgan who packed up and brought me my belongings. She also helped me find a job and a new place to live. She has become a good friend, and I'm thankful to have her and Paisley in my life. You didn't bring some sappy I love you romance movie, did you? I ask seriously. Morgan loves to watch the heartfelt emotional ones while I want action and adventure. Look, I'm with a biker. Morgan defends herself. You lived with bikers for like forever, so you should know I've got to get my I love you mush somewhere. I laugh at her. Then please tell me you brought the cookies. She smiles. Yes, I brought the cookies, and thanks to you, I had to let ice into the cookie jar. She gives me a wink, and we all laugh. Because that was such a sacrifice, Paisley adds dramatically. We settle in for cookies, popcorn, which I quickly made, and Paisley's vegetables as we watch our movie. I can't help thinking about what Morgan said. Living with a biker. It just takes me to a time when Ethan and I were actually together. Just a blip on the radar of life. One of the few memories of the short time I had with him.
Actions speak louder than words,
I hear him say in my mind. His actions have shown me I never would have gotten the words from him. He let me go. Sure, I understand he did it because in his mind he failed me. I stay here in the hopes that he will see my actions show I stand behind him. Only, in this moment with my friends here and a sappy movie on TV, I can't help wondering if it was all for nothing. Will I ever have a chance for a happily ever after of my own?
Chapter 20. Hammer. Tank. He answers on the third ring. Hammer here. I inform him, then blow out a breath. I've got nothing to say to you. Our clubs are settled according to ice. My old lady just spoke to Des. I know she's good. Why in the hell are you calling me? He is an asshole. Then again, if it were the other way around, I would be an ass too. I called to let you know I'm making my play. Oh, he says with a sharp tone. I see someone has decided to pull their head out of their ass. Everyone keeps saying that shit to me, and I'm getting tired of it. Get over it. Tank snaps without hesitation. What the fuck does your play have to do with me? Des listens to you and trusts you? He laughs at me, and I want to punch something. You made your mess, you clean it up. She stayed there for you and because of you. It's on you to make that shit right. He pauses. I'm not here to help you. I'm not here to sugarcoat shit. You fucked up. I'm just gonna say if, and I mean if, she gives you a second chance. He again pauses. And you fucked that up? I'll take that shit personally. And personally, I'll come looking for you. I don't take threats lightly or well. I understand she means a lot to him, but fuck that and fuck him. Bring it the fuck on. I hope you'll see what you've got waiting there for you, and I hope you'll see that I'm hoping I don't have to." He pauses, and I let his words sink in. "But I will. Always remember she's got the Hellions at her back." He disconnects the call. I know he's giving me a pass for letting her go, and I won't be given that pass again. Now, if only I can get the same from the one woman who loves to bust my balls. Looking at the clock, I see it's just after 2 in the afternoon. Des will still be at Flex for the next 30 minutes until she gets off shift. It's time I nut up and act like a man again. Leaving my place, I hop on my motorcycle and roar out of the parking garage. I need to get to the gym before she leaves, because if she makes it to her place before I can get her, she might shut me out and refuse to open the door. Surprising her at work removes that as an option. In a few minutes, I'm parking my bike just down the street from her gym. I could park right in front of it, but I don't want her to hear my bike and get suspicious for any reason. The plan is a sneak attack. Once I get her alone, she can yell and scream at me all she wants. Until I can secure her at my place, I don't want to give her the chance to tell me no. Maybe it's not the brightest idea to kidnap a woman who has been kidnapped before, but I'm desperate enough to do it. Striding quickly to the front door, I barge in and immediately start glancing around the open area behind the desk for my woman. The redhead at the counter tries to greet me, but I ignore her completely. There aren't many people in the gym, so I think that will work to my advantage. It's fewer people for her to hide behind and fewer people who might stop me. In the back corner, shaking hands with a Latin beauty who could totally work it after midnight, is Desiree, in a bright yellow tank top and black workout shorts. She looks like a fucking bumblebee. I head in her direction as quickly and quietly as I can, with the tittering redhead trying to ask me what I need as she follows me. Des has her back to me, and I'm going to use that to my advantage before she sees me in one of the many mirrors that hang along the walls. I manage to make it to her position without her seeing me, and the Latin woman's eyebrows shoot up to her hairline in surprise for my sudden appearance. Not wasting a second, I grab Des by the arm and swing her around to face me. Her face is a mask of shock until she realizes it's me, and then her confusion only seems to grow. "What the hell, Hammer?" "We need to talk." I start dragging her behind me, but she drags her feet, resisting me. "Unless you've come to tell me I'm in some sort of trouble again, we have nothing to talk about. Stop dragging me," she hisses. Tired of trying to drag her and not wanting to hurt her arm, I turn back to her and sweep her legs out from under her so I'm cradling her in my arms. She gives a small screech of rage, and I can't help smiling at her feistiness. God, I missed it. "Calm down, drill sergeant. We're gonna talk and it'll be all right." I have just made it to the front counter when a guy twice my size and probably on steroids steps in my path, stopping me from getting to the door. Des goes still in my arms, almost as if she's an animal that senses danger is near. I'm pretty sure she knows I'm not the one who is in danger, though. "Move," I order the meathead. "I think you should put the lady down and get the fuck out of here, man." His face and body are positioned in a threatening pose, but his voice sounds like he hasn't hit puberty yet. This jackass is totally doing the roids. "How about you move out of my way, Pee-wee, and let me take my lady outside for a talk? That way you don't get hurt." Meathead puffs up his chest and steps closer. "Put the lady down." Gripping Des more securely to me, I snarl back, "Move it, asshole." The man takes another step toward us, and now he is within touching distance of me and my woman. I don't want her to accidentally get hurt if Numbnuts takes a swing at me or tries to grab her, so I put Des on her feet and shove her behind my back. Much to my surprise, she doesn't take off running to get away from me. Instead, she grabs the back of my cut and yanks. "Have you lost your mind, Ethan? Why are you doing this?" Turning my head to look her square in the eye, I give her the God's honest truth. "Because I love you, Desiree. I didn't fight for you when it mattered, so now I have to show you I'll fight every motherfucker in this place if I have to in order to prove I'm not walking away from you again." Her jaw drops in surprise, and then a Mack truck hits me on my temple. Okay, so it wasn't a Mack truck. It was a fist and a sucker punch. But for a second it sort of felt like I was hit by a truck. I shake my head, trying to clear the stars from my eyes. Jesus, that guy has iron fists. After taking a hit to the temple like that, it's amazing I'm still standing on my own fucking feet. I can hear my woman screaming at the asshole who hit me. Don't you hit him again, Scotty, or I'm gonna kick your ass out of here so fast your head will spin. But Desi, nope, just no. Get your ass out of here before I take one of those barbells and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. The world stops spinning, just in time for me to see the meathead walking out the door. I try to go after him for his cheap shot, but Des jumps in my way. Say it again, she demands. For a minute, I'm confused. What does she want me to repeat? What I said to the gym jockey? My head is still a little fuzzy, and one of my ears is even ringing. Move it, asshole? I ask, befuddled. Her brows snap down into a frown, and she slaps her hands against my chest. That's not what I wanted repeated, you moron. Someone behind us starts to giggle. Then clarity hits me. I love you? Desiree shakes her head, then looks at the ground. I tilt my face down to see that her frown is gone and one side of her mouth is tilted up in a reluctant half-smile. Not wanting to lose the chance this might be for me, I step into her and pull her face back up by her chin. This time, there is no question in my voice. I love you, Desiree. She starts to shake her head again, but I stop her. Hear me out, woman. I fucked up and I know I did. As much as I may not deserve it, I'm standing here, asking you for another chance, because life is colorless without you. You're my oxygen, my reason to breathe. Walk out that door, sugar, and breathe the life back into me. Without you, I feel dead.
Epilogue. 3 months later. Desiree.
Pack a bag, drill sergeant.
Ethan orders, slapping my ass as I lie there, draped over him. Who is the one commanding now? I give him sass back. He smiles down at me, then kisses the top of my head.
Baby, if we're in this bed, any bed, I'm in charge. If you want to push my body to the limits out of bed to keep my stamina strong in the bed, fine by me. But baby, in bed it's my way, and I assure you it's going to be in all the ways you love.
I can't argue with him there. Since the day he came to the gym, we haven't spent a night apart. I'm happier than I have ever been in my life. Though a piece of me will always be missing, because my sister is gone. I wish she could have had this feeling. The rumble of his voice takes me out of my thoughts.
What's got you lost in thought?
Susie, I reply honestly, holding Ethan a little more tightly. I hate that she didn't have this in her life.
This?
Love, security, a partner, a friend? I ramble as tears fill my eyes. Ethan tips my chin with his finger and does a half crunch, forcing me up to him as he comes down to me. Then his lips brush mine.
Is that what you feel with me?
I close my eyes, then open them, biting my bottom lip. Yes, I say on a whisper.
Desiree, this bed-hopping shit ain't working for me.
I gasp, wanting to punch him. How do we have such a sweet moment and then you say something like that? I roll my eyes. I said you were an asshole. I must have rose-colored glasses on or some shit. Way to ruin it, Ethan. I move to get up, but a firm hand on my ass keeps me in place. His eyes meet mine, and the seriousness in them has butterflies fluttering in my stomach.
We're together every night. I don't plan on that ever changing. You get me?
I nod as I finally realize what he is saying.
You're my love, my partner, my best friend. I'm tired of sharing 2 beds. I want one, with you and me for a lifetime. What I'm saying in my asshole way is, move in with me.
Ethan, I'm all for this, but you said pack a bag, honey, all my shit. I wave my arm dramatically in the air around us. Won't fit in just one bag. He laughs, and the sound is pure heaven.
Baby, the bag is for our trip. When we get back, the boys will have your shit moved for us.
Oh. I pause. Trip? Where are we going?
Trust me,
He says with a wink.
but do it while you get that fine ass moving because we have a plane to catch.
Work?
I already handled it. Now go and pack a bag.
Ethan rushes me through a shower, packing enough for 3 days, and then we are out the door. When we get into the Camaro, I ask for a hint about where we are going, but he tells me I can wait and see, to trust him. Silly man. Doesn't he know I trust him with everything I am? To prove that I do, I don't say another word as he drives to the airport and parks. He grabs both of our bags and drags me inside the terminal. When we get up to the counter, he picks up 2 tickets for Clarksville, Tennessee, which seems pretty left field. If it had been Nashville, I might have thought we were going to tour Music City. However, my man asked me to trust him, so I still refuse to ask another question. He has gone out of his way to surprise me with this, and I'm going to appreciate that I have someone who loves me enough to do something that sweet. An hour later, after being x-rayed by airport security, our bags searched and then stopping in a coffee shop for a quick cup to go, we finally board the commercial plane. Ethan gives me the window seat and sits next to me. He buckles me in, then himself. The flight is packed, so I'm surprised when no one sits on the aisle seat. We don't have anyone sitting with us?
Hell no, woman. I don't want someone hanging all over me and drooling on my shoulder when they fall asleep during the flight. I bought that seat too.
I laugh at his rationale, yet secretly love it. The flight is only a couple of hours long, and I spend the time napping with my head on Ethan's shoulder. I'm slightly mortified when he wakes me up, and I see that I have drooled on his shoulder. When I look up at him guiltily, he just laughs and leans forward to whisper in my ear.
You can drool on me any time, babe. But next time, I'd like you to get my dick wet instead, okay?
I playfully slap his shoulder and he laughs at me again. Once we leave the airport, he navigates the car through the busy streets of Clarksville, as if he has done this a dozen times before. Maybe he has. It only makes my curiosity grow. 20 minutes later, we are driving on what I'm guessing is the edge of the city, and he pulls into an entrance that is flanked by 2 towering stone angels. There is a wrought iron sign above us that reads Eternity Fields. I can already see headstones in the distance, and my eyes immediately tear up. I know exactly why the love of my life has brought me here. To meet his dad. Ever since the day I took him home from Flex, half concussed from getting into a fight over me, he has held nothing back. We have talked about our lives growing up, from our parents to our siblings and everything in between. Ethan bringing me to meet his family in any capacity, even ones who have passed on, is special. Not to mention, I know how much his father meant to him and his brother. So Ethan wanting to show his father to me means more to me than he will ever know. It is his way of sharing that special place inside his heart where he holds the memories of his dad. For a cemetery, I have to admit it is rather beautiful. All around the lot are fields of wildflowers, and the sense of tranquility is incredible. The sun is bright, the day warm, and the air is crisp. It is perfect. We get out of the car and Ethan takes my hand. His palm feels clammy inside of mine as he guides me to a bench where we sit. Looking down at the headstone in front of us, I read the inscription there. First Sergeant Emmett McCoy, devoted husband, father, and soldier. Your family has a thing for E-names, don't they? I ask him playfully, warmed that he would bring me here to meet the man he admired so much. He winks at me.
It's family tradition. Remember that.
With his hand laced in mine, he looks at the marker.
Dad, you raised me to be the man to follow in your footsteps. I haven't always gotten everything right.
I feel the emotion pour off him with every word. There is pride, regret, love, and sadness all mixed together. He squeezes my hand.
I got one thing right, though, in all my fuck-ups. I found my woman, my safe place, my equal. I get it now, Dad. I get why you were always telling me to remember to take care of Mom. When I think of something happening to me, my only fear is for Desiree. I did the best I could, and I can only hope you forgive my failures and take pride in my successes.
He looks from the gravestone to me, his eyes full of love, desire, and passion.
I love you, Desiree. You bust my balls, take none of my shit, and you love me completely through the good times and the bad. You have held me through my failures, and I hope our future is full of successes. I can't bring back your Susie Sunshine, but I can let you know she's safe.
He stands and pulls me up. The bench we were sitting on is engraved. In loving memory, Suzanne Schythe, sister and best friend. Collapsing back onto the bench in awe, I trace each letter as the tears fall. Ethan tells me in a gruff but gentle voice,
She's with my dad. He left this world trusting me with what mattered most to him. I trust him in their world with what matters most to you.
Emotions choke me, and for a little while I'm unable to get words out. All I can do is cry and trace my sister's name, letting the pain of her loss move through me. It's not as sharp as it was, but I can still feel it to the bottom of my soul. In his own way, Ethan gave me my sister back, and for that I can never repay him. It is the most beautiful, thoughtful thing anyone has ever done for me. Bracing my forehead against Susie's name, I close my eyes, and a sense of peace warms me from the inside out. I told Ethan after we got back together about the hallucination I had of Susie when Rika had me. I explained how much it bothered me to have Susie so close to my grasp, then brutally taken away from me again, even if it was only a dream of sorts. Having him remember that conversation and go out of his way to give me closure to something that might seem trivial to others means the world to me. In every little way that he can, Ethan has gone out of his way to prove he is all in with me, this time around. The wind blows, ruffling my hair a bit, and for a moment it almost feels like it's Susie's hand running through my curls. I feel her spirit surround me, and part of me never wants to leave. My sister is here with me, and I never want to let her go again. But living half a life as a broken shell of a person is not what she would want for me. My Susie was vibrant and loved living life to its fullest. She would want me to do just that. And now that I have Ethan in my life, I want that for myself too. This bench, though, is a gorgeous gift from the man I love, and gives me a place to sit and feel my sister's arms around me once again. A place to come to celebrate my sister's life, rather than anguish over her death. Looking up at the man I love, the man who gets me inside and out, I finally choke out a tearful whisper. Thank you, Ethan. It's so very perfect. He gives me a smile that reflects more than words will ever say.
Anything for you, Drill Sergeant.
Holding his hand out, he beckons for me to take it.
Come on, sugar. My mom is at the house waiting to meet you.
I can't help that my eyes widen as I stare at Ethan like a deer caught in headlights. You're taking me to meet your mom? He nods.
Yeah, she lives here in Clarksville. She never wanted to leave my dad behind, so she stayed here after I went into the Army.
Grabbing my hand, he pulls me into him and runs a hand gently down the side of my face.
Wipe that scared look off your face, Drill Sergeant. It's just my mom. and she's gonna love you.
Biting my bottom lip, I nervously fidget in his arms. Are you sure? I haven't had the best experience with parents. Case in point, my own parents never wanted much to do with me.
Ethan snorts. Your parents are assholes. Me, Evan, Mom, and the Regulators, we're your family now. Fuck your DNA donors.
I should be sad to be reminded that my parents were never, in fact, parents to me and Susie. But that's a fact of life I settled a long time ago. Instead, I'm amused at Ethan's insistence of my new family. There are a few guys I'm pretty sure would rather duct tape me to a wall than talk to me. One of them is Ethan's best friend. Does that make Cole the big brother I never wanted? He barks a laugh.
Yeah, I guess it does. Fair warning, though. Don't ever go in his room at the club. It'll scar you for life.
Shaking my head, I walk with him hand in hand through the graveyard. No worries there. I don't even want to know. But you forgot somebody. Stopping, he turns to me and cocks his head.
Yeah? Who'd I forget?
Without hesitation, I answer, the Hellions. They're my family too, whether you like it or not. In my messed up life, I have found love and family in the most unlikely of places. Inside not one, but 2 different motorcycle clubs. Who would have ever thought such badass men could have the capacity to accept and love me? Things aren't always what they seem, though. Ethan and the Regulators have taught me that. Ethan gives me a long, considering look, then smirks as he pulls me in for a hug.
You've got me there, Drill Sergeant. Now we've got to get a move on it. We take too long to get to Ma's house, and Evan is going to eat all the damn apple pie.
I laugh as he pulls me behind him at a fast pace. Apparently his mom makes really good pie. I glance back at my bench, and in the distance beyond it, I see a mirage of my sister dancing through the wildflowers, her arms raised above her head, and her face turned to the rays of the sun with a bright smile on her face. Maybe the vision is just my overactive imagination. Perhaps it is my innermost desires projected to life. But I think it is my sister telling me she is finally at peace. This concludes Hammer by Chelsea Cameron and Jessie Lane. Narrated by Joe Arden and Lucy Rivers. Copyright 2016 by Chelsea Cameron and Jessie Lane. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Chelsea Cameron and Jessie Lane, and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks, and to take advantage of special offers.